Seo Ju-hyun, at 38 years old, is in a dire situation. He finds himself inside a tomb, his body all bloodied up and surrounded by an assortment of beasts ready to maul him for dinner. He can't help but think about how the geezer did this to him and how this isn't how he's supposed to die. Even with a monstrous beast ready to attack him, Ju-hyun is determined to not die a dog's death. He hopes the monster is vegan, but he knows it's a long shot. Before delving into Ju-hyun's current situation, let's go back 15 years ago to the year 2025. Tombs started appearing around the world, causing earthquakes wherever they appeared. Relics were found inside these tombs, and they exuded insurmountable power. These relics soon changed the world as everyone knew it, granting people abilities they never thought possible. Want to become a powerful brawler? There's a relic for that. Want to start an MLM? There's a relic for that too. People dedicated their entire lives to obtaining these relics. Ju-hyun was one of those people who dedicated his life to obtaining relics. He started a little later than most, but he persevered. At the end of his suffering, he found the Archaeist's relic, a relic that grants vast knowledge about tombs and other important tidbits regarding relics. He hit the jackpot with this discovery and was convinced that he could finally put an end to the crappery of a life he led. Ju-hyun hoped he could start anew as a powerful relic user. Unfortunately, Ju-hyun started his journey a little too late. The people who hoarded relics started to monopolize them, banding together to create a new society with laws limiting the usage of these relics. In the end, there was only one option left: lick the boots of those power-hungry jerks. Hard work pays the money balls later. A corporation called TKBM scouted Ju-hyun to work for them after noticing his exceptional excavation skills. From the beginning, the corporate CEO, Kwon Jun, told Ju-hyun that his job would be challenging. Ju-hyun's role was to be a smuggler, a thief, a spy, but most importantly, a tomb raider. He did everything he could to improve his skills, eventually becoming an expert in sneaking into restricted areas to steal other people's relics. Thanks to Ju-hyun and his team of tomb raiders, CEO Kwon became even richer. He also confiscated all the relics that Ju-hyun and his team stole, making him the strongest relic user in the world. Unfortunately, CEO Kwon's rise in status led others to loathe Ju-hyun since he never stopped working for the despicable man. Despite the harsh words he heard from others, Ju-hyun chose to focus on his job as a tomb raider. Being a tomb raider was the only thing he could do to survive in a world that had been changed by relics. CEO Kwon assigned Ju-hyun a deadly mission as a trap, feeling threatened by Ju-hyun's outstanding skills. Attempting to complete the task, Ju-hyun found himself injured, his whole team wiped out and his leg cut off. Ju-hyun desperately grabbed a stone and threw it to the serpent, but it was useless. Ju-hyun started cursing CEO Kwon, saying that he would haunt him if he became a ghost. Suddenly, someone interfered, preventing the serpent from eating Ju-hyun. A crow appeared and said he would give Ju-hyun another chance. The crow told him, "Let's see if you can truly claim the throne of the king this time." Ju-hyun woke up sitting in a chair inside a police station, shocked to see that his legs were back. Ju-hyun finds himself 15 years in the past and decides to collect the relics earlier than others with the help of his previous knowledge. He is interrupted by a confrontation with a high school student's mother demanding settlement money for a fight Ju-hyun barely participated in. Causing him to realize he has no money, has no tools, the Archaeist's relic is not in Ju-hyun's possession and he has no means of earning money. Shortly after, the boy's mother becomes angry and tries to hit Ju-hyun, but he easily blocks the blow and wonders if his 15 years of experience allowed him to do so. Ju-hyun tells the mother to calm down and insists that the high school kid started the fight. He calls out the woman for her behavior and insults her and her son. The boy charges at Ju-hyun, but he is easily subdued. Ju-hyun realizes that his body feels lighter, possibly because he has not yet experienced the side effects of the relics. The police intervene and Ju-hyun admits he cannot pay the settlement money and asks to be locked up. The mother is surprised and thinks he made a mistake. Ju-hyun sees some floating texts in front of him showing his name, history, and first skill. He believes it's the crow's doing and gets angry. He sees a quest window to become a tomb raider and must awaken the 4 hidden skills within him. Ju-hyun realizes he is the only one who can see the windows and proves it by spotting a tiny insect on the floor. He realizes he may still have more skills to acquire and wonders what the crow's plan is. as relics do not willingly help people, Detective Kim Ji-woo unexpectedly interrupts Ju Hyun's train of thought by posting bail for him outside the police station. Ji-woo informs Ju Hyun that the high school student involved in the incident is a habitual offender and promises to take care of the matter. Ju Hyun is relieved and grateful to Ji-woo, who had taken him in as an orphan and treated him like family in the past. However, when Ju Hyun asks Ji-woo about paranormal activities or people with supernatural powers, the detective dismisses him as strange and mentions his wife's ability to find secret stashes easily. Ju Hyun concludes that there are no relic users yet, and he believes it's the perfect time for him to use his skills to obtain relics. As he heads home, Ju Hyun encounters a group of men who he had worked for in the past to earn quick cash. The group's leader, Park Kyung-tae, reminds Ju Hyun to show respect to his elders, and Ju Hyun recalls how he was mistreated and forced to work for them until his mid-20s. Ju Hyun demands his delayed wages and severance pay, which the thugs find amusing. Kyung-tae charges at Ju Hyun, but Ju Hyun proves to be a skilled fighter and easily defeats the thugs. Despite his victory, Ju Hyun is worried that he's not strong enough and wants to obtain relics soon. Meanwhile, Kyung-tae confronts Ju Hyun about his ungrateful behavior and threatens to harm him if he doesn't change his ways. Ju Hyun notices the knife in Kyung-tae's hand is actually a relic. Despite the danger, Ju Hyun decides to take the knife and uses its power to see inside human beings. Kyung-tae's underlings attack Ju Hyun, but he disappears before they can harm him. Later, Ju Hyun learns that Kyung-tae lost all the money and trade products they had. Kyung-ju becomes furious and orders Kyung-tae to retrieve a Buddha statue that they lost to Ju Hyun. Ju Hyun tries to sell the statue but discovers it isn't worth much, until he detects a suspicious essence inside it. He cuts the statue open and finds an illegal substance, leading him to suspect that Kyung-tae's group may be involved in an illegal drug trade. As the siblings possess numerous artworks, there is a high chance that some of them could be concealing illegal drugs. Ju Hyun quickly comes up with a plan and contacts Ji-woo, intending to report Kyung-tae for dealing in illegal substances and claiming the 100 million won reward. This is his opportunity to turn his fortunes around. Kyung-ju vehemently denies that the delay in the goods is due to unpreparedness and instead suggests that they lay low as she suspects they are being watched. However, she is abruptly interrupted by her boss, the president, and is reprimanded for her actions. Despite this, Kyung-ju apologizes for the incident. After being scolded by her boss, Kyung-ju apologizes and promises to contact him soon. However, once the call ends, she expresses her contempt for the old man, calling him a stingy old bastard and hoping that he rots in hell. She denies any wrongdoing and resents the accusation that she tried to pocket the money for herself. Kyung-ju angrily questions the trio of losers upon their return home, asking where they have been and if they recovered the Buddha. However, one of them interrupts, warning that they have been discovered and are now in trouble. Confused by the sudden shift in tone, Kyung-ju asks what is going on. A report has been received by the police officers led by Ji-woo indicating that Kyung-ju and her group were involved in both drug smuggling and distribution. The accused claimed that they only dealt with artwork and were law-abiding citizens. The accusers found it amusing that the criminals always seemed to use the same defenses when caught, and they claimed to have collected evidence against Kyung-ju's group. The police officers also mentioned that they were aware that the accused had more illegal substances stored in their warehouses. Kyung-ju is shocked at first after knowing that the cops also knew about the warehouses in Gyeonggi-do, but she calmed down because she knew that there were passcodes installed on all of them. Kyung-ju insisted that she don't know anything about them. Kyung-ju expresses her confusion to Ji-woo, stating that they do not understand the topic of the conversation. They caution Ji-woo against making false charges on innocent people, and remind them that being a police officer does not give them the right to interfere with someone else's business. Ji-woo informs Kyung-ju that all 600 artworks found within the Waseongsi Art Gallery have been checked, and drugs were found within all of them. As Kyung-ju is being arrested and handcuffed by the police, they express surprise and disbelief that their storage rooms were opened. They insist that it is impossible because all the storage rooms have different passcodes. However, the police inform Kyung-ju that they have ways of accessing the storage rooms, and reveal that they had someone cooperating with them from the inside. The police officer addresses Ju Hyun as a student, and informs him that there is a storage room that has yet to be opened. The officer expresses their astonishment at Ju Hyun's ability to open all the other passcodes, and asks how he was able to do it. Ju Hyun explains that he has a good memory, which is exceptional and one of his few talents. Ju Hyun adds that it was this particular skill that Park Kyung-ju wanted to utilize in the future. Ju Hyun recalls working in a warehouse where he initially had a hard time because each storage room had a different passcode at the time. Ju Hyun didn't initially find it suspicious but found it annoying. So he decided to memorize all of the passcodes. Ju Hyun never realized that this skill would come in handy later. Ju Hyun observes that the situation is progressing according to plan and he eagerly anticipates receiving his reward money, which will provide him with the necessary funds to start collecting relics. While searching, the police officers discover additional drugs and express a sense of relief. Meanwhile, the police officers expressed their gratitude towards Ju Hyun for his assistance and made comments about the boldness of the culprits. Ju Hyun then approached them with a request. During a chaotic situation where Kyung-ju was being restrained by two police officers, Officer Ji-an-woo received a call informing him that Ju Hyun wanted to speak with him. Ji-an-woo was surprised to receive a call from Ju Hyun, who he referred to as his little helper. Placing the phone next to her left ear, Ji-an-woo conveyed Ju Hyun's message to Kyung-ju, stating that she should have treated him better. Ju Hyun had told her that he deserved full payment for the work he had done. Upon hearing his voice, Kyung-ju realized that Ju Hyun was the one who reported her. He also advised her to change her passcodes frequently to prevent such problems from occurring again. Lastly, Ju Hyun bid farewell to Kyung-ju, wishing her a pleasant stay in jail. Kyung-ju became agitated by what she heard. She then called out to Ju Hyun, threatening to harm him while swearing incessantly. She accused him of repaying their kindness with betrayal and called him a bastard. Ju Hyun's feeling good at what just happened as he walked in the streets at night and said that was refreshing. Seconds later, he received a message from Ji-an-woo on his phone. Ji-an-woo praised Ju Hyun, saying he did well and that he was proud of him. He also informed Ju Hyun that he would soon receive around 100 million won as a reward for serving justice, and advised him not to spend it carelessly. Ju Hyun mentioned that Ji-an-woo always seemed to be overly concerned about him. However, he reassured Ji-an-woo that he needn't worry anymore as he had acquired the necessary starting funds to begin his search for tombs. Ju Hyun is really determined to get the relics before CEO Kwon Tae-jun. However, his momentum came to a sudden halt when he noticed that his apartment was no longer standing. In its place was a massive tomb, seemingly constructed by a relic. The entire neighborhood was thrown into turmoil as all the homes had disappeared. The authorities were struggling to calm down the anxious residents who were frantically searching for their missing loved ones and homes. The situation had sent everyone into a frenzy. CEO Ju Hyun left the crowd, thinking that it's natural for everyone to panic due to the enormous powers contained in both the relics and tombs, causing significant disturbances. Ju Hyun recalled receiving a call from his roommate during this time in his past life, informing him that his apartment had vanished and asking what he was going to do. However, Ju Hyun was unaware of the situation at that time as he was occupied with working for Park Kyung-ju. When he finished his work and returned home, everything had returned to normal. If that's the case, it implies that someone was able to successfully defeat the tomb in the past, and whoever was responsible for it must still be around. Ju Hyun is determined not to lose to this person and is guaranteed to take the relic for himself. Suddenly, Ju Hyun hears a familiar voice shouting, "Please don't shoot me," and sees that it's his roommate Kim Dong-hyun. The soldier on the scene becomes agitated and orders Kim Dong-hyun to stay quiet and not ask questions, but Ju Hyun intervenes and knocks the soldier out with one blow. After greeting his roommate, Ju Hyun demands to know why the military is involved in an issue that is usually handled by the police, and suspects that something is amiss. He asks the soldier if they were planning to raid the tomb, but the soldier claims it's classified information. Ju Hyun realizes that the government could be his rival and feels that he needs to know more. Ju Hyun wondered if the country was aware of the existence of relics at this time. He informed the soldier that he was a resident and had the right to know why the entire military was armed and present. Ju Hyun warned the soldier that he was making a mistake and could be reported to the authorities for pulling a gun on a civilian. He just wanted to know the reasons for their presence. The soldier replied that they were trying to explode the tomb and excavate its contents. but had secured the area well and brought in foreign experts to assist. Ju Hyun realized that foreign experts were involved and thanked the soldier for the information. He wished the soldier well and told him to take care. As he left, the soldier thanked him. Dong Hyun asked him if he's done talking with the soldier and asked what the soldier said. Ju Hyun replied to him that don't do anything and just stay there. Then he left Dong Hyun behind. Dong Hyun was wondering what's wrong with Ju Hyun today. An American CIA agent named Linda Walker inquired from her colleague over the phone whether the Korean government had any knowledge about the tombs located somewhere in the area. Linda's colleague was curious as to why she kept asking the same question. To which Linda explained that the number of soldiers present seemed odd. In response, Linda's colleague suggested that the soldiers might be doing their best to help them, and advised her to avoid asking such questions in public as there could be English-speaking individuals nearby. Linda then updated her colleague on the mission's progress, confirming that the explosives were about to be detonated and everything was running smoothly thus far. Her colleague reminded Linda to remain focused until the end, thoroughly explore the tombs, and retrieve the relic if possible. Linda acknowledged her colleague's instructions by saying she understood. After concluding the call, someone greeted Linda from behind. Linda was taken aback to find that it was Abe Kiyoshi, a member of the Japanese excavation team. Kiyoshi commented that it was more reasonable for him to be present than Linda since he hailed from a neighboring country to Korea, whereas Linda came from quite a distant location in America. He added that Linda's team appeared to be fully committed to accomplishing their thieving mission. Linda stated that their primary goal was to retrieve the relics and deliver them to the International Police Association, as their mission is to preserve peace and conduct secure experiments with these items. Kiyoshi argued that it is feasible that, based on this statement, one could make a request for the relic if they pledged to handle it safely. Nonetheless, everyone knows that such a request would not be accepted. Linda replied that, there is doubt regarding the credibility of their words, and the question remains as to why they should be trusting Kiyoshi. Kiyoshi commented that it doesn't matter, because they're both doing the same thing right now, and told her to stop the pointless discussion. But Kiyoshi guaranteed that the relic will be theirs. Linda was impressed by Kiyoshi's confidence. Unbeknownst to them, Ju Hyun was secretly listening to their conversation from a nearby back alley. Ju Hyun thought to himself that they're standing out quite a bit. Ju Hyun recognized them as the American CIA and the Japanese excavation team, although the tombs have started to appear all over the world. Initially, relics and tombs were considered mere omens, but a few countries eventually began to understand their true significance. The first countries to recognize this were America and Japan, who then commenced classified research on these relics and even smuggled some from other countries. Ju Hyun observed the two tomb excavators and thought to himself that he would not allow them to take his relic. He wondered why they were idle, and then realized they may be waiting for the tomb to explode first. He chuckled and said that these guys are just amateurs. Time was running out, and he couldn't afford to waste any more. As Ju Hyun leaves the vicinity, he mutters to himself that he will be taking the lead and heads towards the tomb-glyphs. As he approaches the red runes, he recognizes them as tomb-glyphs and ponders the intriguing nature of artifacts. He observes that these objects often reveal themselves in a grandiose manner, as if they were the heroes of a mythical realm, striving to capture the world's interest. A group of individuals were gathered in front of the tomb-glyph, but only Ju Hyun possessed the knowledge to use it. If one could decipher the glyphs, it would reveal the location of the tomb's entrance as well as provide details about the traps inside. Ju Hyun knelt down and touched the ground to decode the tomb-glyph. He muttered to himself, recognizing that it could be considered a trap since most people were unable to decipher it correctly. However, he was capable of doing so. He said that he figured out where the entrance is. Unexpectedly, a game-like pop-up window appeared in front of Ju Hyun. It states that Ju Hyun unlocked a title, Exceptional Decipherer, and learned a new skill, the Linguistic Skill Rank F. Ju Hyun is now able to understand, learn and conceptualize any languages. He can also hear the voice of the relics and is able to communicate with them. Ju Hyun have greater control over deciphering runic glyphs. Ju Hyun glanced at the skill window and nonchalantly said, "Now what?" Now he have two Tomb Raiders basic skills, the Spy, rank F, and the Linguistic, rank F. Co. Ju Hyun thinks that the skill is good, but the window is blocking his eyesight and said he can't see shit. As he keeps on waving his hand in the air, A passerby is wondering what he's doing. Ju-hyun thinks that he just need to unlock 2 more abilities now. Arriving at the river, Ju-hyun searched for the entrance to the tomb and spotted the glowing red rune glyphs on the post beneath the bridge. With a grin, he declared that he is going to start. Ju-hyun sliced through the glyphs with his relic knife. A pop-up window appeared, warning Ju-hyun of an intense aura heading his way. Suddenly, a blinding light shot up from the rune glyphs to the sky, creating a hole in the ground. The stunning sight left everyone in shock, including the 2 foreign excavators who asked their crew what was happening. The crew informed them that the entrance to the tomb has opened. The soldiers were ordered by Kiyoshi to stay put, with a sense of urgency in his voice, and told them that there might be a second explosion. Kiyoshi asked the soldiers to make sure the civilians don't come near. He dashed towards the entrance where the brilliant light shone, and Linda followed him. Linda teased Kiyoshi, and said that he was a liar. But Kiyoshi replied seriously, that if those guys interfere with their work, then it's only going to get complicated. As they approached the entrance, Kiyoshi complains that it's too bright and he can't see the bottom. To check the depth, Linda tossed a small stone into the hole, and Kiyoshi deduced, it seems there's water at the bottom. They exchanged glances, and Linda commented that it sounds pretty deep. Kiyoshi appeared ready to jump in, but Linda startled and said, wait. Ju-hyun, strolling through the tomb as if it were his own, sensed the arrival of the 2 excavators and expressed his disappointment. Those dumbasses are actually chasing after him. Upon discovering a rune trap, Ju-hyun smirked and concocted a plan to use it against the 2 excavators, causing them some trouble. As soon as Kiyoshi landed in the water, Ju-hyun activated the trap. Kiyoshi was hurt and coughing, only to realize that he had landed in sewage water. Linda, who had safely landed using a rope, made fun of Kiyoshi's foolishness. Suddenly, they heard a strange sound approaching them. Within seconds, they were overwhelmed by a powerful water current heading their way. Despite their attempts to flee, they were swept up by the current and left coughing and unsure of what to do. While exploring the tomb, Ju-hyun eventually discovered the location of the relic. However, upon arriving there, he saw that there was only a small pond inside the cave. Ju-hyun threw his only relic, the knife relic, into the water. Suddenly, there was a reaction on the surface of the water and a large snake emerged from the pond, questioning whether someone had dropped their item. The snake then presented a riddle to Ju-hyun, asking him to identify which of 2 knives, a gold and a silver one, belonged to him. Ju-hyun was unfazed by the question, knowing that the relic he sought was called the gold and silver axes. Based on the well-known folktale of Mercury and the Woodcutter by Aesop. This story is well known in other countries as well. So foreigners can easily clear this trial, but it's too late. This relic is already Ju-hyun's. He confidently replied that neither knife belonged to him. The snake was impressed and closed its mouth, only to open it again, revealing the knife that Ju-hyun had thrown. Ju-hyun took hold of the knife and sliced the mouth of the giant snake, causing it to scream out in agony. He stepped back a bit as the serpent asked him what he was doing, since he was about to complete his trial. Ju-hyun smirked and told the relic that he never trusted the relics. He added that even if he were to pass the trial, there's no guarantee that the relic will reward him with something normal. Ju-hyun said that relics are always the same. He also added that there is no guarantee that the rewards the relic will give him won't turn him into a psychopathic murderer. The snake was puzzled as to how a mere human knew about its intentions. The truth was, the original owner of the gold and silver axes eventually turned into a mass murderer and serial killer in America. The amount of lives lost because of this relic was countless. Ju-hyun knew that the snake would give him a fake relic imbued with a curse, which was ironic since the purpose of the trial was about honesty in the first place. Ju-hyun jumped onto the back of the snake and stabbed it, causing it to scream in agony. He looked angry and told the relic to suffer for his deeds. The snake asked Ju-hyun if he truly believed that by doing this, he can earn the right to use the relic. Before we get to the thick of things, let me explain the characteristics of relics and the 3 talents a tomb raider must have. After successfully navigating through a tomb filled with traps, completing the relic's trial and overcoming adversities, the relic is rewarded to the user, granting them various abilities. Afterwards, the relic and the user will be bound in a mutual relationship, which is perceived as the normal relationship that a human and a relic should share. However, relics have always held a deep hatred for humans by design, and their purpose is to bring harm to them. After spending some time with the relics, humans will eventually suffer from a sickness. Because of this, relic users who were in possession of healing relics held a lot of power and authority. That's another reason why Ju Hyun was exploited by CEO Kwon. Utilizing relics requires some degree of talent, and if you lack it, you will be easily influenced by them. Scholars have classified talents into three main groups: sociability, dominance, and compatibility. Sociability refers to the ability to form healthy relationships with a relic, while dominance is the power to demand obedience from a relic charismatically. Compatibility is the strong affinity between the user and the relic, as if they were a match made in heaven. For instance, a musician and an instrumental relic often have a strong compatibility. Most people would focus on raising their sociability talent as it is the easiest of the three to utilize and still allows for the full benefits of the relics. However, using sociability is harsh. When relics become friendly with their owners, they release poisonous auras that can make the owners sick. Ju Hyun decided that he will never use sociability this time, and it will be only for dogs. Ju Hyun doesn't need a so-called mutual relationship with those relics. The snake screamed in pain, and Ju Hyun looked fierce and asked how long the relic can stand it. By asserting dominance to the relic, Ju Hyun guaranteed that he can force it into submission. The snake struggled as Ju Hyun used the knife to assert his dominance over it. The snake pleaded with Ju Hyun to stop, but he just grinned and said, "It hurts, doesn't it?" Ju Hyun kept asserting his dominance over the snake by pushing the knife deeper. When Ju Hyun asked the snake to submit to him, it screamed. Ju Hyun threatened it that he will break it if the relic don't submit to him. The snake was shaken in what it heard because it thought that humans want that. As the serpent was about to be subdued, it emitted a radiant golden light and transformed into a golden axe, prompting Ju Hyun to declare the endeavor a success. A notification then appeared on his face. It states that Ju Hyun unlocked a title, the one who experienced the tombs, and gain a new skill, tomb excavation rank F. Ju Hyun was happy to know that he learned another skill and wondering what he needs to do to unlock the next one. Another notification popped up. It states that Ju Hyun unlocked another title, the Relic Abuser. His dominance talent also increased. Ju Hyun asked the crow how that is considered abusive to the relic. Upon hearing someone exclaim, "It's the pond," Ju Hyun quickly concealed himself. The two excavators eventually made their way to the pond, with Kiyoshi ecstatically proclaiming that it's exactly as the prophecy foretold. Ju Hyun didn't expect the two excavators to arrive quickly. As Kiyoshi eagerly tossed his bottle relic in anticipation of a reaction, Linda remained unaware of the situation. Meanwhile, Ju Hyun smirked and silently contemplated that the dumbasses are too late, but Ju Hyun decided to observe them a little. Ju Hyun tightened his grip on his knife, considering whether he should eliminate them because they might impede him in the future. However, he received an unexpected message from Crow, informing him that his knife was already half used. In response, Ju Hyun chuckled to himself and thought, if this is the Crow's way of telling him to think wisely. Kiyoshi was confused why there's no reaction because the prophecy clearly stated that dropping a relic into this pond would do the trick. Linda responded, picking up on his mention of a prophecy, and realized that there's a user with a prophetic relic in Japan. However, Kiyoshi quickly changed the subject, noting that the current issue was that someone must have already taken the relic. He emphasized that this was a significant problem, as it meant that there were more people who knew about the relic. Linda agreed and looked around to investigate, finding traces and footprints indicating that someone had been there before them. Upon hearing a sound, Kiyoshi pointed it out, as Ju Hyun smirked, thinking to himself that these guys are too easy. However, Ju Hyun began to question if they would be able to escape a crumbling tomb and turned to the golden axe, asking it to close the tomb. As the relic began to emit a golden glow, the entire tomb began to shake, causing panic for the two excavators. Kiyoshi startled, while Ju Hyun calmly made his way out. The two excavators were in a state of panic. Screaming out, "Linda has no idea where the exit is," Kiyoshi told her to just head back towards where they came from. Eventually, Ju Hyun pushed up the manhole cover and emerged from it. Upon emerging from the manhole, Ju Hyun commented that the exit of the tomb was connected to it. Though his clothes were a little disheveled, it was not very noticeable. When Ju Hyun returned to his apartment, he noticed that the tomb that had once covered it was now gone. Although initially confused, people eventually began to return to their rooms. On his way home, Ju-hyun saw Dong-hyun and called out to him. Dong-hyun turned around and saw Ju-hyun, who asked why he was lost in thought. Dong-hyun exclaimed that the large mound had disappeared. However, Ju-hyun did not seem to be concerned and invited Dong-hyun to come inside because he was hungry. Dong-hyun asked if it was really okay. But Ju-hyun reassured him that it was. As Kiyoshi sat on a bench, his two teammates stood in front of him, and he was filled with anger. He spoke on the phone, expressing his frustration about receiving late notice of a new prophecy. The prophecy stated that someone from Korea would obtain the relic before their team, and Kiyoshi believed that they should have been informed earlier because the information was critical. The person on the other end of the line argued that they had only learned about the prophecy recently and mentioned the attitude of the future guide, Relic user to Kiyoshi as a reminder. After discovering their inability to decipher the kanji, Kiyoshi became angry and began shouting into their phone. They believed that the scholars who were working with the person possessing the prophetic relic should have been able to read it. The person on the other end of the line tried to console Kiyoshi and promised to prevent a similar incident from occurring in the future. They also advised Kiyoshi to stay focused and work hard while cautioning them about the individual who had taken the relic, as the prophecy had ominously warned that they are the person who will swallow the world. The following day, Ju-hyun sat in front of his desktop computer, enjoying a canned coffee as he searched for information. He was proud of his linguistic skill, which allowed him to search for information in various languages before the discovery of relics. Ju-hyun needed to find out about CEO Kwon's plans but could not find any relevant information regarding TKBM. Suddenly, Dong-hyun appeared behind Ju-hyun and inquired about his ability to comprehend foreign languages. Ju-hyun turned to face Dong-hyun and offered to read and translate anything for him. However, Dong-hyun declined the offer. Ju-hyun then asked if Dong-hyun had any news about TKBM, but Dong-hyun was clueless and curious. Ju-hyun explained that he was only interested in learning about the CEO of that company. Dong-hyun incorrectly assumed that Ju-hyun was only curious about him because he was an intern, even though it was unlikely for a CEO of a large corporation to meet with an intern from a small company. Ju-hyun then turned away from Dong-hyun and declared that he quit. This confused Dong-hyun, who didn't understand what was happening. Ju-hyun suddenly remembered that Park Kyung-ju's group had an art gallery and he planned to use them to gather information about CEO Kwon. At Park Kyung-ju's previous office, the three individuals who had lost their jobs returned to find that everything had been taken away after an inspection. Since their elder colleague's sister had been arrested, they were practically unemployed. Oh Sung-woo sat at the table, smoking and blaming Ju-hyun for their situation, vowing to seek revenge. His subordinates were very proud of him. When Sung-woo's phone rang, he was surprised to see that bastard CEO Ju-hyun was calling him. Sung-woo was initially hesitant to answer the call but he eventually did. Ju-hyun asked why it took so long for Sung-woo to answer, which annoyed him, and he began to blame Ju-hyun for their current situation. Ju-hyun interrupted Sung-woo and stated that he knew they were still in business since they had not signed their liquidation yet. Sung-woo inquired about Ju-hyun's intentions and continued to shout, blaming him for what he had done to their Hyun-nim and Nuna. Ju-hyun told them that they were still in business and ordered them to attend the Midas, the world's largest secret auction house located in Las Vegas. Ju-hyun knew that Kwon Tae-jun, who often used the alias Jack K-Man, attended this auction and obtained extremely powerful relics. Ju-hyun believed that by keeping tabs there, they could gather information regarding Kwon Tae-jun. Ju-hyun ordered Sung-woo to find specific items and locate someone named JK within the month. JK was Kwon Tae-jun's alias. Ju-hyun suggested that if they were unable to locate the person, they should inform him. He warned them that providing false information would result in all of them being killed. However, Sung-woo disagreed with Ju-hyun's plan and expressed confusion about how they would be able to enter the auction house. He added that their success thus far had been due to the connections and skills of his Nuna. Ju-hyun mentioned that the group had to solve the task on their own. He claimed to have some knowledge about business, unlike the group, and stated that the task could be treated as a business matter. Ju-hyun also said that he would compensate the group based on the quality of the information they provided. Sung-woo responded angrily, stating that they would not listen to Ju-hyun, regardless of the payment offered. If Sung-woo's group did not like the deal being offered, Ju-hyun stated that he would save some money instead. Ju-hyun asserted that regardless of the situation, Sung-woo's group would be going to the Midas. Ju-hyun felt that he did not make himself clear enough in the past and that he might need to use physical force to convince the trio losers to agree to go. Sung-woo became panicked and pleaded with Ju-hyun to wait for him. Ju-hyun responded with a smile, assuring Sung-woo that he would give him more details next time and asking him to stand by. Ju-hyun was fully prepared and ready to go, having settled his business regarding Kwon Tae-jun. He was eager to go relic hunting once again that evening. As Ju-hyun entered a convenience store, he came across news of an older woman in her 40s who had attempted to set herself on fire in Yeongdeungpo District's Times Square earlier that morning. Ju-hyun wondered if this incident could be an omen for the next appearance of a tomb, but also considered the possibility that it may be unrelated. He had been lost in thought for some time, standing in a narrow aisle without realizing it. Meanwhile, Ju-hyun ponders whether the recent incident is an omen for the next appearance of a tomb, although he acknowledges it could be unrelated. Unaware of his surroundings, Ju-hyun has been standing in the narrow aisle for quite some time now, lost in thought about the news. Kiyoshi asks Ju-hyun if he is almost done standing in the narrow aisle and expresses frustration at his obstruction of the path. Ju-hyun turned around and saw Kiyoshi and wondered what Kiyoshi was doing here. Ju-hyun recalls that Kiyoshi was present at the location of the silver and gold axes Relic 2. Ju-hyun suddenly realized that the presence of Kiyoshi means that the next tomb appearance is likely to be in the vicinity. Ju-hyun explains that the Japanese have a prophetic relic user with them, which further supports his belief that the tomb appearance is imminent. Ju-hyun spoke in Japanese and asked him to shut up because he was too loud. Kiyoshi was startled and laughed out of shyness. He thought that Ju-hyun was a Japanese and apologized. Ju-hyun felt delighted upon realizing that his linguistic skill was very useful. Ju-hyun spoke in Korean and asked Kiyoshi what he said. Kiyoshi was confused and asked if what he said just now was Korean and realized that Ju-hyun was Korean in the first place. Kiyoshi asked Ju-hyun why did he trick him. Ju-hyun spoke in Korean again and said that Kiyoshi started it first and called him a dumbass. But Kiyoshi didn't understand him and asked Ju-hyun if he was making fun of him and if he knew who Kiyoshi is. But Ju-hyun completely ignored him while buying a canned beer. Ju-hyun noticed the relic in Kiyoshi's purse. He didn't even try to mask its aura, as expected of an amateur. Ju-hyun thought to himself that he didn't know what kind of relic it was, but now he wanted it. As Ju-hyun walked out of the convenience store, Kiyoshi quickly followed him to stop him. Ju-hyun smirked while shaking the beer. Kiyoshi held Ju-hyun's left shoulder. Ju-hyun turned around and opened the canned beer. The beer burst out of it and got to Kiyoshi's face and got surprised. He asked what was that for while wiping his face. Ju-hyun looks happy while asking Kiyoshi if he's okay. Ju-hyun acted as if he cared while tapping on Kiyoshi's clothes to clean it up. He told Kiyoshi that maybe someone must have shaken the can quite a bit. Ju-hyun said that he wondered why they'd do that. While wiping the beer on Kiyoshi's clothes, Ju-hyun then secretly put his hand on the purse to feel the relic. Ju-hyun felt that it was a bracelet and a small case relic and decided not to steal it right now because it would be too obvious. He then asked Kiyoshi to just let it slide because Ju-hyun doesn't have any money right now and the clothes doesn't look that expensive either. Ju-hyun bent to take the ID card and gave it to Kiyoshi and told him to take good care of his ID card. Kiyoshi quickly took the ID card and thought if Ju-hyun had seen his ID, because if people found out that a Japanese excavation team member was there, things could get pretty complicated. Nevertheless, he thought that it was okay because it looked like Ju-hyun was just an ordinary person. Suddenly, there was a big sound that shocked everyone, causing them to think if there was an earthquake because the ground was shaking strongly. This also confirmed Ju-hyun's speculations that Kiyoshi was waiting for this tomb to appear and took this chance to run away. Kiyoshi seemed happy because everything was happening according to the prophecy, and his phone rang. He answered the call and confirmed that the appearance of the tomb had begun. The person on the phone understood and added that Kiyoshi needed to know something. They had just received another prophecy. It stated that the Korean who took the gold and silver axe relic was near Kiyoshi at the moment. The prophecy had another part that did not make sense, however it stated that Kiyoshi had to be wary of alcohol. Kiyoshi remembered what happened earlier and realized that Ju-hyun was the one on the prophecy. He turned around and saw that Ju-hyun was gone. Kiyoshi decided to find Juhien first and asked them to tell him more of the prophecy. Kiyoshi started running to look for Juhien. Juhien was looking for the tomb's entrance when he felt the aura to be so bloodthirsty, completely different from the previous tomb. He concluded that it was going to be a nasty relic this time. Kiyoshi stopped him and pointed a gun on his head. Kiyoshi ordered him to stop and open his backpack. Suddenly, there was a loud noise that caught their attention at that moment. Crow's window popped up with a warning that an intense aura was rushing towards them. The floor formed some cracks and began to glow radiantly, and then Juhien and all of the people in the vicinity were engulfed by the light. After a few moments, they found themselves inside the tomb. Juhien was annoyed to know that a lot of civilians had been swept into this mess, as the relic had definitely pulled them in to harm them as well. The tomb was filled with broken weapons, and Juhien had been to this place in his past life. This was the tomb of the Japanese katana relic Muramasa. Muramasa was a famous swordsmith in Japan during the Muromachi period who founded the Muramasa school. The katanas made by the Muramasa school were extremely famous, and were considered masterpieces. But during that time they had a bad relationship with the shogun Tokugawa Ieyasu. His grandfather, father, and brother were all slain by katanas made by Muramasa. Because of these incidents, Tokugawa ordered all of Muramasa's blades to be destroyed, and rumors saying that the Muramasa's blades were cursed katanas began to spread. So that's the type of relic we're dealing. This relic definitely harbors a lot of hatred for humans. Crow gave Juhien a warning window, informing him that the relic's bloodthirsty aura was permeating his body and that his skin was being damaged. He was warned that he required protection for his body. Juhien looked at his arms and saw wounds. He thought that it was already starting, so he needed to clear the tomb as fast as he could. Kiyoshi then pointed a gun at Juhien's back while telling him to stay still and open his backpack and empty his pockets. Juhien thought Kiyoshi was a persistent bastard as he raised his two arms in the air and told Kiyoshi that this is practically robbery. Kiyoshi laughed at him and asked him if he had a death wish, threatening that if Juhien didn't stop messing around he would be shot. Juhien recommended Kiyoshi to do it, but Kiyoshi didn't understand. But Juhien warned Kiyoshi that it's not going to work. Kiyoshi didn't believe him and threatened to blow up Juhien's leg. Kiyoshi pointed his gun at Juhien's leg, but Juhien didn't even flinch. When Kiyoshi shot the gun, it exploded. Juhien smirked and told Kiyoshi that he already warned him. Juhien explained that when in a tomb, modern weapons don't work because relics don't want to give humans an easy time within their tombs. Kiyoshi was wondering how Juhien knew about that and asked him how he knew all that. Juhien grabbed Kiyoshi by the collar and said that the relic was his now, so Kiyoshi should stop thinking about it. Juhien dragged him. Kiyoshi asked him what he was doing and told him to let go of him. Juhien replied that Kiyoshi was getting in his way, so he wanted him to back off. Juhien threw him into a trap and warned him that it was going to be bothersome. Slime-like monsters held Kiyoshi and prevented him from moving. Kiyoshi asked Juhien where he was going and threatened him, but Juhien ran away without looking back. Kiyoshi asked for help from the crowd, but they didn't understand him because he was speaking in Japanese. Someone came forward and said they knew a little bit of Japanese and offered to help Kiyoshi. Some people interfered and said that Kiyoshi had a gun on him, adding that he might be a dangerous person. But Kiyoshi told them that he was a member of the Japanese excavation team and had received training to properly deal with their situation. He promised everyone that he would get them out safely. Meanwhile, somewhere around the tomb, Juhien was happily looking at the relics in his right hand. While Juhien was throwing him to the ground, Juhien checked his pockets as well and took all of his relics. Juhien was mocking him for trying to pick a fight without having proper knowledge of these tombs. Juhien recognized the relics. The first one is a rope bracelet and the second one is a small case that contains a rice cake. The rope bracelet is from the Korean folktale, the brother and sister who became the sun and the moon. The tiger killed the mother in order to obtain more rice cakes and eventually tried to kill the siblings. But they were saved by a rope that descended from the heavens. The grade of this item isn't the best, but it's still a useful relic. Juhien announced that he would keep the relics for the time being. Suddenly, a notification window popped up, informing him that he had earned a new title, Petty Pickpocketer, and had gained a new skill, Nimble Fingers, with a rank of F. With this skill, he could touch an item once and immediately see its properties. as well as increase his chances of successfully stealing relics from other users. The window also notified Ju-hyun that he had successfully acquired all 4 of the basic Tomb Raider skills, thereby becoming a full-fledged Tomb Raider. It also informed him that he would receive a reward once he exited the tomb. While Ju-hyun was waving his hand to remove the windows, a scream caught his attention. Not too far away, someone was crying for help. Ju-hyun decided to investigate and followed the voices. He arrived at a cliff where he saw that the voices were coming from below. Ju-hyun realized that it was a trap when he saw a possessed girl student killing indiscriminately with a knife. He knew that whoever touched the knife would also get possessed, making it harder for non-possessed individuals to escape. Ju-hyun knew that it was a sacrificial trap where the more people died, the stronger the bridge would become. Ju-hyun asked if the individuals were there because of Kiyoshi. They responded that after they helped Kiyoshi, he sang a strange song, and a trap disappeared. When they tried to leave, another trap activated, trapping them. Ju-hyun suspected that it was what the prophetic relic user had told him to do. Ju-hyun quickly descended the cliff by cutting down the blades that blocked his path. The possessed student turned and attacked him, but Ju-hyun used his rope bracelet to subdue her. The rope relic worked efficiently, and Ju-hyun was pleased with its convenience. Ju-hyun took the knife relic which ordered him to kill everyone. Initially annoyed, Ju-hyun soon realized that the relic was useless and threw it away. He then ordered the rope to return and asked everyone to follow him out. Meanwhile, Kiyoshi was overjoyed that he had gotten rid of witnesses and found the room to the Muramasa relic. However, upon attempting to retrieve the relic, he discovered that all of the Muramasa swords in the ground were fakes, which enraged him. Suddenly, he was attacked and beaten up by the people from the cliff, whom he had not noticed approaching from behind. Ju-hyun entered the scene, and Kiyoshi asked him if he was the one who had helped and guided them there. Ju-hyun proudly admitted to being the one and mocked Kiyoshi for being unable to locate the relic despite being the first to arrive. Ju-hyun then used the golden axe relic to locate the valuable, which turned out to be the Muramasa relic, right under Kiyoshi's nose. Kiyoshi was shocked to discover that the busted sword was the real Muramasa relic, but Ju-hyun explained that it would only reveal its true form once activated. As the relic emitted a powerful aura, it spoke and demanded that Ju-hyun offer 10 sacrifices if he wanted to use it. Kiyoshi was in disbelief as he witnessed this. Ju-hyun inquired if this was the relic's trial, to which the Muramasa relic confirmed and ordered him to kill everyone present. However, Ju-hyun refused to comply and instead asserted his dominance over the relic by tightly gripping the sword. He questioned the relic's demand, suggesting that he could simply use his dominance over it. The relic screamed in response. Ju-hyun then proclaimed that the relic was the one being tested and threatened to break it into pieces if it did not submit to him. The tomb began to crumble as Ju-hyun commanded the relic to obey him. The Muramasa relic put up a final struggle, screaming as Ju-hyun used more dominance. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew, and Ju-hyun finally subdued the Muramasa relic. The relic then transformed into its true form, a perfectly fine katana sword. Ju-hyun declared that the tomb was cleared. Ju-hyun utilized his rope bracelet relic and instructed the group to climb it for their safety. The crowd expressed gratitude towards Ju-hyun for his aid. Ju-hyun stopped Kiyoshi from blending into the crowd and inquired whether he had intentions to harm the group after escaping. Kiyoshi responded by denying any malicious intentions and promised to recommend Ju-hyun to their excavation team. He also assured Ju-hyun that he could use their future guide relic as well. Ju-hyun found amusement in Kiyoshi's statement, as he knew only the original owner of the future guide relic could use it. Kiyoshi countered by explaining that his team was able to operate the relic. Ju-hyun smiled at Kiyoshi and informed him that he too could depart. But he would be the final individual to exit the area. Kiyoshi smiled, believing that his attempt to bribe Ju-hyun had succeeded. As they climbed the rope, Ju-hyun inquired about Kiyoshi's excavation squad, to which Kiyoshi reassured him that there was no need to be concerned because they were members of the well-known TKBM group. Ju-hyun sneered and released the rope to kick Kiyoshi, then grabbed it again. Kiyoshi plummeted and hurt his legs. Ju-hyun expressed gratitude for the information and insulted Kiyoshi, telling him that no one would want to work with someone like him. He also called Kiyoshi a dumbass. Kiyoshi was left alone at the base of the cliff while the tomb crumbled. He screamed in agony, and there was a deafening crash as the tomb collapsed entirely. Somewhere inside the comfort room, Ju-hyun was gazing at himself in the mirror when his relics inside his bag began to demand to be let out and cursed him. This irritated Ju-hyun, prompting him to open his backpack to investigate. He took hold of Muramasa and inquired if it was the culprit, but the relic begged to be freed. Ju-hyun tossed Muramasa into the toilet and ordered it to be quiet, humorously commenting that it should enjoy the taste of the toilet. As a result of forcefully attempting to dominate the relics, Ju-hyun injured his right arm. It was revealed that Ju-hyun's injury was caused by his disregard for the usual method of obtaining relics, which involves completing the relics trials. Ju-hyun's body wouldn't be able to handle the strain for long if he continued on this path, as the more powerful the relic, the stronger their resistance. Ju-hyun believed he had no other choice, as the relics would ultimately betray him if he didn't dominate them. A notification appeared in front of Ju-hyun, offering him a choice between two rewards, the path to domination or the path to sociability. Ju-hyun was suspicious of the crow's motives for making him choose and considered it might be a trial. He ultimately opted for domination, even though it was dangerous. Ju-hyun searched for the reward he was supposed to receive, thinking he might get a prize box in a game-like setting. He discovered a silver pill in his pocket, which was identified as a consumable relic that provided instant food. Ju-hyun was hesitant to consume it, but after some thought, he decided to take the risk since he had nothing to lose. Ju-hyun took Muramasa relic from the toilet because he wants to go home, but suddenly he felt something. He accidentally dropped Muramasa. Ju-hyun realized that the medicine was already taking effect. His injured arm was healing, so he thought that the medicine is a healing relic. He was happy because healing relics are extremely rare and valuable. The status window appeared. It states that Ju-hyun has gained a new skill, the tolerance. He was dumbfounded because it was his first time seeing an ability like this. Ju-hyun realized that it might be created just for him. After the incident, the news about appearance of a mysterious structure at the Seoul Yongdongpo circulated. Someone also reported that there was a group called Japanese Excavation Team that tried to harm the civilians. The Korean government already called the Japanese government and awaiting for their response. Meanwhile, at the Japanese Excavation Team's government officials' boardroom, the officials are scolding the leader of the Japanese Excavation Team because the media was reporting about tombs and relics now. The leader just bowed and apologized. His name was Mori Hiroyuki. He explains that it's because of the Korean in the prophecy, but the officials said that Mori told them that he will take care of it, but the officials didn't believe him easily, so Mori reassured them that he can use the future guide relic to locate Ju-hyun's position. The officials gave him another chance. Mori Hiroyuki was very thankful and assured them that he will do everything to eliminate Ju-hyun. The sun is up, but Ju-hyun is still laying in his bed thinking about his new skill, the tolerance, because if this tolerance was for the relic's poisons, then this will be fucking amazing. All relic users suffer from that side effect. This ability is unique and only Ju-hyun have it. Ju-hyun thought that it might be the crow relic's doing, so he asked the crow relic to respond using the shiny status windows, but there's no response. Ju-hyun smirked and called it a fucking bastard. Suddenly Ju-hyun received a call from his so-called henchman Sung-woo. Sung-woo and his group was at the Las Vegas. Sung-woo told Ju-hyun that they checked the list of participants in the auction event and that there are 3 people with the name JK. After hearing that, Ju-hyun decided to go there to check them out himself. As Ju-hyun stand up, a status window appeared. It states that Ju-hyun have been marked by a rank S relic and his future is being read. Ju-hyun thinks that it's the future guide relic's doing. Sung-woo asked Ju-hyun if he was still there because he's not saying anything. Ju-hyun told them that he will go there a bit later because he have a place to visit first. Alright. Before our protagonist arrive, let me introduce the future guide relic, Prince Shotoku's future guide. During Japan's Asuka period, Prince Shotoku wrote a prophetic sutra called the Future Guide. Although there was no concrete proof of its existence, it was frequently referenced in ancient books. The Future Guide was a relic that chose its owner rather than being entombed. Sasaki Yuka was the one who the Future Guide chose to be its owner. It followed her everywhere, even after she shredded, burned, and abandoned it. Sasaki was frightened by the Future Guide's persistence and asked the Japanese Excavation Team for assistance. With the Future Guide's help, Sasaki's family was able to live a more comfortable life. The excavation team was also able to gather many relics. However, Sasaki abandoned her studies and education to focus solely on the future guide. This caused her to struggle with understanding difficult kanji and utilizing the relic's power effectively. Eventually, another future-reading relic user surpassed her skills, leading to her death. As Sasaki read the future guide relic, she suddenly let out a scream of fear upon discovering that her fate was to die. She speculated that Juhien might be the cause of her death, given that Kiyoshi had also died because of him. Her companions reassured her that she could use her ability to look into the future and prepare for it. Determined to confront Juhien, Sasaki resolved to oppose him. Meanwhile, the protagonist Seo Juhien arrived at Haneda Airport, oblivious to the fact that he was being secretly monitored by the Japanese excavation team. The team discussed Juhien and meticulously reported his every move. Juhien strolled out of the airport without a care in the world. The leader of the Japanese excavation team declared that they would take action against Juhien first. At a random restaurant, Juhien was enjoying his sushi while eagerly anticipating an attack from the Japanese excavation team. He intentionally cursed Sasaki by writing, "Sasaki will die," hoping that the future guide relic would warn her about the curse. Juhien was aware that the relic's marking was incomplete, so he moved slowly to allow the soldiers to catch up with him. Juhien's plan worked, as he was already surrounded by the Japanese soldiers. They ordered Sasaki to act as a food server and serve Juhien sushi. Although she was initially hesitant, they convinced her by telling her that she only needed one eye contact to complete the marking. The soldiers also assured her that they would back her up, as Juhien didn't know her face. When Sasaki opened the door, Juhien smirked and looked at her. Overwhelmed by his appearance, Sasaki placed the plate on the table and thought that it would be a waste to kill Juhien. Juhien graciously expressed his gratitude to Sasaki with a charming smile. He was impressed that she, the future guide relic user, had come in person. As he slowly reached for his sword, he noticed the surveillance team of Japanese soldiers becoming panicked. They feared for Sasaki's safety and called in standby soldiers to intervene. The soldiers were confused as to why Sasaki had not followed the protocol of making eye contact and immediately leaving the area. Suddenly, Sasaki closed the door, leaving the soldiers dumbfounded. She approached Juhien with sparkling eyes and asked if she could be his fan. However, Juhien was taken aback and unsure of how to respond. Sasaki remembered that Juhien was not a celebrity. Meanwhile, the surveillance team watched the CCTV footage, trying to figure out why Sasaki had closed the door. One soldier suggested that she may have been conversing with Juhien to gather more information. Sasaki spoke to Juhien in Japanese, but realizing that he may not understand, she used her cell phone to translate her words. However, the translation was not perfect, and Juhien became slightly annoyed. Nonetheless, he had an idea of what she was trying to say and took the phone to type a response. This was also an opportunity for him. After typing, he showed the message to Sasaki, who looked pleased with what she saw. As the soldiers stood behind the door, they couldn't help but wonder why it was so quiet. Suddenly, a table was thrown and the door broke, and a rope fell down on their heads. They screamed, and after a few seconds, they found themselves tied up. Juhien and Sasaki emerged from the room, and Juhien smiled, telling the soldiers that he had anticipated their move and had set up the rope beforehand. He reassured Sasaki that they were all right and that he had only tied up the soldiers for a short while. Together, Juhien and Sasaki walked out of the room. A few minutes before working together, Juhien had shown his phone to Sasaki and she had laughed upon realizing that the message was written in Japanese. This made her realize that Juhien could speak Japanese. Juhien had commented that she probably came there with the Japanese army and Sasaki had not denied it. Juhien had then patted her head and asked her to escape with him. Sasaki was moved by Juhien's words and had agreed. Her thoughts about Juhien had changed and she wondered if he really wanted to kill her. After safely getting out of the area, Sasaki had thought that they had made eye contact, giving her the advantage to read Juhien's future. However, Juhien had said they were far enough, and Sasaki had remembered she had left her future guide at home. Juhien had then put his sword on Sasaki's neck, telling her to stay quiet and hand over her phone. Sasaki had immediately given him her phone, and Juhien had destroyed it. When Sasaki had asked what he was doing, Ju Hyun had explained that he was getting rid of anything that could track them down. He had then told Sasaki that he knew she was the future guide relic user. Sasaki had become scared and did not know what to do, realizing that Ju Hyun was scarier than she thought. A few minutes later, they entered the couple's room cafe, as the waiter closed the door behind them. Ju Hyun immediately used a rope relic to tie up Sasaki's hands, which made her call him a liar. She couldn't believe he tricked her into going on a date. Ju Hyun chuckled at her and pointed out that they were spending time together in a couple's room cafe, which was essentially a date. Sasaki then asked if he planned to kill her, as prophesized. Ju Hyun admitted that he had considered killing her earlier but decided against it since she was too dumb to pose a real threat. Instead, he asked her to take out her future guide to write down everything she saw. However, Sasaki didn't have it with her, so Ju Hyun asked her to summon it using a tattoo on her arm. After Sasaki summoned the relic, Ju Hyun threatened to kill her if she missed even a single line while writing down everything she saw. After a few hours, Ju Hyun noticed someone approaching. The cafe manager tried to stop the Japanese army, but they ignored her and announced that they would finish quickly. The army leader ordered the soldiers to check all the rooms and exits. Ju Hyun realized that the army had arrived and asked Sasaki how far she had gotten. She replied that she was almost done with the first notebook. Ju Hyun took the notes and said that it was good enough. Sasaki asked if that meant he would let her go. Ju Hyun raised his sword, which made Sasaki think he was going to kill her. Ju Hyun believed that Sasaki was currently misunderstanding something since she thought she was the one using the relic. However, Ju Hyun knew that it was the relic using her. He explained to her that it was the only way for her to survive. Sasaki was on the verge of tears due to fear, but Ju Hyun grinned and stabbed the future guide relic. It screamed and asked Ju Hyun what he was doing. Sasaki was left dumbfounded and collapsed. Status windows suddenly appeared, indicating that Ju Hyun had unlocked a new title as Destroyer of Evil Relics. As a result, there was an increase in his domination trait and a decrease in his sociability trait. His ability to detect relics had also improved. And his spy skill had been promoted from F to E. Ju Hyun had destroyed a higher-ranked relic, and this made him aware of the giant hunter. As one of the soldiers kicked open the door and entered, their leader Mori asked about the future guide relic and why it was disappearing. Ju Hyun calmly replied that he had destroyed it. This angered Mori, who ordered his men to kill Ju Hyun. However, Ju Hyun just smirked and challenged them to try if they thought they had the skills to do so. Suddenly, Ju Hyun threw a mochi relic to them and said that it belonged to Kiyoshi, so he was returning it. He also mentioned that the taste was worth killing for. Then, Ju Hyun vanished. Mori held the mochi relic and smelled it, and the soldiers started fighting over it. The situation quickly turned into a chaotic mess. Ju Hyun successfully boarded a plane and explained that there was no better escape relic than the housemaid's delicious mochi. Not only did it charm the enemy, but it also allowed the user to teleport instantly. At present, Ju Hyun happily examined the notes he had taken from the future guide relic to see what it had stated. Ju Hyun considered that the TKBM group was the one that supported the future guide relic in Japan. This made him speculate that Sasaki might have met CEO Kwon and that the future guide's prophecies might have some relevance to him. While perusing the notes, Ju Hyun discovered a prophecy about CEO Kwon. According to it, in a month, he was supposed to head towards an underworld filled with greed, where an omen related to the world's greatest calamity would start. Ju Hyun deduced that this was most likely the Midas Underground auction house in Las Vegas, where Oh Sung-woo had gone to acquire some intel on CEO Kwon. Sung-woo had mentioned the presence of 3 people with initials JK, leading Ju Hyun to speculate that CEO Kwon could be one of them, and the prophecy seemed to confirm it. However, the last part of the prophecy mentioning the omen pertaining to the world's greatest calamity puzzled Ju Hyun. He wondered if it was a reference to the Great Catastrophe. Ju Hyun recalled that the Great Catastrophe was a global event that marked the immense impact of relics on the world, and it was after this event that the discovery of tombs and relics increased significantly. However, he knew that the Great Catastrophe didn't occur at this point in time. He also noticed that the next line in the notes indicated that, "The God who understands your greed shall ask for your cooperation." As Ju Hyun was analyzing the note regarding the omen of the world's greatest calamity, he came across a line that suggested the appearance of a god-tier relic at the Midas auction house in Las Vegas. This made Ju-hyun speculate that CEO Kwon might have acquired the relic in the past and used it to gain power. Ju-hyun felt confident that he could retrieve the relic from CEO Kwon and couldn't help but smirk at the thought. At the committee board of the Japanese excavation research team, a soldier reported that despite Sasaki regaining consciousness, she was still significantly weak. Additionally, he stated that the future guide appeared to be completely destroyed. The chairman inquired whether Captain Mori and his troops had been shooting each other with their guns, resulting in injuries and incapacitation. The soldier confirmed the director's suspicion. The chairman became angry and stood up, expressing his frustration at the situation. The soldier immediately apologized out of fear. Meanwhile, a girl dressed in black peered through the door and spoke on the phone. She reported that the future guide had been confirmed as destroyed and that the Japanese Defense Force had also suffered damages. A voice on the phone inquired if the girl was suggesting that a single person was responsible for all of the reported damages. She confirmed that it was indeed the case. The person on the other end of the line appeared to be from the TKBM Relic Excavation Department. The girl asked whether she should seek retribution for their losses, but the person on the phone advised against it, stating that it was unnecessary. Ju-hyun was waiting for Sung-woo and his group at a restaurant somewhere near Las Vegas. He wondered why they were running late. As he heard some commotion at the entrance, Ju-hyun turned to see Sung-woo and his group engaging with the crew, who couldn't communicate with them due to their lack of proficiency in English. Sung-woo noticed Ju-hyun and greeted him, but Ju-hyun expressed his dissatisfaction with their tardiness of 30 minutes. Sung-woo explained that they were held up by the crew, who informed them that only attendees of the Midas auction house were allowed entry. The crew threatened to remove Sung-woo and his group by force if they continued to act out. Sung-woo, unable to understand the crew's message, requested they speak in Korean. Ju-hyun interjected, accusing Sung-woo of being arrogant for expecting the crew to speak in Korean despite being in America. Sung-woo was unable to argue with that. Ju-hyun informed the crew that the 3 individuals accompanying him were his guests, and requested permission for them to enter. Ju-hyun even joked with the crew about Sung-woo's group lacking fashion sense. Sung-woo's group was surprised to learn that Ju-hyun could speak English, but they were asked to sit and provide their findings. Sung-woo handed over some documents regarding 3 individuals with the initials JK. Ju-hyun was satisfied with the research and found Sung-woo's group useful. Sung-woo then asked Ju-hyun if he found the person he was looking for. To which Ju-hyun replied affirmatively, put down the documents, and took the auction catalog. Ju-hyun thought that if CEO Kwon was present at the auction house, then there must be a valuable relic there. Therefore, Ju-hyun decided to check it beforehand. Ju-hyun also thought that it's actually possible that a god-tier relic might appear there. While Ju-hyun was browsing the catalog, Sung-woo asked him why he's looking through the auction catalog because only the ultra-rich people successfully bid there. If Ju-hyun want to go for a successful bid, he's only going to end up with his balls ripped off. Ju-hyun just nodded while thinking about the god-tier relics because it's not listed there. Then he asked himself what was that prophecy talking about. Ju-hyun mentioned the Code of Hammurabi and Shakespeare's pen and said that there's still a couple of items that he want to get. Sung-woo heard it and realized that Ju-hyun plans to join the Midas auction event. Sung-woo got up and asked Ju-hyun if he was going to participate in the auction. Ju-hyun casually agreed that he will participate, but Sung-woo objected, insisting that the minimum bid should be between 10 billion to 20 billion won. Sung-woo added that their primary purpose for attending the event was to establish connections, not to buy anything. Ju-hyun responded by smiling and closing the catalog, then asked Sung-woo if he was assuming that Ju-hyun lacked the financial means to buy anything. Ju-hyun stood up and started walking, which made Sung-woo ask about where he was going. Ju-hyun asked if they had forgotten that they were in the city of gambling. He also believed that anything was possible with enough money. Sung-woo was surprised by Ju-hyun's idea of making money through gambling and called him a complete psycho. A few minutes have passed and they find themselves inside a casino, curious about the potential height of the numbers on Ju-hyun's slot machine. Sung-woo's assistant informs them that Ju-hyun has 10 more turns to potentially increase the amount even further. They are in disbelief at what they are witnessing. Sung-woo inquired about the possibility of the slot machines allowing the numbers to reach such heights as Ju-hyun's score was approaching 70 million points and still climbing. Another person explained that it was possible to accumulate that much if one doesn't cash out right away. Sung-woo was amazed and added that what made it even more unbelievable was the fact that Ju-hyun had earned several million wons from playing on various slot machines. Sung-woo was astonished and wondering how Ju-hyun managed to accomplish such a feat. Ju-hyun retrieved the voucher from the machine and stood up from his seat. He then invited Sung-woo's group to relocate to a different spot and instructed them to follow him as he planned to exchange the voucher for cash. While they walked, Sung-woo held the voucher and expressed his disbelief at its value. He also remarked that Ju-hyun may have drawn too much attention to their group and worried about the possibility of encountering dangerous individuals. One of the casino staff stopped Ju-hyun and his group, asking for permission to conduct a search on Ju-hyun. The staff explained that they had never had so many jackpots before. Ju-hyun agreed to the search and raised his arms to allow the staff to check his body. He confidently stated that they would not find anything. The search yielded no results, but the staff inquired about an object in Ju-hyun's right hand. Ju-hyun simply explained that it was a souvenir he had purchased and admired its golden color. Ju-hyun handed over the object for inspection, and the staff confirmed that it was just a regular souvenir. However, Ju-hyun smiled because the souvenir knife was actually a disguise for the Golden Axe Relic. The Golden Axe Relic was feeling embarrassed about its current form and asked Ju-hyun how much longer it had to stay in that form. One of the crucial abilities that a relic user must possess is the skill to alter the form of a relic. The Golden Axe is a relic with the unique ability to identify wealth and valuable items. As a result, Ju-hyun can determine in advance which machines will yield the biggest jackpot and which casinos will have the highest turnout rate. It is a valuable relic indeed. Ju-hyun's crew apologized to him, attributing his success to sheer luck. Sung-woo commended Ju-hyun for avoiding getting caught while cheating and inquired about the secret to his success. Meanwhile, the staff were also inspecting the slot machines to ensure fair play. Ju-hyun approached the counter and placed a voucher on it. The cashier asked how she could assist him. Ju-hyun requested that she convert the voucher into cash. The cashier informed him that he would need to be escorted to their VIP room first. Ju-hyun declined the offer with a smile and urged her to quickly give him the cash instead. After some time, Ju-hyun and Sung-woo's group were preparing to enter another casino when the Silver Axe Relic alerted them of an impending danger. Unlike the Golden Axe that could detect riches, the Silver Axe could sense enemies and mark them as a threat to the relic's owner. Ju-hyun was puzzled as to why the axe was reacting at that moment, considering they were already inside the casino. As they proceeded, chaos erupted, and one of their assailants tried to attack Ju-hyun from behind. Luckily, he quickly subdued the attacker. Ju-hyun found it confusing that tombs were appearing in the surrounding area without any prior indication. Just then, an exquisite lady emerged, and although Sung-woo and his group were enchanted by her attractiveness, Ju-hyun was taken aback because he recognized her. He hastily asked Sung-woo to gather their possessions and depart from the area right away. Irene Hilton is introduced as the youngest daughter of the affluent Hilton Bank family. However, her identity as a wielder of a god-tier relic sets her apart from others. Those who possess god-tier relics are considered the most powerful among all relic users and are granted the God titles. These titles include the God of Fate, God of Conquest, God of Wealth, among others. During the era of relics, these users held complete control and authority. Among them, Irene Hilton was known to possess a terrifying relic that granted her the title of the God of Failure. Anyone who came into close proximity with her would experience extreme misfortune. Irene Hilton's reputation as the God of Failure was not unfounded, as those who came into contact with her often suffered devastating losses. Individuals would lose their fortunes and businesses would go under, and even global financial crises could be attributed to her presence. Due to this, it was widely advised to avoid her at all costs. Irene followed and attempted to stop Ju-hyun, but Ju-hyun ignored her and attempted to open a door, but it suddenly locked. A pop-up window appeared, warning Ju-hyun that an ominous aura was detected from the door, and that his relics would suffer significant damage. Irene grabbed Ju-hyun's arm and asked him to listen to what she had to say. A multitude of status windows manifested. indicating that Ju-hyun was being affected by a menacing aura that was causing his relics to deteriorate and decreasing their usage limit. The aura was also casting a shadow over his luck, resulting in a decrease in his performance. Any endeavor to roll or act would culminate in failure. Ju-hyun withdrew his arm as Irene promptly apologized for her actions. She inquired if he was the individual who had won several jackpots in the casinos and how he had managed to do so. Ju-hyun found it peculiar that one of the wealthiest individuals in the world would be interested in learning about winning jackpots. He expressed his confusion and stated that Irene had mistaken him for someone else before leaving. The trio attempted to persuade him otherwise, but their efforts proved futile and only served to irritate Ju-hyun. When he turned back, he noticed that the trio was writhing on the ground, experiencing stomach pains. Ju-hyun promptly grabbed them and pulled them away from Irene. After a brief period, Ju-hyun made his way to the auction event. While pondering Irene's inquiries, someone shouted from behind, urging him to move away and stop obstructing the entrance for VIPs. Ju-hyun turned and recognized Yoon Si-woo, CEO Kwan's right-hand man, but his attention was drawn to the man behind him, CEO Kwan Tae-jun. Ju-hyun glared at him before letting them pass and concluding that they still had no idea who he was. Ju-hyun intended to acquire all the relics that CEO Kwan was vying for during the auction, and he was confident that he would emerge as the victor this time. The sudden misfortunes affected everyone around. Ju-hyun became aware that Irene was in the vicinity, and he scanned his surroundings to locate her. Upon spotting her, he hurriedly moved in the opposite direction, but Irene soon caught sight of him and called out to him. Ju-hyun was puzzled as to how Irene had managed to find him among the crowd. Irene requested Ju-hyun's attention and spoke to him in a gentle tone, expressing her desperation. Ju-hyun made an attempt to walk away and ignored Irene, but he accidentally bumped into a door. Irene noticed and inquired if he was okay, but Ju-hyun retorted by asking if he appeared fine to her. He also demanded that she stop following him because he believed that the misfortunes he had experienced were because of her. However, Irene replied happily and agreed with Ju-hyun, admitting that it was her problem. After looking around, Irene revealed that she seemed to bring bad luck to those around her. She expressed her desire to have good luck like Ju-hyun's because she believed it was the only way she could bring happiness back to those around her. Ju-hyun contemplated that Irene was the goddess of misfortune, responsible for ruining the finances of many individuals and causing chaos in various nations. He couldn't fathom why she acted the way she did. As Ju-hyun thought about this, Irene reached out and held his hand, imploring him to tell her what she could do to improve her luck and make it as good as his. She assured him that she was willing to do anything to achieve this. The pop-up windows suddenly appeared, indicating that Ju-hyun's tolerance had been triggered once again due to his exposure to an ominous presence from a god-tier relic. As Ju-hyun was under attack by the god-tier relic, his tolerance began to rise. After a few moments, Ju-hyun began to develop immunity to the relic. Ju-hyun had a realization that he no longer needed to avoid Irene and that being around her would further increase his tolerance. He shifted his gaze towards CEO Kwan and noticed that even he was being affected by the misfortune. Ju-hyun decided to take advantage of the situation and use Irene, as the enemy of his enemy is his friend. He complimented Irene's proposal, but also reminded her that acquiring luck is no easy feat. Irene acknowledged his point and Ju-hyun informed her that he would be attending an auction and invited her to come along if she wished. Irene Hilton agreed and hurried off to buy a ticket for the event. Ju-hyun was curious about what Irene Hilton's future held. The 74th auction had commenced, and Ju-hyun couldn't help but notice the sparse attendance. Within 3 minutes of allowing Irene Hilton to join him at the auction, the number of attendees had decreased by half as most of them had left to deal with their sudden misfortunes. Ju-hyun glanced at CEO Kwan, who surprisingly hadn't left despite his factory in China being engulfed in flames. Ju-hyun deduced that CEO Kwan must have had something important that he wanted to acquire from the auction. Irene expressed her gratitude towards Ju-hyun, and he asked her what for. She explained that she was thankful for Ju-hyun believing in what she had told him earlier. Ju-hyun chuckled and told her that it wasn't a big deal. A status window suddenly appeared, indicating that due to Irene's elevated mood, the aura of the relic was becoming more intense, causing the strength of her relic to increase explosively. Irene smiled at Ju-hyun's remark about it not being a big deal, expressing her happiness. However, Irene Hilton was unaware that she had released a powerful surge of energy that caused the entire place to crumble. A status window suddenly appeared, indicating that the aura of Irene's relic had explosively spread up to a 1-kilometer radius, causing severe misfortune to envelop Juhyun. The relics in Juhyun's possession were also receiving critical damage. Complaining that they were about to break, and begging Juhyun to do something. Juhyun was astonished that the happier the user became, the stronger the effects of the relic became. He couldn't believe what kind of psychopathic relic Irene had. Meanwhile, Irene was unaware of what had just happened. Although Juhyun's tolerance skill was increasing drastically, he worried that if the situation persisted, all his relics would break apart. Juhyun managed to find a way to calm Irene down, cautioning her not to get too hopeful and expressing his concern about feeling guilty if they were unable to reach an agreement in their trade. Irene Hilton realized that they hadn't even discussed what they could do for each other. As Irene calmed down, a status window appeared, indicating that due to the decrease in her mood, the strength of the relic's aura had returned back to its normal state. Juhyun observed that the attendees were not in the right state of mind due to the aura of the relic. He realized that he could take advantage of the situation and use the aura to eliminate the remaining attendees. Juhyun intentionally made favorable statements to Irene Hilton to put her in a good mood. He deceived her into believing that he could resolve all of her problems instantly, which made Irene extremely delighted. Due to her immense joy, the aura of her relic became much more potent than before, causing the attendees to lose their rationality and gamble on anything they saw. Consequently, they ended up squandering all of their money on expensive but useless items. During the first half of the auction, all the bidders had already spent their funds on their desired items. This gave Juhyun an advantage during the second half, allowing him to acquire all the relics he wanted without facing any competition. Nevertheless, there were a few relics that he had to surrender to CEO Kwon. This was because Juhyun had a high domination trait that allowed him to resist the aura of Irene's relic. According to Juhyun's perspective, he possessed greater knowledge of relics compared to CEO Kwon. The relics he relinquished to the CEO Kwon were not deemed essential by him. Juhyun assessed his checklist and was satisfied with it. However, the auction was about to conclude, and the prophecy's god-tier relic was yet to be unveiled. Juhyun found this odd and wondered about it. Irene grew impatient during their trade negotiations with Juhyun and suspected that he was stalling. In response, Juhyun suggested that they relocate to a more private setting to continue their discussion seriously. However, their conversation was interrupted when the auctioneer announced the final item, a mysterious almond sapling. Juhyun immediately recognized the sapling, and CEO Kwon seemed to be waiting for it as well. Juhyun explained that the sapling was the Qin Shihuang's elixir plant, a god-tier relic with healing properties. Juhyun eagerly raised his hand to place a bid on the almond sapling, determined to acquire it at any cost. He observed that CEO Kwon had also raised his hand to bid. Juhyun wondered if CEO Kwon had recognized the true value of the relic as well. Emperor Qin Shihuang sent his servants on a quest to locate the elixir of life following rumors of its existence. The search for the elixir persisted for several years until an almond sapling was eventually discovered, which then became the elixir of life. However, before Juhyun's passing, CEO Kwon had already obtained the relic. During that time, Juhyun's body was afflicted by the deadly auras of the relic, and he became reliant on the fruit produced by the plant to survive. Instead of receiving payment, Juhyun was required to fulfill any requests made by CEO Kwon in exchange for the fruit. The relic had become a burden on Juhyun's life and he was resolute in taking it away from CEO Kwon to avoid reliving the same situation in the future. The auctioneer was pleased to notice that a few bidders were showing interest in the sapling. He clarified that this was expected as the fruit from the almond tree was reputed to have rejuvenating properties. Both Juhyun and CEO Kwon appeared to be somewhat embarrassed, particularly Juhyun, who was standing next to Irene Hilton. The bidding commenced at a starting price of $200,000, and both Juhyun and CEO Kwon continued to outbid each other. Realizing that he couldn't surpass CEO Kwon's financial resources, Juhyun struck a deal with Irene Hilton. He pledged to find a solution to her problem in exchange for her assistance in acquiring the sapling. Irene Hilton agreed with a smile, stating that she had no qualms about the arrangement as she never loses when it comes to money. CEO Kwon increased his bid to $100 million, causing Ju Hyun to believe that any amount beyond that was beyond his financial means. Thus, he deemed it an appropriate moment for a substitution. Unexpectedly, Irene Hilton raised her hand and proposed $150 million, shocking everyone present. In a state of panic, CEO Kwon countered with $160 million, but Irene remained composed and increased her offer to $200 million. CEO Kwon inquired of Irene why she chose to join the bidding at that moment instead of earlier. Yoon Si-woo advised CEO Kwon to withdraw from the bidding, cautioning that Irene Hilton, daughter of the affluent Hilton family, possessed an immeasurable amount of wealth. Despite this, CEO Kwon persisted, clenching his teeth as he proposed $220 million and vowed to not give up after coming this far. They continued to raise their bids by millions. But ultimately, the elixir plant was sold to Irene Hilton for $500 million. A few minutes later, they were inside the waiting room where Irene asked Ju Hyun about his plans to resolve her issue. She inquired if he would share his luck or provide a charm to enhance her own. Ju Hyun smiled and explained that the problem could not be remedied by adding or giving more items to her. Rather, he needed to extract something from Irene, an item she possessed, to resolve the issue. Ju Hyun believed that he needed to remove the misfortune relic that Irene possessed, hoping to acquire it for himself. In the end, the situation will benefit him the most. According to Ju Hyun, Irene possessed an unusual item that trailed her wherever she went. And he advised her to surrender it to remedy the problem. However, Irene refuted having any such possession. Ju Hyun requested that she discard all of her belongings. Despite already having done so in the past, Irene claimed that nothing had returned to her. Ju Hyun then inquired if Irene experienced random tattoos appearing on her skin. Irene reacted uneasily, affirming Ju Hyun's assumption. In a general sense, there are two major classifications for relics: expendable relics and possession relics. An instance of a possession relic is when tattoos manifest on a person's body. Ju Hyun provided an example of this by mentioning Sasaki Yuka, who had a tattoo on her arm. By forming a bond with the future guide, a possession relic, getting a tattoo is a sign of becoming its master. Although expendable relics can be used by anyone, possession relics have no internal limitations, but only their masters can use them. In the past, only the powerful relics were monopolized, and they were all possession relics. Irene offered to show her tattoo to Ju Hyun and handed over her phone to him. When Ju Hyun took the phone and looked at the photo, he noticed that Irene had a tattoo on both arms. Irene asked him if there was an issue or if something was wrong. Ju Hyun realized that Irene's relic was a rare parasitic type that forcefully resided in the user's body. Knowing that her relic was a god-tier relic with a reputation for misfortune, he had expected it to be something like the golden apple of Eris. Ju Hyun wondered about the kind of relic Irene had. Ju Hyun returned Irene's phone to her. Ju Hyun believed that there was no way he could extract the terrifying ability from Irene's body. So, in that case, he would have to come up with another solution. He informed Irene that he had thought it would be a simple task. But he was mistaken. Ju Hyun then gave her his phone number and suggested that they try to come up with a solution together when they have more time. Ju Hyun then left to retrieve his items. Ju Hyun concluded that if that ability could not be forcefully extracted from Irene, then it would be best to turn her into an ally. Forming connections with others was also a good idea, because they might prove to be useful someday. The staff informed Ju Hyun that the almond sapling now officially belonged to him since he had completed the payment. However, Ju Hyun would have to finish his payment before picking up the other items. Ju Hyun agreed. He then stated that he would have his subordinates come with his payment. The crew found this amusing and advised him to take his time. Ju Hyun began to wonder why Sung-woo wasn't picking up, and he couldn't shake off the feeling that something was off. He questioned if he had left a cat in charge of the fish. Ju Hyun interrupted the crew and requested a favor, stating that it was nothing special. He assured him that he would be handsomely rewarded and proceeded to take money out of his pocket. As the trio ran through the dark alley, they believed they had put enough distance between themselves and Ju Hyun to avoid being found. One of them suggested taking a quick break and Sung-woo agreed, stating that the bags they were carrying were too heavy. Sung-woo mentioned that he was out of breath and asked if everyone still had their bags. His companions confirmed that they did, and one of them exclaimed that they were now filthy rich. Sungwoo remarked that they had more than enough money to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. Suddenly, a golden axe narrowly missed Sungwoo's head. Ju Hyun approached the group and questioned them, demanding to know how they dared to take his money and run away. The trio, startled and frightened, scared Sungwoo inquire about how Ju Hyun managed to locate them. Ju Hyun pondered to himself that it wouldn't be difficult to find the trio of scoundrels if he used the golden axe. Sungwoo was making excuses, but Ju Hyun interrupted and told them to stop with the excuses or risk losing their head. Sungwoo eventually admitted that they have made a grave mistake. Ju Hyun then took out a relic from his pocket, saying that he would have to use it now. Sungwoo asked if it was a stone meant for scrubbing Ju Hyun's feet, but Ju Hyun simply instructed them to wait and watch to see what would happen next. Ju Hyun held the relic in his hands. Suddenly, a large stone pillar materialized behind him. The trio stood there in astonishment. They asked Ju Hyun about the sudden appearance. The code of laws, established by King Hammurabi during the ancient Babylonian era, contains a famous phrase known as, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Just like that phrase dictates, Ju Hyun was able to reciprocate whatever harm the enemy had inflicted upon him. It functioned as the perfect counter-relic. Ju Hyun informed the trio that he had acquired a brand new relic from the auction house that day. He had managed to obtain it earlier than usual due to a favor he made with one of the staff members there. Ju Hyun smirked and told them that, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. He announced that he will answer their betrayal with another betrayal. The trio's hands were suddenly bound, which caused them great shock. Ju Hyun, who had initially been unsure if his plan would work, was amazed that it was functioning properly. He followed the code of Hammurabi, which called for retribution in kind, and sought to retaliate against his enemy with the phrase, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. However, since the code of Hammurabi is also a book of law, Ju Hyun became curious about whether this artifact could also constrain the opponent's present and future actions. After all, that is the essence of the law. The restraints vanished and Sungwoo inquired about the sudden occurrence. Ju Hyun dismissed it as nothing significant and claimed to have been testing the power of the relic. Ju Hyun cautioned that as long as the trio did not betray him in the future, they would remain safe. However, Ju Hyun warned that any attempts to repeat their previous behavior would result in their bodies being torn apart. Status window appeared. It states that due to the code of Hammurabi, the relic has started to monitor the actions of the intended subjects. Ju Hyun informed the group that they could view it as though they had entered into a slave contract with him. Upon hearing this, Sungwoo expressed surprise and inquired about the terms of such an agreement. As the stone pillar vanished, one of Sungwoo's subordinates whispered to him, expressing belief in Ju Hyun's honesty as the pillar had appeared and vanished quite rapidly. Sungwoo asked Ju Hyun if he had psychic abilities, to which Ju Hyun replied casually in the affirmative. Ju Hyun then reminded them that the world is about to turn upside down but reassured them that they will be fine because they are Ju Hyun's little slaves. Ju Hyun stated that the contract they were offered may be labeled as a slave contract, but it is not a disadvantageous deal. He even promised to provide compensation if they performed their duties properly. Ju Hyun mentioned that they could potentially earn more money than what they were attempting to steal from him. Additionally, he assured them that they could earn as much money as they desire. Sungwoo became convinced and inquired about the type of work they needed to do. Ju Hyun responded by saying that they would find out soon enough. The following day, the three of them went to Ju Hyun's place. Sungwoo pointed out that Ju Hyun had told them to arrive there by 9 o'clock, but Sungwoo was perplexed when he observed the pot, shovel, and soil and asked Ju Hyun what they were for. Ju Hyun inquired of Sungwoo what he was confused about, remarking that it was all part of their work. Ju Hyun directed them to the small sapling in the corner and informed Sungwoo that their task was to cultivate and nurture this sapling. The sapling seemed to be protesting and called Ju Hyun a filthy human for the way he was treating it. Sungwoo was taken aback and asked why the tree was making a fuss. Ju Hyun explained that it wasn't going to bite them, so he instructed them to quickly plant it in the pot. He added that it was best they didn't make him repeat himself. He also reminded them to treat the sapling with care, as it was worth $500 million. Upon hearing this, Sungwoo was astounded that it was worth that much. Sungwoo then grabbed the sapling, prompting the sapling to wonder which filthy human was holding him. The sapling felt comfortable with the way Sungwoo and the others were holding him and accepted them for the time being. Ju Hyun reminisced the night when he had formed a contract with the sapling, noting that it had been so loud that he had not been able to get any sleep. The sapling detested users who had high domination traits and tended to prefer those with high sociability traits. Ju Hyun thus thought that Sungwoo and the others were the ideal caretakers for the sapling. Ju Hyun assigned them the task of managing the sapling mainly because he did not want to take care of it, but the trio were actually perfectly suited for the job. Suddenly, his phone rang and he noticed that the number was familiar. He answered the call, thinking that even though he didn't have the number saved, it was one he knew all too well. The man on the phone asked if he was talking to Ju Hyun and introduced himself as the CEO of TKBM, Kwon Taejun. Ju Hyun replied and asked what business CEO Kwon had with him. He had a smile on his face, thinking that the number CEO Kwon was using to call him was his personal number. He thought to himself that if CEO Kwon was calling his number, it meant that he had already started investigating him. CEO Kwon got straight to the point, stating that he had heard Ju Hyun was the one who had taken the almond sapling from Irene Hilton. He further added that he wanted to have a conversation with Ju Hyun concerning that matter. Ju Hyun replied that he had nothing to say to CEO Kwon. If it was about the almond sapling, before ending the call, CEO Kwon was infuriated by what Ju Hyun had done, calling him an arrogant little shit. Yoon Si-woo was concerned and asked if the talk had not gone over well. CEO Kwon replied that Ju Hyun had not even listened to what he had to say and had just ended the call. Yoon Si-woo was angry and couldn't believe that Ju Hyun had just ended the call. He called Ju Hyun a rude and ignorant bastard for not recognizing who CEO Kwon was. CEO Kwon informed Yoon Si-woo that even though Ju Hyun was an ignorant bastard, he still had the almond sapling with him. He further explained that out of all the relics he had seen so far, the sapling had the strongest aura by far. CEO Kwon realized he should have done everything he could to obtain the sapling last night, and if it hadn't been for Yoon Si-woo's interference, he would have fought till the end. Yoon Si-woo immediately bowed asking for CEO Kwon's forgiveness. Yoon Si-woo couldn't believe CEO Kwon was blaming him for his loss. He thought he had just done what was best for the situation, and assumed that he would need to resolve the issue somehow. However, Yoon Si-woo also saw this as a perfect opportunity for him to earn even more recognition from the president. He then told CEO Kwon that he would take full responsibility for the situation and promised to do whatever he could to secure the sapling. Yoon Si-woo arrogantly said that Ju Hyun was a commoner and would be easy to deal with. He then asked for CEO Kwon's permission to get his hands dirty a bit, and requested to use some of the relics in the company storage in order to get the sapling from Ju Hyun. Back at Ju Hyun's place, Sungwoo was making a fuss about Ju Hyun's decision to hang up on CEO Kwon. He called Ju Hyun an ignorant bastard for not recognizing that CEO Kwon was the country's most powerful and influential figure and asked Ju Hyun if he wasn't keeping up with news, causing Ju Hyun to be annoyed. Ju Hyun then turned around and gave Sungwoo a chilling stare, taking out his golden axe and asking Sungwoo if he wanted him to chop him in half with it for being rude. Sungwoo was about to say something when Ju Hyun declared that he was going to head out for a bit and ordered Sungwoo to keep tending to the sapling. Before leaving, Ju Hyun reminded Sungwoo to make sure to take a daily photo record of how the sapling was doing. Ju Hyun waved his hand and threatened Sungwoo that if he tried to do something stupid again, something bad would happen to them. Sungwoo cursed him and told him that he knew. Ju Hyun left the room and was now in the hallway, thinking that CEO Kwon was the type of person who would do whatever he could to get his hands on something he had set his eyes on. He further thought that CEO Kwon was soon going to track down his whereabouts and probably try to ambush him. Ju Hyun took out his silver axe, thinking that if he wanted to keep the sapling safe, he would have to interfere with his pursuer. Since the silver axe was reacting right now, it meant that he had already started his pursuit. Ju Hyun purposely moved around in the open in order to attract whoever was chasing him. In the end, he eventually came across Yoon Si-woo. Ju Hyun looked at Yoon Si-woo, thinking that he was working alone, which made him think that CEO Kwon was still looking down on him. However, he noticed an aura emanating from Yoon Si-woo, although it was faint, and he could still detect it, leading him to believe that Yoon Si-woo had a relic with him. Ju Hyun thought of a plan and smiled. Yoon Si-woo was standing in front of the bar talking on the phone about the status of their pursuit of Ju Hyun. Yoon Si-woo was angry because the person on the other side of the phone couldn't track Ju Hyun. Yoon Si-woo entered the bar, still talking on the phone, and threatened the one he was talking to that he would not get compensated if he couldn't track Ju Hyun. Suddenly, he noticed a man drinking alone, realizing that it was Ju Hyun, the one he was looking for. Yoon Si-woo approached him and asked if he was Seo Ju Hyun, to which Ju Hyun smiled, thinking that Yoon Si-woo was a fool for taking the bait. Ju Hyun ignored Yoon Si-woo while thinking that Yoon Si-woo didn't even realize he was caught in Ju Hyun's trap. Yoon Si-woo frowned, thinking to himself that he knew Ju Hyun had heard him. He called out to Ju Hyun again, but Ju Hyun still did not respond. Yoon Si-woo lost his patience and got near Ju Hyun, shouting at him to respond when someone was talking to him. Ju Hyun finally responded, causing Yoon Si-woo to fall down. Ju Hyun asked Yoon Si-woo as to where he had learned his manners, asserting that if he had business with him then he should be asking politely and not yelling in his face. Yoon Si-woo retorted that it was Ju Hyun who had started this in the first place. Now that Yoon Si-woo was there, Ju Hyun could sense the Relic's aura even more strongly. Thus, he decided that he would be taking the Relic with him. CEO Kwon was able to discover that Ju Hyun had the elixir plant in his possession. Just as Ju Hyun had anticipated, CEO Kwon sent someone to trace Ju Hyun's whereabouts. However, the individual who was assigned to track Ju Hyun was Yoon Si-woo and only him. Even though Yoon Si-woo was a proficient relic user who was equipped with certain relics, that would not be sufficient. Yoon Si-woo denounced Ju Hyun as a bastard for hitting him. Ju Hyun snickered, believing that CEO Kwon still had a low opinion of him for sending just Yoon Si-woo. He further remarked that if that was the case, then he would take all the relics that Yoon Si-woo had with him. Ju Hyun mentioned that Yoon Si-woo should work on his manners. He instructed Yoon Si-woo to speak because he knew that Yoon Si-woo had some significant business with him, so Ju Hyun would listen to what Yoon Si-woo had to say. Yoon Si-woo was pissed at this point but he was restraining himself. Yoon Si-woo heaved a sigh and declared that he would let it go for the sake of their president. He then informed Ju Hyun that they had encountered one another the previous night at the Midas, adding that it had to do with that matter. Ju Hyun feigned ignorance, claiming that he did not remember seeing Yoon Si-woo there. Yoon Si-woo was pissed and he demanded Ju Hyun to stop messing around, certain that Ju Hyun had seen him. Ju Hyun continued to irritate Yoon Si-woo, claiming that he now remembered seeing Yoon Si-woo at the Midas, adding that Yoon Si-woo had been the loser who had been kissing that elderly man's ass, thus causing Yoon Si-woo to lose his temper. Ju Hyun smiled as he watched Yoon Si-woo's anger flare up. A system message popped up indicating that the opponent had started to become agitated, and thus, had begun to have a decrease in his control over the relics. Upon observing the system message, Ju Hyun thought to himself that just as he had anticipated, Yoon Si-woo's weak point was his temper. Ju Hyun reflected on the time when he was still under the control of CEO Kwon, recalling that Yoon Si-woo had always been easily swayed by the words of others. Even though Yoon Si-woo acted tough on the outside, he had a huge inferiority complex buried within him. He had once been the heir to a large corporate firm, but because of his actions, he had done some foolish things, fooling around, and had eventually been disinherited and thrown out. It was due to CEO Kwon that Yoon Si-woo had been able to attain some degree of success in his life. Yoon Si-woo may have been putting in a lot of effort for CEO Kwon, but it was because he was simply attempting to gain more approval and commendation from CEO Kwon. Yoon Si-woo had never once curtsied to anyone else in his entire life. In the past when Ju Hyun had been employed with TKBM, Yoon Si-woo had done all he could to provoke a fight with him. But if someone were to prod at Yoon Si-woo's inferiority complex, he would always become incensed and blow up. Because of this, Yoon Si-woo was unable to properly use higher-ranking relics. That was due to the fact that the control over the relics was highly reliant on the user's mental state. With all the information Ju Hyun had on Yoon Si-woo, he decided he could just use it to his benefit. Ju Hyun then told Yoon Si-woo that he now remembered that CEO Kwon had reached out to him earlier but he said that he really needed the sapling relic. So he asked Yoon Si-woo what he figured Ju Hyun should do. Yoon Si-woo was perplexed and asked Ju Hyun what he was referring to which Ju Hyun answered that all he was saying was that he would not be able to give up the elixir plant so easily. Upon hearing this, Yoon Si-woo was even more confused. Ju Hyun mentioned that if Yoon Si-woo asked politely then maybe he would give it to him. He further remarked that the plant was something that he had received as a present, so he could offer it to Yoon Si-woo if he truly wanted it. Yoon Si-woo thought he knew what Ju Hyun was speaking about, so he had no choice but to lower his head to Ju Hyun and thank him for his assistance. Yoon Si-woo then requested Ju Hyun if he could now surrender the elixir plant, emphasizing that it was a critical item for them. As he bowed his head, Yoon Si-woo had a thought that after obtaining the plant from Ju Hyun, he would tear him apart. Ju Hyun then burst into laughter, unable to believe that Yoon Si-woo had actually bought his story. He said that he wished he had an entertaining fellow like Yoon Si-woo as one of his henchmen. This made Yoon Si-woo completely lose his temper. He then pulled out and opened a vial that held a relic, and lunged forward to try and attack Ju Hyun. Ju Hyun effortlessly evaded Yoon Si-woo. Yoon Si-woo wondered why the relic was not functioning, and Ju Hyun then seized Yoon Si-woo's head and pushed him to the ground. Ju Hyun reminded him that he had already cautioned him and said that it would not work, not after Yoon Si-woo's control over the relics had reduced. Yoon Si-woo was astonished that Ju Hyun was familiar with relics. Ju Hyun said that he did, and then he took the relic from Yoon Si-woo. After obtaining the relic, Ju Hyun realized that the relic was a possession type of relic. He then told the relic that he was its new master now. Ju Hyun then poured the powder relic onto Yoon Si-woo. Yoon Si-woo demanded Ju Hyun to stop and begged him to do anything but that. Ju Hyun grinned as he poured the powder relic and thought that the name of the relic was, the Voodoo Priest's Zombie Powder. Not only was this a rank a possession type relic, it also had an extraordinary ability. Ju Hyun remembered that voodooism had begun among the people of Africa when they were enslaved. One of the convictions in voodooism was that those who were culpable of their misdeeds would be transformed into a zombie. This rumor acquired a considerable amount of attention, and was thought to be the truth, which eventually caused this relic to be created. Ju Hyun peered at Yoon Si-woo's unconscious state while thinking that if someone touched or inhaled the powder, they would temporarily lose their consciousness and become a mindless zombie. Ju Hyun then left Yoon Si-woo on the floor and the bartender came to inspect Yoon Si-woo. Ju Hyun remarked that it should impede CEO Kwan's efforts in trying to hunt after him. He decided to quickly pack his belongings while he still had time since it was time for him to depart Las Vegas. The following day, CEO Kwan went to the prison to inspect Yoon Si-woo. The foreign detective asked CEO Kwan if the person in the jail was his, but CEO Kwan did not bother to respond and instead he left. The foreign detective repeated his inquiry, but this time the bodyguards of CEO Kwan answered and declared that it was correct. CEO Kwan was highly displeased after watching the footage of Yoon Si-woo's scandal. One of Kwan's employees asked him what the appropriate course of action was, as the U.S. authority was not inclined to let the issue slide. Furthermore, the department leader, Yoon, was still not in his right frame of mind. Kwan replied that there was not much they could do in their current predicament and that they had to obey the U.S. authorities' commands. CEO Kwan mentioned that the issue had not only spread throughout America but had also reached Korea. He noted that his name had been tarnished due to its association with the scandal. He then instructed his men to go and recover the relic that Yoon Si-woo had been using. Nonetheless, one of his personnel informed Kwan that when the U.S. authority had discovered department head Yoon Si-woo, they had stated that Yoon Si-woo had had nothing on him, and it appeared all of his possessions had been confiscated or stolen by someone. Kwan was taken aback upon hearing this. His staff suggested that they should begin by investigating the places that Yoon Si-woo had been at, but Kwan declared that there was no need, asserting that it was clear the person who had put Yoon Si-woo in his current state had taken his relic. CEO Kwan's personnel were astounded, noting that Yoon Si-woo had been highly capable in his use of a relic. Thus, they wondered who could have done this to Yoon Si-woo. CEO Kwan was convinced that Ju Hyun had been the one to reduce Yoon Si-woo to a pitiful state. He added that it was feasible that Ju Hyun had a large group supporting him, or it was possible that Ju Hyun was highly proficient in the use of relics. Kwan then ordered his men to send his lawyer, Lee Ji-na. Kwan remarked that, in the end, Ju Hyun was just a bratty child and that he would settle down if they gave him some sweet candy. At the Las Vegas McCarran International Airport, Ju Hyun and the others were preparing to depart. Sung-woo inquired as to the purpose of the new items, to which Ju Hyun reminded him to refer to him as Hyung-nim, which Sung-woo eventually did. Ju Hyun instructed him to ensure that none of the items were lost, as they were going to be their source of funding from that point forward. Sung-woo grabbed the bottle containing the zombie powder relic, not knowing its real value, and commented that it didn't even look that valuable. Ju Hyun was pleased with what he had achieved thus far. He had been able to obtain a fair amount of relics in Las Vegas, and all he needed to do now was transport them all securely to Korea. The relics that he had gathered in Korea included the Egyptian funeral knife, the gold and silver axe, the escape rope, and the muramesa. At the Midas auction house, he had managed to secure the Code of Hammurabi, Shakespeare's pen, Marie Antoinette's necklace, and Emperor Qin's elixir plant. He also had the zombie powder relic that he had taken from Yoon Si-woo, as well as the foxtail millet and the Homeros glasses that were in Yoon Si-woo's belongings. He appeared very content as he contemplated that it was more than enough funding for his relic excavations, adding that he would be able to gather even more relics from then on. Suddenly, a woman approached and introduced herself as the TKBM's exclusive lawyer, Lee Ji-na, asking Ju Hyun if he was indeed Seo Ju Hyun, to which Ju Hyun replied that he was. Ju Hyun was aware that the woman was Kwon's second henchman, and he wondered what Kwon was plotting. At the cafe near the airport, Lee Ji-na brought up the fact that they are aware that Ju Hyun is in possession of Yoon Si-woo's belongings, so denying it and being defensive would be pointless. She also mentioned that CEO Kwon was quite impressed by Ju Hyun's abilities, being able to surpass Yoon Si-woo, and so had sent Lee Ji-na to make him an offer for a job as a part of their TKBM's excavation team. Ju Hyun expressed that he was wondering why Lee Ji-na had come to him, but it was for a slave contract. Lee Ji-na noted that Ju Hyun's statement was rather harsh, then going on to assure him that he wouldn't receive a better offer than this one. She mentioned that they would provide him with a down payment of $100 million, as well as a yearly salary, and that they wouldn't interfere with his daily life, only his job would be associated with TKBM. Ju Hyun inquired of Lee Ji-na what would happen if he declined her offer, adding that her offer held no value to him, and that he already knew what CEO Kwon was planning. Lee Ji-na gave Ju Hyun advice as someone who had lived longer than him. She stated that when conversing with another person, it was best for him to choose his words carefully. Lee Ji-na mentioned that not only was this good practice for Ju Hyun, but for everyone else too. However, she decided to let it slide since she believed Ju Hyun was still a young child who had yet to experience the realities of life. Lee Ji-na asked Ju Hyun if he had considered what kind of repercussions his act of theft could cause him. She gave him an example by stating that the people who were associated with Ju Hyun would all disappear without a trace. She warned him not to think for one moment that he was an exception. Ju Hyun smiled and asked Lee Ji-na if she was threatening him. He gave her advice as well, saying that when one tries to pick a fight with someone, they should always choose their opponents wisely. Ju Hyun took out the zombie powder relic from his pocket and declared that the only person who would disappear without any trace right now was Lee Ji-na. Lee Ji-na hadn't expected Ju Hyun to take out the relic, but she was confident that he wouldn't be able to use it with many people around him since she believed that Ju Hyun didn't want the existence of relics to be known to the public. Ju Hyun then removed the cork of the vial, inquiring of Lee Ji-na if she truly thought he wouldn't be able to do it. Near the airport, where Sung-woo and the others were located, they heard a sound coming from the cafe where Ju Hyun was at. The other man asked Sung-woo if they should check it out. Inside the cafe, Lee Ji-na was on the floor telling Ju Hyun to take the zombie powder relic out of her. She yelled at Ju Hyun and called him crazy, unable to believe that he had actually used his relic. Ju Hyun informed her that he really didn't care if the world knew about the existence of relics or not, since he was different from the rest of them. Ju Hyun then asked the onlookers what they were doing, telling them to hurry and record it, remarking that it was pretty cool seeing all the shiny powders floating around. He then added for them to make sure to upload it to online platforms. Ju Hyun said that since Lee Ji-na was still okay after coming in contact with the zombie powder, he was guessing her control over the relics must be pretty high. Ju Hyun told Lee Ji-na that if she had a relic with her, it was best that she used it right now because his next attack wouldn't be so easy to deflect. After hearing this, Lee Ji-na went on the offensive, utilizing her water cannon relic to attack Ju Hyun. Ju Hyun commented that Lee Ji-na's attack was not bad, but he had the Code of Hammurabi relic with him. He stated an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and the attack was deflected back to her. Lee Ji-na was defeated and realized that the relic Ju Hyun had was the Code of Hammurabi. Ju Hyun was now brandishing the silver axe, attempting to attack her, but Lee Ji-na told him to wait as she begged for forgiveness, saying it was her loss. Suddenly, Sung-woo appeared. He asked Ju Hyun what he was doing, inquiring if he was seriously planning to kill someone in broad daylight. Ju Hyun replied, reassuring him that the silver axe wasn't going to kill anyone, but it would completely destroy anything valuable the person held. The police had responded after hearing some sort of explosion occurring at the cafe where Ju-hyun was at. The officers assumed it might be a terrorist attack, so they advised to close down the entrances and fortify the boundaries, adding that they had received word that a naked woman was sexually harassing the bystanders near a cafe. CEO Kwon heard everything the police officer had said and was infuriated that his plan hadn't worked again. Ju-hyun grabbed the relic Lee Ji-na had dropped a while ago. He then revealed to Sung-woo the existence of spirits residing in relics, to which Sung-woo found unbelievable. Suddenly, Ju-hyun heard a voice telling him to follow the direction of her voice because the place he was at right now would soon fall into chaos. Ju-hyun asked if it was the crow, but he didn't get an answer. Sung-woo was confused as to why Ju-hyun was speaking to thin air. Ju-hyun looked at him and wondered if his underlings couldn't hear the voice he heard. The voice told Ju-hyun to follow it, to which Ju-hyun told the relic to stop ordering him around. Ju-hyun began punching the air, angry because the crow had sent him to the past with zero warning and had turned his life into some shitty game imitation, and now the relic was finally talking to him. The crow told him that he would regret not heeding to her commands. Ju-hyun told the relic to stop messing around because he would never believe the words from Relics. Suddenly, CEO Kwon entered the scene and said Ju-hyun had made quite a scene, inquiring if he was CEO Ju-hyun, to which Ju-hyun replied, "Yes I am." Sung-woo was in awe to personally see Kwon Tae-jun. He was confused as to what was going on and wondered if everything was going to be alright. Kwon Tae-jun casually approached them and introduced himself, remarking that it was his first time seeing them. Sung-woo attempted to greet Kwon Tae-jun, but he noticed that he couldn't move his body. Ju-hyun realized that Sung-woo and the others were unable to move due to Kwon Tae-jun's unique relic, calling him a bastard. Ju-hyun then took out a knife and snuck behind Kwon Tae-jun, putting the knife at Kwon Tae-jun's neck while saying that it was a bit troublesome if CEO Kwon was being like this. He then told CEO Kwon not to attempt to dominate humans, especially if they were someone else's subordinates, advising CEO Kwon that it was probably best if he stopped now. CEO Kwon stopped putting pressure on Ju-hyun's subordinates. CEO Kwon finally understood why Yoon Si-woo and his lawyer were in such a state. It was because Ju-hyun's skills were better than expected. CEO Kwon then added that Ju-hyun had remarkable talent in controlling his relics, leading him to conclude that he would not be able to contain himself. Kwon Tae-jun remarked that there had been a prophecy he heard a while back. It declared that there would come a day when the world would know about the existence of relics. Ju-hyun assumed that Kwon Tae-jun had obtained some prophecies using the future guide. Kwon Tae-jun did not want that to happen because he still had a lot of things he wanted to do with the relics. Therefore, he arrived at the conclusion that if he were to get rid of the people who knew about the existence of relics, then the day of the aforementioned prophecy would be postponed for a while longer. Kwon Tae-jun then activated his relic and declared that it was a great reason to get rid of people like Ju-hyun. Ju-hyun asked Kwon Tae-jun if he was showing his true colors. Kwon Tae-jun observed that Ju-hyun and his subordinates were not disappearing, pondering that the relic he had should have sent Ju-hyun and the others to an alternate dimension far away from this world. Ju-hyun then revealed a color black ticket-like relic and inquired as to whether it was the one Kwon Tae-jun was referring to. Kwon Tae-jun, with a troubled look, asked Ju-hyun when he had stolen it from him. Ju-hyun responded that he had stolen it from Kwon Tae-jun earlier when he had sneaked up behind him. Ju-hyun confidently declared that he was quite skilled with his hands. He mockingly told Kwon Tae-jun that he would use the relic well, causing Kwon Tae-jun to become irritated. Kwon Tae-jun posed the question to Ju-hyun as to whether he had the audacity to steal his relic, to which Ju-hyun replied that he should have done a better job safeguarding it. Ju-hyun thought to himself that the talent Kwon Tae-jun most frequently complimented him for was his pickpocketing skills. A system notification appeared stating that Ju-hyun's pickpocketing skill had been upgraded to rank D and he had unlocked the title pickpocketing that amazes even the gods. It was also revealed that he had discovered a new ability called Thief's Hand. Ju-hyun inquired of Crow if she was still going to remain committed to the entire game pretense, but he decided to let it be and requested that Crow inspect the relic statistics for him instead. After assessing the relic, he learnt that the relic he had stolen from Kwon Tae-jun was the Lonely God's Invitation, a rank SS God tier relic with an allowable usage of 43/50. He put the relic in his pocket and thought that he truly wanted to send Kwon Tae-jun to an alternate dimension, but he could not because his domination control was still too low for the Lonely God's Invitation relic at present. Kwon Tae-jun exuded a dark energy and asked Ju Hyun if he was still willing to fight. He noted that Ju Hyun had made a grave error in supposing that the relic he had was the only one Kwon Tae-jun possessed. Ju Hyun had been aware all along that Kwon Tae-jun typically carried multiple powerful relics with him. One of the mightiest relics Kwon Tae-jun owned was the Conqueror's Relic. This relic possessed the power to seize control of another person's mind and order absolute obedience from them, much like Irene Hilton's relic. The relic Kwon Tae-jun had was of the parasitic type. Ju Hyun had never been able to uncover the precise details regarding this relic, since Kwon Tae-jun was tight-lipped about it. All Ju Hyun knew was that this relic was located somewhere on Kwon Tae-jun's body. Ju Hyun then contemplated that he could try and sever Kwon Tae-jun's arms and legs to gain more insight, but that was something he could not do, since Kwon Tae-jun also had an armor-type relic. Kwon Tae-jun chuckled and asked Ju Hyun if he was scared now, adding that he had not even activated the relic to its full potential. Ju Hyun thought that Kwon Tae-jun's body was essentially an impenetrable fortress that had been equipped with an extremely powerful weapon. However, since the Conqueror's Relic was connected to people's consciousness, once activated, it was an incredibly loud and chaotic relic. If Kwon Tae-jun started to wield the relic, the entire area would be thrown into a chaotic disorder. Ju Hyun then asked Kwon Tae-jun as to the cause of all the commotion. He further asked if he had not wanted the existence of the relics to remain unknown to the public. Kwon Tae-jun answered confidently that it simply meant he would have a few more people to handle afterwards. Nevertheless, Kwon Tae-jun had concluded that Ju Hyun would be a greater problem for him if he allowed him to live. Kwon Tae-jun was about to utilize his relic when Crow suddenly interjected, urging them to cease their actions, thus distracting Ju Hyun and Kwon Tae-jun. Crow informed them that they were in a perilous area where vicious jackal dogs lay dormant. If they did not stop their powers, the jackal dogs would awaken from their sleep. Kwon Tae-jun realized that Crow was a relic, noting the powerful vibes it was emitting, leading him to believe that Crow must be a high-ranking relic. Ju Hyun was questioning what Crow had said, wondering if there were any tales that related to the jackal dogs. He speculated if it could be about the Egyptian god of death, Anubis. He pondered if the site they were at was a tomb that contained Anubis relics. Kwon Tae-jun paid no heed to Crow's warning and fully released the energy of his relic, proclaiming that after he had finished with Ju Hyun, he would take the Crow relic for himself. Suddenly, a menacing voice declared that they were quite foolish, and everyone in the cafe felt the ground tremble. They were left wondering what was happening. A system notification appeared, warning Ju Hyun that an abnormal number of lethal Egyptian auras were attempting to enter his body and, due to the potency of the death relics, Ju Hyun's relics had started to suffer damage. Furthermore, an abnormal amount of powerful relics that could result in an apocalypse had started to appear. Ju Hyun thought that what was occurring was the Great Catastrophe. The same scene that he had witnessed in the past. It was an occurrence that indicated the commencement of a chaotic era dominated by relics. The airport then had been torn apart as ancient Egyptian structures erupted from the ground. It was certainly the tomb of the Anubis relic. The Great Catastrophe, in a nutshell, was when colossal tombs started to emerge and had an effect on the entire world. A system notification appeared stating that the malevolent Egyptian tombs had started to manifest everywhere in the world. Upon reading the system message, Ju Hyun declared that the catastrophe had begun, pondering what he should do now. Sung-woo shouted out to Ju Hyun and asked him what was happening. Ju Hyun replied that it was nothing much, clarifying to him that they were all trapped inside a perilous tomb. Ju Hyun specified that it had all occurred since Kwon Tae-jun had refused to cease exhibiting his powers. Kwon Tae-jun stated that it had never happened before when he had used his relics. Meanwhile, Sung-woo asked Ju Hyun what he meant by they were trapped, questioning him how they could escape from it. Ju Hyun told Sung-woo and the others that, if they wanted to leave the place since it was a tomb, they just needed to clear the tomb. After they had cleared it, the tomb should vanish. He asserted, however, that the issue was that clearing the tomb was not going to be an effortless task. Ju Hyun contemplated to himself that, in his previous life, it had taken him around 3 months to clear a tomb created by the Great Catastrophe, but matters were a lot different to how they had been then. Ju Hyun informed Sung-woo and the others that it was a fortunate thing that they were beginning at the core of the tomb. He then instructed them to follow him to meet the supposed master of this tomb. Kwon Tae-jun hindered them from leaving, informing Ju Hyun that he had never said that they could just depart without his permission. Ju Hyun asked Kwon Tae-jun if he was still going to behave like that in this situation, expressing that it was common sense for them to try and figure out a way to conquer the tomb first. Kwon Tae-jun responded that he could contemplate that after he had slain Ju Hyun and his cohorts. Kwon Tae-jun also added that it also meant he could take the relic of this tomb for himself as well. Ju Hyun, with a troubled expression, contemplated to himself that Kwon Tae-jun was an arrogant bastard, but he assumed that it was not an unfounded confidence. Kwon Tae-jun clenched his fist and a powerful pressure was released, causing Ju Hyun and the others to kneel down. Ju Hyun declared that, as always, Kwon Tae-jun was too impetuous. Kwon Tae-jun smirked and said that Ju Hyun's speech was still quite crude. He conveyed to him that that was not the way Ju Hyun should address someone who was now his master. Sung-woo and the others were feeling more and more pressure, stating they were being crushed to death. He asked Ju Hyun if they were going to die. Kwon Tae-jun thought to himself that it was strange, since usually by now most people would have lost consciousness. Suddenly, the relic appeared and announced that those crude humans had the potential to dominate them, causing Ju Hyun and Kwon Tae-jun to be on alert. Kwon Tae-jun asked the relic who they were, to which the relic shouted back and asked who they were to be creating a scene in their domain. Ju Hyun and his companions were freed. Ju Hyun pondered to himself that it must be due to those relics that the conqueror's relic of Kwon Tae-jun was not working correctly. Ju Hyun gazed at the relic and came to the conclusion that the relic was, without a doubt, Set, a god-tier relic. He exclaimed that out of all the possibilities of what could have appeared before them, it had to be Set. In Egyptian mythology, Set was one of the 9 major gods. He was the god of desert, darkness, chaos, and evil. Because of this, Set's relic was exceptionally violent and malicious, and it was well known for destroying the lives of any relic users who owned it. Another relic appeared and declared that being dominated by a human was inconceivable and that they must get rid of them. Set concurred, adding that they would mercilessly destroy them. Sung-woo was taken aback upon seeing that another one had appeared, but Ju Hyun realized that the relics that had appeared were not only 2. Ju Hyun figured to himself that the black Doberman-like hound must be Anubis and the necklace that Anubis was wearing must be Osiris. The crook and flail symbolized Osiris. Osiris was one of the 9 major gods. He was the god of fertility and afterlife. Anubis was the god of death and tombs. He was a god that guided deceased souls to the afterlife. Ju Hyun could not believe that all 3 god-tier relics had shown up there. He reasoned that it was no surprise that his previous life had been filled with an endless amount of tombs. Set wondered what trial they should assign Ju Hyun and the others in order for them to enjoy tormenting them. Anubis replied that he was not sure yet. Set was suddenly infuriated, scolding Anubis that there was no reason for them to be granting them a trial. Anubis told Set to have some dignity. However, Set did not care about dignity. Set asserted to Anubis that he was already angered by having to share the same space as those puny humans. Ju Hyun grinned as he watched the system message pop up, saying that it was interesting. The system message declared that due to the malicious relic's aura, Ju Hyun's immunity had started to increase. Ju Hyun then stated that he did not think those relics were planning to let them live. Set then decided that he would go first and proclaimed that the best way to handle those insignificant bastards was to first oppress them with strength. Ju Hyun had a worried expression and stared at Set, thinking that Set was coming. As Set's relic began to attack them, the other 2 relics joined in as well, and in a matter of seconds, the malicious auras surrounded them. Ju Hyun's subordinates started to bleed heavily, causing them to panic. As he looked at his subordinates, Ju Hyun thought to himself that, as expected, without the immunity skill, the body would quickly be ruined. Kwon Tae-jun fell on his knees, pondering what was occurring right then. Ju Hyun turned around and noticed that even Kwon Tae-jun was not safe from the deadly auras. Ju Hyun then told his subordinates to leave the area and take cover, further clarifying that since Sung-woo and the others were just worthless creatures to those relics, they should be able to just leave the area. Sung-woo replied, expressing that he did not know if he should be happy or sad about that. Sung-woo then commanded his subordinate to pick up the unconscious one and reminded him to hold him tightly. Kwon Tae-jun coughed and looked at Ju Hyun and asked him how it was that Ju Hyun was perfectly fine. Ju Hyun confidently replied that it was because of their difference in skills. Kwon was infuriated to hear what Ju Hyun said and called him an arrogant bastard. Set was wondering why Ju Hyun was perfectly fine, to which Osiris inquired if they had gone too easy on them. Set told the other relics to do their job properly. The Egyptian relic detected something peculiar about Juhien. Juhien then utilized the code of Hammurabi relic and asked the Egyptian relics if that was all they had. Anubis chuckled at Juhien, inquiring what he was planning to do with his inferior relic. Set informed Juhien that his relic's rank was far inferior to their ranks, then threatened Juhien that they would make him regret looking down on them. Set then launched his attack. Juhien smirked and declared, "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth," saying that they should let them taste their own medicine. Juhien remained still and blocked Set's relic's attack, and the attack of Set bounced back at him, causing Set to think that it was impossible. Juhien told them that that was what happened when they only looked at the rank and let their guard down. Anubis remarked that it seemed they needed to use something other than just their auras. Anubis then instructed Set to let them use his skills and attack Juhien, but Set instantly refused, explaining that if they used their skills, their lifespan would decrease. Set's relic was also sure of this now. The scent from earlier was definitely the crow's scent, further adding that Set could smell that crow off of Juhien. Osiris was confused. Osiris was wondering if the crow Set mentioned was the traitor that was trying to help humans, but Anubis found it inconceivable because the crow had already been sealed away. Osiris asked if Set Relic's nose had finally gone crazy. Set was furious at Osiris and asserted that his nose was perfectly fine, before asking Osiris if he was picking a fight with him now. Juhien was curious as to why the Egyptian relics had not been fighting each other from the beginning, and that was because Set and Osiris were together. It was unavoidable that they would begin fighting one another. Juhien recollected that in Egyptian mythology, Set committed a heinous deed. He was jealous of his brother, Osiris, and eventually killed him. The historical context of these stories also served to bring influence towards how the relics interacted and behaved with one another as well. Juhien found this to be a favorable situation for him. He was planning to attack them while their attention was diverted elsewhere. However, Anubis realized that Juhien was planning something, so he told his siblings to regain their senses and center their attention on their task. Set and Osiris were not listening, so Anubis did not have a choice but to take care of the issue himself. Juhien told Anubis that it seemed Anubis was the only one with some senses. Juhien then stated that he would beat Anubis first. Anubis caught Juhien off guard and called him an arrogant bastard and used some unknown power to teleport him to an unfamiliar place. Anubis declared that someone like Juhien would never be able to pass his trial. Upon hearing the word trial, Juhien came to the conclusion that he was in some sort of trial. Juhien found himself atop a scale. Anubis then revealed that Juhien was on the scale of judgment and that his judgment was about to begin. Juhien thought to himself that the scale of judgment was Anubis' ultimate trump card, but if he could pass the trial, the Anubis relic would be his for the taking. Juhien realized that since Anubis' aura attack had not had any effect on him, Anubis had resorted to this method. However, Juhien also thought that this merely created an opportunity for him to take Anubis into his possession. In Juhien's past life, he had encountered the first user of the Anubis relic. That relic user had informed Juhien that the Anubis relic would ask a sequence of questions, and all he had to do was answer each question with a no. The original user of the Anubis relic had not been able to recall all the questions the Anubis relic had asked, but he did tell Juhien that the questions were all very easy. Juhien contemplated that if the questions were easy enough for a child to answer correctly, then he wouldn't need to worry. All the juries had gathered and the Anubis began to ask Juhien 42 questions. The Anubis said that if Juhien was able to answer no to all of the questions, he would pass his trial. The Anubis warned Juhien that, if he lied to any of the questions, the monster that lurked in the darkness would read his guilty heart and consume him. Juhien thought to himself that everything was exactly as the original user had told him. The first question was, have you ever committed an act of theft? Juhien found himself in a troublesome situation as he remembered that he had, in fact, done so, and quite a lot of it. The Anubis relic laughed, saying that he had known as much. The Anubis then said that Juhien could now listen to the second question, to which Juhien told him to wait as he was still mulling over the Anubis question. The second question was, have you ever lied before? Juhien reasoned that he had done a considerable amount of that as well. The third question was, have you ever beaten anyone before? Upon listening to the questions, Juhien came to the conclusion that it wasn't because the questions themselves were easy that a child was able to pass it, but it was because that kid hadn't lived long enough to commit all those sins. The Anubis relic wagered that Ju Hian was thinking that he wouldn't be able to reply no to at least one out of those 42 questions, before asking Ju Hian if he was correct. The Anubis then seized Ju Hian, saying that, as expected of a human, being ridden with sins, Ju Hian's heart was heavier than iron. Ju Hian was now confronting a monster unknown to him. He panicked, begging the Anubis to give him a second chance. The Anubis then released Ju Hian, and at that moment, Ju Hian realized that he had messed up. The monster engulfed him as Ju Hian thought that he was falling again. Ju Hian ended up in a desert-like location where many skeletons were scattered around. Ju Hian opened his eyes and got up, noticing a zombie-like monster hovering around. He couldn't believe that he didn't even get a moment of respite. Ju Hian then picked up a bone and readied his stance, waiting for the monster to come at him. He declared that he didn't care if all the monsters attacked him at once because he would kill them all. Ju Hian fought and fought, but there were too many of them. He was in an extremely troublesome situation, being pressed to the ground and thinking that it was the end of him. He couldn't believe that he was going to die again. Suddenly, crows interfered. The crows said that Ju Hian was in need of assistance, calling him a fool. Crow appeared before him, stating that it had been some time since it had done this itself. Ju Hian asked the crow what it meant when it said it had been a while, understanding that this was the past. The crow replied that it did not matter which timeline it was in because it was one. Ju Hian inquired as to what the crow was speaking of, and Ju Hian noticed that the monsters were still after him again. The crow stated that nothing would alter in the space where Ju Hian was located. Ju Hian stood up while the crow said it would aid Ju Hian in leaving that place. The crow declared that it would be more enjoyable to employ Egyptian powers to defeat Egyptian gods. Ju Hian asked the crow what it was and why it was helping him. The crow did not reply to Ju Hian before then emitting a blinding light. Outside the space where Ju Hian was located, Set and Osiris were observing the sphere, awaiting for the trial to conclude. Set remarked that it was taking longer than expected. The sphere had cracked, and Set pondered if the trial had finally ended, but Osiris remarked that something was off as the space of judgment created by Anubis was being forcibly ripped apart. Set could not believe what Osiris had said, stating that a mere human could not possibly do that. The sphere eventually exploded, leaving the two relics in shock. Set was astounded at the power of the sun god Ra. Set exclaimed that he knew it was the audacious thief crow, while Osiris was attempting to awaken Anubis. Set shouted, claiming it was evident that the crow had done this to Anubis, and he was certain that the crow had been locked away, wondering how the crow had reappeared. Set denounced the crow as a foul scoundrel, remarking that he still remembered the crow standing on the human side to destroy their brothers and absorb their powers. Ju Hian asked the crow what they were discussing and if it was true, but the crow did not answer. Osiris advised Set that they should use their powers because they had to take charge of the situation and notify the others. Set was infuriated, but he agreed with Osiris due to the fact that there was no other choice. Set then declared that he would wipe out everything now that matters had developed in this way. Set and Osiris eventually employed their powers, causing the ground to crumble and numerous dead monsters emerged from the ground. The crow informed Ju Hian that it was not merely the space this time, for the dead would rise from all over the world, so the crow could not assist Ju Hian anymore. Ju Hian replied, saying that he knew, adding that he had not expected the crow to. The crow questioned Ju Hian as to why he was not shaken, considering that every dead monster had appeared and there was no way of escaping the tomb. Ju Hian declared that he was not an idiot and that it was different from before, so he could use his relics there. He also stated that he knew they were there somewhere, as the relics' true forms were mere objects that could not move by themselves. Ju Hian leapt, preparing his next attack, and the crow laughed, stating that it was exciting and looked forward to what would happen. Ju Hian continued to slay the dead monsters as if it was nothing. The true forms of the three relics were standing at the very back, observing Ju Hian. Osiris Hourglass Relic said that Ju Hian was having fun, but Set's Pile Relic commented that Ju Hian had his limits, yet the army of the dead was infinite. Anubis Ink Cross Relic was pondering what was going on, and Osiris told Anubis to assemble himself because they would take care of Ju Hian on his behalf. Osiris Hourglass Relic then encouraged Set to attempt harder this time. Set's Pile Relic cackled wickedly and remarked that it was an excellent plan, before then announcing that they would destroy Ju Hian for good this time. The Egyptian relics activated their powers, causing the dead monsters to mutate into an even more potent monster. Ju Hian was astounded while wondering what those enormous monsters were. The colossal dead monsters attacked Ju-hien, and Ju-hien evaded and retaliated, yet his attack proved to be fruitless as the evolved monster was tougher than he had anticipated, resulting in his blade being stuck in the massive dead's body. However, this did not bother Ju-hien as he had another knife relic called the possessed knife of an Egyptian mortician there. The knife relic felt a familiar energy and declared that it felt as if it was at home. Ju-hien realized that the knife relic was responding. Pondering if it was due to the fact that the knife was an Egyptian relic as well. The knife relic said that Anubis was nearby and it felt so powerful. Ju-hien replied that it was nice and asked the knife if it could locate Anubis. The knife relic proclaimed that it was a great suggestion. Ju-hien then instructed the knife relic to direct him to Anubis. At the location of the 3 Egyptian relics, Set was laughing while expressing that now that the dead bodies were bigger in size, it was more convenient to have so much space. Anubis asked them if they had utilized their powers, and Osiris answered that they had no other choice. Set said that he did not know why, but the relic predator crow had resurfaced. Anubis now comprehended why he had been defeated. Set said yes, and the timing of the incident was not ideal, so he had to inform the others. Suddenly, Ju-hien appeared and slashed Set's pile relic, causing Set's pile relic to be cut in half. Ju-hien then defeated Osiris' hourglass relic. Ju-hien slashed the Anubis relic, yet he did not annihilate the true form of the Anubis. The Anubis true form questioned Ju-hien as to why he was doing this, and Ju-hien answered that it was nothing. Ju-hien then ordered the Anubis relic to reopen the trial as he thought the trial results were incorrect last time. The Anubis replied, saying that it had never set 2 problems for a single human, and even if it reopened the trials, Ju-hien would not be able to pass. Ju-hien assured the Anubis relic that he would succeed, then threatened the Anubis to alter its list of questions unless the Anubis desired to be shredded into pieces. The Anubis relic had no choice but to reopen the trials. The large scale and 42 juries reappeared in the same form as before. However, not all of them were completely intact. Ju-hien noticed that the Anubis was smaller than it had been previously. Just as the Anubis was about to tell Ju-hien the first question, Ju-hien suddenly strangled the Anubis and commanded him to be quiet. Ju-hien then instructed him to ask the questions he told him to ask. The Anubis was taken aback by the question Ju-hien wanted to ask. The Anubis was pissed, demanding from Ju-hien what he meant, and what purpose would the posthumous judgment have if questions were designed like that. Ju-hien asked why he should care, reasoning that it wasn't even the posthumous judgment. Ju-hien then questioned the Anubis if he thought he was dead. Ju-hien commanded him to repeat after him if he didn't want to die, and then threatened that he would shatter him into pieces if he didn't comply with his orders. The Anubis kneeled down, begging Ju-hien why humans didn't want to own them and if Ju-hien didn't care about the Anubis being shattered. Ju-hien declared that he would own the Anubis, but added that if that didn't work out, he would destroy the Anubis relic. Ju-hien further added that if the Anubis relic broke, that would mean they weren't meant to be together. The Anubis relic looked at Ju-hien, seemingly contemplating something, before having no choice but to follow Ju-hien's orders. The Anubis relic then hesitantly asked Ju-hien if he had committed theft. Ju-hien told the Anubis relic to speak louder as he could not hear him. The Anubis relic cursed loudly, yelling as he asked Ju-hien if he had committed theft. Ju-hien kicked the Anubis relic, telling him to watch his mouth while the juries watched the pitiful state of the Anubis. Ju-hien told the Anubis relic to speak with respect and without the swear words. The Anubis politely asked Ju-hien if he had committed theft, to which Ju-hien confidently replied yes. Ju-hien was now wondering what the second question would be, causing the Anubis to become irritated. The Anubis inquired of Ju-hien if he was going to go through every question like that, to which Ju-hien answered that of course he was. The trial went smoothly in Ju-hien's favor. He answered yes to all questions by adjusting them to be advantageous to him. The relic of Anubis was on the brink of tears when the trial was finished. A system message popped up, informing that Ju-hien had successfully completed the task given by the large tomb and one of the 3 relics made by the large tomb had fully surrendered to Ju-hien. Ju-hien had successfully cleared the large tomb of the Anubis relic. Because Ju-hien had obtained a god-level relic, he received a plethora of messages informing him that multiple things had been upgraded. Ju-hien had increased his power over Egyptian relics by successfully overcoming the god-level relic. His tolerance to death-type relics heightened to level C, and he was bestowed with the titles of Tomb Raider and Dishonest Tomb Raider, which increased his tomb excavation and theft attributes respectively. Ju Hian then instructed the relic to shut down the tomb, causing it to break apart. Kwon Tae-jun observed the large tomb crumbling and could not believe that Ju Hian had gotten his hands on the relics. Kwon Tae-jun looked at Ju Hian while thinking to himself that Ju Hian was a frighteningly skilled individual. Kwon Tae-jun also thought that Ju Hian wasn't an amateur that he could simply get rid of, instead concluding that if he couldn't kill Ju Hian, then he must have Ju Hian working for him. A system message popped up, informing that a portion of the large tombs covering the earth had been defeated. As there was no power to maintain the large tomb, it completely vanished from the world. Once the tomb was gone, Ju Hian felt relieved that he could now get some fresh air. Suddenly, Kwon Tae-jun called out to Ju Hian and courteously remarked that he had not recognized such skill. Kwon Tae-jun apologized to Ju Hian, admitting he had been too rude to him previously. Kwon Tae-jun formally proposed to Ju Hian, inquiring if he would like to work with him. Ju Hian replied that he thought Kwon Tae-jun had wanted to kill him, to which Kwon Tae-jun answered that that was before they knew each other. Kwon Tae-jun elucidated to Ju Hian that the relics would modify the world, and in the altered world, people like Ju Hian had the highest potential. As the chairman of TKBM, Kwon Tae-jun guaranteed the utmost backing to Ju Hian. Kwon Tae-jun further added that Ju Hian should swim in bigger oceans and that he desired to refine Ju Hian's potential and skill. Kwon Tae-jun then commanded Ju Hian to work for him. Ju Hian was pissed and pointed his sword at him. Ju Hian was exasperated because Kwon Tae-jun had the audacity to suggest working for him while Kwon Tae-jun had requested to work with Ju Hian. Ju Hian further proclaimed that that line revealed Kwon Tae-jun's malicious intentions. As Ju Hian held his blade towards Kwon Tae-jun, he remarked that Kwon Tae-jun would invest in him. However, Kwon Tae-jun would require Ju Hian to produce results in proportion to the investments. He further explained that Kwon Tae-jun could then discard Ju Hian as if he were nothing when Kwon Tae-jun felt like it. Ju Hian then pointed out that all Kwon Tae-jun wanted to do was use him. Kwon Tae-jun chuckled while making excuses, saying he was just expressing his thoughts, and then asked Ju Hian why he was so sensitive. He further commented that, at the moment, he possessed more than Ju Hian did, which is why it may appear as if Ju Hian was working for Kwon Tae-jun. Kwon Tae-jun also argued that it was reasonable to expect returns on his investments. Kwon Tae-jun further clarified that Ju Hian should scratch his back, and he would do the same, remarking that that was how the world worked. Ju Hian thought to himself that Kwon Tae-jun sounded like an old snake. Kwon Tae-jun continued to persuade Ju Hian, telling him to consider it. He said that Ju Hian may find it challenging to manage it alone, and Ju Hian would have to go through a myriad of hazardous events like that to collect relics. He further mentioned that if Ju Hian ended up injured, he could talk to hospitals connected to his company. Kwon Tae-jun hadn't even finished his words when Ju Hian suddenly slashed him. Ju Hian was infuriated while thinking that there was no way Kwon Tae-jun would provide healthcare. He thought that he could not simply stand there and listen to the nonsense Kwon Tae-jun was speaking. He thought back to the day the Bosniakia Rosica had ended up in Kwon Tae-jun's hands. Kwon Tae-jun treated him like a slave, utilizing it as bait to cure his disease. Kwon Tae-jun smirked, he was amazed, and complimented Ju Hian, saying it was incredibly quick. As the scattered blood was returning to his body, the cut tissue was repairing itself automatically. It was the power of the defense relic that Kwon Tae-jun owned. Kwon Tae-jun's body had been dipped in the Styx River, thought to be a relic of god-level power. Achilles was a soldier who appeared in Greek mythology. His mother was the goddess of the ocean, Thetis, and his father was a human, Peleus. Thetis desired her son to be immortal like her, so she dipped her son's body in the river of Styx, keeping a hold of Achilles' tendon. As a result, Achilles obtained a hard and strong body, though his tendon remained his weakness. Ju Hian remembered the tale of Achilles' death from the arrow to his tendon and thought that, being a relic of Achilles, it must have its own vulnerability. The problem was that Ju Hian did not know where it was. Kwon Tae-jun then questioned Ju Hian if he had now grasped why he was beneath him. Kwon Tae-jun grinned arrogantly and declared that he acknowledged Ju Hian's aptitude, but he stated that Ju Hian could not defeat him. He went on to say that he was not asking for a fight, but wishing to be Ju Hian's ally. Ju Hian smiled and ordered the Muramasa relic to gather all of his strength, causing the Muramasa to inquire what Ju Hian was doing, and an energy emitted from the sword. As Ju Hian held the Muramasa relic while energy was radiating from it, he asked Kwon Tae-jun if he had heard of something called mutiny, because that was what he was about to do. Ju Hian acknowledged that Kwon Tae-jun was right, as it was a sensible decision to get on Kwon Tae-jun's side, but he did not desire to, informing Kwon Tae-jun to think of it as him detesting the look of his face. Ju Hian further added that the Muramasa was also the ideal weapon for mutiny because it became stronger with the higher rank of its opponent. Ju Hian then shouted and declared that he would prove if Kwon Tae-jun would keep quiet if he stabbed him with the full power of the Muramasa. Kwon Tae-jun yelled and called him a crazy bastard, inquiring why he was going too far. Ju Hian slashed Kwon Tae-jun with the Muramasa, causing him to bleed heavily, and an explosion occurred. Ju Hian attacked Kwon Tae-jun with maximum domination applied to Muramasa, producing a power multiple levels higher than the original relic, yet this would ultimately lead to the relic breaking. Kwon Tae-jun criticized Ju Hian for going too far, and he wasn't wrong, because the action Ju Hian was taking was reckless. However, Ju Hian would not allow his archenemy to get away so easily, and Kwon Tae-jun's domination relic activated itself out of feeling threatened. If Ju Hian stepped into the range of the relic, he too would be in danger. Ju Hian activated the code of Hammurabi relic to reflect some of the impact back to Kwon Tae-jun, thus bombarding him once more and causing him to be thrown away. Upon seeing the beaten state of his archenemy, Ju Hian concluded that the relic of Achilles and the relic of domination must have suffered great damage, leading him to believe that Kwon Tae-jun would not be able to act out for a while. Ju Hian's Muramasa relic was completely broken and the Hammurabi relic had suffered damage as well. Despite doing this much, he was unable to end Kwon Tae-jun's life, leaving him extremely annoyed. Sungwoo and the others came back, calling out to Ju Hian and asking him what had happened. Ju Hian was astonished to see them alive. Sungwoo thought that Kwon Tae-jun was dead, to which Ju Hian replied that he was not, though he wished it was so. Sungwoo then asked Ju Hian if he was going to kill Kwon Tae-jun, to which Ju Hian answered that they should just leave it be, as he believed Kwon Tae-jun would be stuck in a hospital for a while. He thought to himself that he had no way to kill him either. Ju Hian then decided to leave, saying he was hungry and they had to go get something to eat. However, Ju Hian was not sure if there were any restaurants that survived the impact. Sungwoo told Ju Hian to wait for them. Ju Hian then reminded Sungwoo to speak politely to him, as his patience was running thin, to which Sungwoo complied politely. Ju Hian and Sungwoo watched the news regarding the recent events that had occurred whilst Ju Hian was eating. The news reporter was reporting about the damage caused by the anomalous event, having received tip-offs from those who had witnessed monsters. One of the witnesses said that he had seen dead bodies emerging from the ground, remembering that it appeared to be a mummy and some people were using superpowers with peculiar objects. Sungwoo remarked that every single channel was talking about that. Ju Hian declared that the entire world would know about relics now, puzzling Sungwoo as to what a relic was. Ju Hian informed Sungwoo that the relic was the stuff he had placed on the bed. Sungwoo looked at the relics on the bed, confused as to how powerful they were. Ju Hian reminded Sungwoo that he had warned him the world would change drastically and those who possessed good relics would obtain power from that point onward. The relic called Ju Hian a damn owner, lamenting that its body was breaking apart. Sungwoo noticed that the relics were on the verge of breaking, to which Ju Hian replied that that was indeed the problem, but he was confident that it would be resolved quickly because he had useful friends. Sungwoo was curious. So he inquired of Ju Hian as to what he meant by friends. At night, inside the hospital, CEO Kwon lay on the bed and watched the news about the phenomena happening across the world. The media was reporting about the emergence of tombs and relics, which had become a topic of discussion. Additionally, the government decided to conduct research on these relics. CEO Kwon expressed frustration and wondered when the media would cease discussing the tombs and relics. He was extremely angry and exclaimed that he had put in a lot of effort to keep the existence of the relics concealed from the public. He blamed CEO Ju Hian for the current situation. CEO Kwon expressed his desire to harm Ju Hian but was unable to do so due to his unhealed body. His staff attempted to soothe him and calm him down. An elderly man entered the room and laughed at CEO Kwon before inquiring about what had happened. He locked the door behind him and commented that CEO Kwon looked unwell. CEO Kwon turned his gaze towards the person and addressed him as Edward. Edward asked the staff to remain outside, and they complied, Edward took a seat and observed that CEO Quan had been behaving erratically lately. He also suspected that CEO Quan had called forth the large tomb. CEO Quan swore that he had no prior knowledge of the tomb's appearance at the airport, and claimed that it had been an accident. Edward remarked that it was irrelevant now since the incident had occurred after CEO Quan activated his relic. He recommended that CEO Quan should keep a low profile for some time since his clients were furious. CEO Quan was taken aback and inquired if everyone was aware of the situation. Edward verified the information and revealed that he was their source of information. He poured himself a drink from the bottle and CEO Quan inquired why Edward had shared the information with others. Edward nonchalantly stated that he wasn't only a weapons dealer but also an information dealer. CEO Quan expressed his belief that Edward had no concern about earning his trust. In response, Edward stated that he had to provide accurate information in order to establish trust. Edward emphasized that if CEO Quan had made a mistake, it was his responsibility to rectify the situation. However, Edward questioned why CEO Quan's healing process wasn't progressing. Edward mentioned that he knew about CEO Quan's immortality relic. CEO Quan expressed confusion about why the relic wasn't functioning and speculated that it might have been damaged. He then shifted the blame to Seo Ju-hyun, asserting that everything was his fault. Edward expressed interest in Seo Ju-hyun for damaging the immortality relic. He pointed out that CEO Quan's main issue was the damaged relic and suggested that the solution was simply to fix it. Edward rose from his seat, prompting Quan to ask whether there was indeed a way to repair the relic. Edward offered to connect CEO Quan with a relic restorer and emphasized the importance of CEO Quan continuing to collect relics, as it was necessary for Edward's own success as a middleman. He then bid CEO Quan farewell and cautioned him to take care before departing. CEO Quan clenched his teeth in frustration. In the hallway, Edward instructed his staff to investigate Seo Ju-hyun's identity. The staff acknowledged his request and agreed to do so. At a later time that night, Yoo Jae-ha's phone rang, interrupting his focus. He asked the caller's identity before realizing it was Edward calling him. Jae-ha answered the call and greeted Edward, who expressed surprise at how quickly Jae-ha had picked up. Edward remarked that Jae-ha answering the phone immediately indicated that he was running out of money. Jae-ha chuckled and acknowledged that Edward knew him all too well. Jae-ha explained that he had been caught committing fraud and was now pretending to be dead. Edward burst out laughing and Jae-ha mentioned that on top of everything, his car had broken down and he had to pay for secrecy agreements, leaving him unable to leave the house. Jae-ha expressed his frustration, saying that the situation was driving him crazy. Edward claimed that Jae-ha had faked many things, including his own death. Jae-ha accepted it as a compliment. Jae-ha inquired if Edward had contacted him to offer a job, and Edward confirmed that he had. Edward mentioned that there was a request for relic restoration. Jae-ha expressed his disdain towards such requests, stating that he disliked them since the restoration work was so exhausting. Edward inquired from Jae-ha whether he believed that earning money was easy. Edward reassured Jae-ha that this time the requester was a significant figure. Kwon Tae-jin, the chairman of TKBM. This revelation greatly surprised Jae-ha. Filled with joy, Jae-ha questioned the authenticity of the information, and Edward chuckled in response. Edward then asked Jae-ha what he thought, emphasizing that there was no need for concern about not receiving payment. Jae-ha confidently stated that he would complete the task without any hesitation. He expressed his gratitude towards Edward. The following day, Ju-hyun and his group arrived in front of an art gallery, which was the destination indicated by the address given by Irene. Sung-woo asked Ju-hyun whether he believed that Jae-ha was truly alive. Ju-hyun replied that Jae-ha was not someone who could be easily killed. He then invited his companions to enter the art gallery. Upon their arrival, the staff greeted them. Ju-hyun inquired whether Yoo Jae-ha was present at the gallery that day. The staff apologized and informed him that their CEO was not in the office at the moment. Ju-hyun sensed the energy of a relic within the gallery. Sung-woo questioned aggressively whether Jae-ha was truly absent and suggested that he might be faking his death. Ju-hyun grabbed Sung-woo's ear and pulled him away from the assistant. He whispered to Sung-woo, asking what he was doing. Sung-woo responded that they needed to find a way to make the assistant talk and reveal more information. Ju-hyun informed Sung-woo that they had come to lure Yoo Jae-ha out and requested him to use his brain. After conveying this message, Ju-hyun turned towards the staff and expressed an apology. The staff member expressed her confusion about the group's intentions, but cautioned them against behaving inappropriately. The staff member provided an explanation that their CEO had passed away in a car accident some time ago. Ju-hyun then placed the bag containing the relics onto the table and feigned acceptance of the staff's statement. He then asked for suggestions on what he could do with the items, considering that Mr. Uchiha was already dead. Upon examining the contents of the bag, the staff was taken aback by the sheer quantity of relics it contained. She noticed that all of them are relics, with 10 in total, some of which seemed to be of a high rank. Ju-hyun was able to discern the thoughts going through her mind as he could read it on her facial expression. Ju-hyun thought that it's time to bring the discussion to an end. He asked the staff if she was able to identify the relics that were inside the bag. Ju-hyun then requested her help, elaborating that the relics were all highly valuable, despite being damaged. He emphasized that the task of restoration did not necessarily have to be undertaken by Uchiha specifically, but he required someone capable of repairing them. Ju-hyun mentioned that since the staff worked for Uchiha, he assumed that she possessed the necessary skills to repair the relics. Ju-hyun asked if she was capable of repairing the relics he possessed. The staff hesitated momentarily before informing them that she needed to use the restroom quickly. Ju-hyun reassured her that it was okay and that he would wait for her there. Ju-hyun smiled and thought to himself that he was certain that Yunmanhai, Uchiha's assistant, would react in the way she did. He was aware of Yunmanhai's greedy nature, just like her boss Uchiha. Ju-hyun was confident that Yunmanhai would not miss the opportunity to get her hands on those relics. He also had no doubt that Uchiha was still alive. As the staff entered the restroom, they called Jae-ha and informed him that there was a problem, specifically a relic. Jae-ha appeared confused and asked the staff what she was talking about. The staff explained that someone was present to request relic restoration from Jae-ha. However, Jae-ha instructed the staff to send them back as he was currently preoccupied with TKBM and would be occupied for a while. The staff responded that this was not the issue at hand. The staff explained that Ju-hyun had brought in more than 10 relics, some of which appeared to be of the Egyptian god level. Jae-ha was taken aback upon hearing this information. The staff commented that the individuals who had brought in the relics appeared to be easily deceived. She then asked Jae-ha for advice on what to do. Jae-ha expressed interest in the situation and smirked, thinking of it as an opportunity to earn some extra money. He instructed the staff to take the relics to the restoration room and assured her that he would join her soon. He guaranteed that he would make the most perfect fake replicas and then replace them with the real ones. The staff returned to Ju-hyun and expressed her apologies for keeping him waiting for so long. Ju-hyun chuckled and assured her that it was not an issue. The staff said that she can see that Ju-hyun's matters are urgent. The staff offered to take on the task of restoring the relics for him. Ju-hyun expressed his gratitude towards her, acknowledging that she had saved him. The staff inquired if she could bring the relics to the restoration room to assess their condition, emphasizing the need to inspect them using specialized machines. Ju-hyun consented to her request. Sung-woo leaned towards Ju-hyun and whispered, expressing his concern that all of Ju-hyun's relics were in there, and worrying that they might run away with them. The staff placed the contract on the table and suggested that they examine the estimated price and contract while waiting. Sung-woo commented that she was taking everything with her. Ju-hyun responded, stating that a good bait hooks a good fish. However, Sung-woo disagreed, arguing that Ju-hyun had no means to handle the situation now that he had given everything away. The atmosphere in the room became awkward for a moment. Ju-hyun acknowledged Sung-woo's statement, admitting that he was right. Ju-hyun smiled and suggested that Sung-woo could consider it as a bet and see whether his plan would fail or succeed. A few minutes passed, and Jae-ha entered the restoration room. He was astonished to see the large number of relics and commented that they had truly hit the jackpot. Jae-ha praised his staff for contacting him and observed that some of the relics appeared to be of a high rank. The staff asked Jae-ha if he was certain that they wouldn't get caught, as she suspected that one of them might be part of a gang or something similar. Jae-ha reassured the staff and requested her to keep an eye out for him. He assured her that he would quickly create a fake relic. Following his instructions, the staff member complied. Jae-ha smiled confidently and stated that the task at hand was easy. Because he possessed the secret signature of a counterfeit painter which had shocked the world and was classified as a rare Class B Esper type. Ju Hyun thought that Uchiha should have the said relic, which would enable him to create duplicates of Ju Hyun's relics and subsequently steal the genuine ones. If Jae-ha were to touch the relics while holding the secret signature relic, he would be able to create a flawless counterfeit. This counterfeit relic not only replicated the physical appearance of the original but also some of its functions. The counterfeit relic generated using the secret signature possessed its own unique aura, rendering it indistinguishable from the original for a period of 12 hours. However, Ju Hyun's living life for the second time, Sung-woo was expressing his dissatisfaction with the cost of the relic restoration and questioned whether it was typically this expensive, citing a price of 10 million won for a single scratch and called it a scam. Ju Hyun reassured him that the cost was irrelevant as they would not be paying for the restoration service. The staff placed the bag on the table, who then apologized for causing Ju Hyun to wait for so long. Ju Hyun reassured the staff that it was okay and proceeded to inquire about the state of the relics. The staff hesitated for a moment before apologizing again and informing Ju Hyun that the relics were severely damaged and beyond repair. Ju Hyun opened the bag and checked if the relics were genuine. Ju Hyun glared at the staff and threw all the relics on the table, expressing his anger. Sung-woo was taken aback by Ju Hyun's sudden outburst and asked why he was acting in such a manner. Ju Hyun accused the woman of boldly swapping his relics with fake ones, causing him to grit his teeth in frustration. The trio was also infuriated by the situation. The staff was terrified by Ju Hyun's anger and pleaded for mercy. Ju Hyun demanded to know what should be done with her, but the staff apologized and revealed the location of the real relics. She swore that she had not been the one to switch the artifacts and begged for her life to be spared. Meanwhile, Jae-ha, who was eavesdropping outside the door, wondered how Ju Hyun had come to know about the switch. Jae-ha was planning to get out there, but the door was opened, he was pushed back down, he screamed out of fear after seeing Ju Hyun enter the room. Ju Hyun ordered the rope relic to tie Jae-ha up, which surprised him as he wasn't aware that Ju Hyun had more relics. The rope swiftly coiled around Jae-ha's body, binding him tightly and leaving him suspended in the air. Jae-ha struggled to break free while the rope invited him to play. Ju Hyun demanded to know the whereabouts of his relic, and Jae-ha, in a desperate tone, revealed that he had kept them in the vault. He requested Ju Hyun to release him from the rope and bring him down. Ju Hyun unlocked the vault and instructed Jae-ha to remain silent. He declared that he would retrieve his belongings before anything else. Jae-ha was taken aback by Ju Hyun's actions and inquired how Ju Hyun knew his password. He also questioned whether Ju Hyun had deliberately come there to do this. Ju Hyun shrugged off Jae-ha's questions, stating that it didn't matter since Jae-ha was the one at fault. Jae-ha argued with him, resorting to calling him an asshole. Ju Hyun collected all his possessions and then stood up. Ju Hyun believed that Jae-ha was already in trouble, ever since he discovered that Jae-ha was a fraud. Meanwhile, Jae-ha was yelling at Ju Hyun, demanding that he quickly untie him. In the past, Uchiha had lived a different life, where he was a talented artist pursuing a normal career. He had even studied art at a prestigious school in the United States. However, Uchiha lost his artistic style after dedicating so much time and effort to impressing his tutor, Richard Chung. Richard Chung stole Uchiha's style and became a world-famous artist with it. Despite protesting against Richard Chang's theft of his artistic style, Uchiha was not as well known as his tutor at that time. As a result, he lost his career and was labeled as merely jealous by others. After this incident, Uchiha changed and began to use his talents to deceive people. It was during this time that he was approached by the counterfeit relic. This helped Uchiha, who had become a notorious scammer, get a wing. If Jae-ha wasn't so messed up, Ju Hyun could have had a proper conversation with him. However, Ju Hyun realized that he wouldn't be able to persuade Jae-ha in any way while he was in that state. When Jae-ha asked what he did wrong, he insulted Ju Hyun by calling him an idiot for being fooled. Jae-ha even went as far as to shout that he hoped Ju Hyun would be castrated and called him a stupid psychopath. Ju Hyun's patience finally snapped as he realized that he would never be able to persuade Jae-ha. He decided to take a different approach and showed Jae-ha his pen relic. Ju Hyun asked Jae-ha if he knew what relic it was and explained that it was Shakespeare's childhood pen. He went on to explain that anything written with the pen would actualize in real life. Ju-hyun began writing something, which made Jae-ha curious about what he was doing to him. Ju-hyun wrote a description of a 16-year-old Ujiha suffering from near-death pain while hanging from a rope, with the source of his pain being between his legs. The trio onlookers couldn't even fathom how excruciating that must be. Ju-hyun presented it to Jae-ha as his own novel and asked for his thoughts. Jae-ha was wriggling and screaming in agony, calling Ju-hyun a crazy bastard. After some time, Jae-ha expressed his regret and promised not to take any restoration fees from Ju-hyun. He also said that he would do whatever Ju-hyun asks of him and begged for his life. Ju-hyun was pleased that his plan was working. Ju-hyun then walked closer to Jae-ha and stated that it was obvious that Jae-ha wouldn't take the restoration fees. Ju-hyun then asked Jae-ha to make a deal with him and promised that he would allow Jae-ha to live. Jae-ha had no other option but to accept the terms and signed the exclusive contract. Upon hearing the terms of the contract, Jae-ha exclaimed, "No way. That makes me your slave." Ju-hyun replied that slave was a strong word and that exclusive contract would be a more appropriate term. However, Jae-ha argued that it was essentially the same thing, with the restoration fee, obligation to respond to Ju-hyun's calls, and inability to accept other requests from anyone else. He felt that he had no say in anything and that it was nothing but a slavery contract. Upon hearing about the potential consequences of breaking the deal, Jae-ha asked what Ju-hyun meant about the code of Hammurabi Relic taking revenge on him. In response, Ju-hyun pointed to the trio and called them Jae-ha's friends and suggested that they would fill him in. Ju-hyun attempted to calm Jae-ha down and advised him to read the contract through to the end. He reassured Jae-ha that the terms of the contract weren't all negative. Ju-hyun disclosed that the contract fee was $6 million and promised to provide Jae-ha with bonuses for every restored relic. Additionally, he pledged to take care of Jae-ha's basic needs, such as food, clothing, housing, and safety, for the duration of the contract. Ju-hyun emphasized that he would take care of Jae-ha from that moment forward, asking where else he could find a deal like this. Jae-ha expressed doubts about Ju-hyun's ability to follow through on the deal, questioning whether he was lying. He then ran away, stating that the agreement did not count. Ju-hyun believed that tying Jae-ha to him through a deal was not enough, and he needed to win Jae-ha's heart. He was aware that relying solely on his power to empower Jae-ha had its limitations. As Jae-ha was destined to acquire a god-tier relic in the future, upon exiting the door, Jae-ha contacted Chairman Kwon and introduced himself as Ujiha. He reminded Chairman Kwon that Edward had mentioned him and the chairman responded affirmatively, expressing surprise that Jae-ha had contacted him first. Jae-ha expressed that it was necessary for him to reach out to CEO Kwon first. CEO Kwon laughed and expressed his gratitude. Jae-ha informed the CEO that he had heard about the relic that needed restoration and he was willing to take on the task. CEO Kwon instructed one of his associates to turn off the TV and the order was promptly obeyed. He chuckled once more and remarked that it had been some time since things had been going so smoothly. They both smirked and agreed to proceed with the negotiations to finalize the deal. Jae-ha reminded Kwon Tae-jun about his previous statement expressing a desire to have the relics repaired. Jae-ha requested permission to handle the task, stating his intention to do it. Kwon Tae-jun felt relieved that things were finally going according to his plans. He acknowledged Jae-ha's reminder and agreed to proceed with the negotiation. Jae-ha stopped speaking on the phone and he started shouting for them to stop and let him go. Eventually, Ju-hyun's group managed to capture Jae-ha, and he expressed his anger by calling them piece of shits. Ju-hyun then instructed Sungwoo to retrieve Jae-ha's phone. Ju-hyun answered the phone and recognized the caller as President Kwon. He commented that it appeared the president also needed relic repairs, and Kwon Tae-jun recognized Ju-hyun's voice. However, Ju-hyun said that it was unfortunate for Kwon Tae-jun because Jae-ha was now exclusively working for him as a repairman. Ju-hyun insultingly told Kwon Tae-jun to have fun finding someone else for himself, and called him a retard. Kwon Tae-jun clenched his teeth in anger upon knowing that it's CO Ju-hyun again. Meanwhile, Jae-ha, who was kneeling, couldn't help but question Ju-hyun's actions. He exclaimed, asking what was wrong with him. Ju-hyun retorted, claiming that it was his question to ask. He further questioned Jae-ha's decision to side with TKBM and insultingly asked if he was stupid. Jae-ha was taken aback and confused. Ju-hyun advised Jae-ha to make a careful decision about his path. He warned that following Kwon Tae-jun would only lead him into a pitfall, while emphasizing that Jae-ha should choose to follow Joo-hyun instead. Jae-ha exclaimed, questioning the reason he had to work under some random guy. He expressed his frustration, emphasizing that this individual had forcefully entered his office and caused a significant disruption. Joo-hyun thought to himself, realizing that he needed to convince Jae-ha using a different approach. He then initiated a conversation with Jae-ha, introducing himself as CEO Joo-hyun from Seoul. He briefly mentioned that he led a new excavation team and was planning on offering Jae-ha the role of a restorer. Joo-hyun then encouraged Jae-ha to introduce himself in return. Jae-ha responded with surprise, questioning if Joo-hyun believed that introducing himself would somehow alter the current situation. Joo-hyun observed that Jae-ha was on edge and defensive, and he wanted to lighten it up a bit. Joo-hyun picked up a book from the ground and stated that if Jae-ha didn't want to introduce himself, he would do it on Jae-ha's behalf. Joo-hyun grabbed the book from the ground and began to read its contents out loud, revealing that it contained information about Yoo Jae-ha. The book stated that Yoo Jae-ha was an art major student studying abroad and was once a talented artist with great passion. However, it also claimed that he was now residing in the slums of LA and scamming people with fake artwork. Jae-ha expressed confusion and denied any knowledge of this, but Joo-hyun insisted that the news was widespread in the area and that hiding it would be useless. Joo-hyun continued by saying that Jae-ha was copying even the study of arts and that it was similar to a famous artist named Richard. Upon hearing this, Jae-ha became furious and charged towards Joo-hyun, telling him to watch his mouth and claiming that Joo-hyun knew nothing about art. Joo-hyun used one hand to block Jae-ha's punch. Jae-ha claimed that Richard was the one who copied him. Joo-hyun asked if Richard's artwork was actually Jae-ha's. Jae-ha confirmed this and Joo-hyun responded by stating that art is not something that can be simply copied and pasted. Jae-ha agreed with this statement. Jae-ha explained that he believed Richard wouldn't be able to succeed in copying paintings. But Richard even copied what he had in mind. It felt as if Richard could read his thoughts, which seemed impossible to Jae-ha. However, Joo-hyun disagreed and confidently stated that it was indeed possible. Jae-ha expressed surprise and asked what Joo-hyun meant. Joo-hyun clarified that Jae-ha should be aware of this if he had previously used relics. When utilizing a relic, such abilities become certainly possible. Joo-hyun explained that Richard was a relic user. His relic allowed him to transform into any person he desired. He can perfectly copy the knowledge and skills of that chosen person. Jae-ha questioned how Joo-hyun could be so certain about this information. Joo-hyun confidently responded, stating that he possessed extensive knowledge regarding relics and their capabilities. Joo-hyun proposed a deal with Jae-ha, suggesting that he would retrieve the artistic elements and reputation that Richard had taken from him. Jae-ha was taken aback and questioned this offer. Joo-hyun continued, stating that in exchange, Jae-ha would have to work under him. He said that it's a great deal. Joo-hyun knew that it was what Jae-ha desired the most. Jae-ha muttered to himself, considering the possibility of getting his art style back. Joo-hyun understood that this was a decisive moment because Jae-ha would no longer be able to refuse the offer. However, just as Joo-hyun thought the deal was sealed, Jae-ha suddenly interjected, causing Joo-hyun to be taken aback. Joo-hyun hadn't expected this response from Jae-ha. Jae-ha requested more time to carefully consider his decision and make a choice. Joo-hyun expressed his confusion and questioned if there was anything else to contemplate. Joo-hyun grinned and mentioned that since the topic had been brought up, Jae-ha wondered if the other side would offer something similar in return. Jae-ha quickly denied this possibility, refusing to entertain the idea. Joo-hyun threw Jae-ha's phone towards him, causing it to hit his face. He nonchalantly remarked that Jae-ha could do whatever he wanted. Despite expressing his dislike for being compared to that old man, Joo-hyun acknowledged that he respected Jae-ha's opinions. Jae-ha muttered in response, implying that he wasn't fooled by Joo-hyun's apparent kindness and gentleness. Then, Joo-hyun tossed a necklace relic towards Jae-ha's face once again. Joo-hyun smiled and explained that it was a relic designed to protect him. Joo-hyun clarified that he couldn't allow any harm to come to Jae-ha. Jae-ha almost cried after being bullied by Joo-hyun. He took the relic and left. Deep in thought, Jae-ha concluded that regardless of what Joo-hyun said, he was done with him. If the contracts offered by both Joo-hyun and President Kwon were under the same conditions, Jae-ha believed that President Kwon was far superior and 100 times more appealing. Ju Hyun was well aware that this would be Jaeha's thought process. Because the next day, Jaeha headed straight to the scheduled meeting with Kwon Tae-jun. Meanwhile, Jaeha found himself standing in front of Kwon Tae-jun's desk. Kwon Tae-jun greeted Jaeha and inquired about his conditions. Jaeha asked Kwon Tae-jun if he knew Jean Richard, to which Kwon Tae-jun confirmed that he did, as Richard was a world-famous artist and a genius. Jaeha then revealed that Richard had stolen everything from him by using a relic to copy his art style and gain his current reputation. Jaeha made a plea to Kwon Tae-jun, asking him to please expose Jean Richard. In return, Jaeha promised that he would sign the contract with Kwon Tae-jun. Kwon Tae-jun found this amusing and burst into laughter. He remarked that it was an interesting proposition. Meanwhile, Kwon Tae-jun's assistant began making a phone call. However, Kwon Tae-jun stated that it seemed like Jaeha had chosen the wrong person. Kwon Tae-jun called Richard, informing him about an interesting story he had heard. He asked Richard if he knew Jaeha and shared what Jaeha had said. This revelation left Jaeha stunned and speechless. Ju Hyun then explained that the reason he had allowed Jaeha to go to Kwon Tae-jun was because he knew the contract would never happen. As Kwon Tae-jun is an acquaintance of Jean Richard. Jean Richard and Kwon Tae-jun were not just good acquaintances, but Richard was actually a key member of the Pandora group that emerged in the future. Kwon Tae-jun then showed his phone to Jaeha, which was on loudspeaker mode, and Richard's voice could be heard saying that Jaeha should live like a dead man if he doesn't want to become one, and asked if the humiliation he suffered wasn't enough. This caused Jaeha's expression to turn grim. Kwon Tae-jun smiled and assured Richard that he would handle the situation. Ju Hyun thought that Jaeha probably wanted to cry by now due to the revelation. Jaeha was taken aback. Kwon Tae-jun pointed out that, as Jaeha could see, there was a strong friendship between Richard and himself. Jaeha turned around, frustration evident on his face, and exclaimed that he didn't know about that. He pleaded with Kwon Tae-jun to forget about what happened there. However, Kwon Tae-jun smiled as he interrupted Jaeha, commanding him to stop right there. Kwon Tae-jun glared at Jaeha and questioned when he had given permission for Jaeha to leave. One of Kwon Tae-jun's men swiftly moved to restrain Jaeha by wrapping his arm around Jaeha's neck, causing Jaeha to be taken aback in shock. Jaeha pleaded for them to release him, but Kwon Tae-jun commanded his men to ensure that nothing was damaged because Jaeha had some work to do. Exhausted and overwhelmed, Jaeha fell to his knees and expressed his frustration. Exclaiming that this situation felt like a gang activity and a form of kidnapping, Jaeha remembered the relic that Ju Hyun had given him and retrieved it from his pocket. He defiantly displayed the relic to his captors and shouted to them to take it. After waiting for a few seconds with no response from the relic, Jaeha voiced his frustration, exclaiming that it didn't do anything. In response, his captors began to physically assault him. However, just as things were about to turn for the worse, Ju Hyun arrived on the scene and swiftly kicked the assailants. Ju Hyun clarified that his intention behind this plan was to make Jaeha fully come over to his side, ensuring his loyalty by appearing at the critical moment of desperation. Jaeha was taken aback when he saw Ju Hyun appeared in front of him. Ju Hyun smirked, thinking that he had exceeded the line of success and sarcastically believed that Jaeha had fallen for him. Jaeha was confused and asked what's happening. Ju Hyun swiftly responded that it's the Operation Rescue You Jaeha, and urged Jaeha to stand up. Annoyed and embarrassed, Jaeha lashed out and called Ju Hyun a bastard. Kwon Tae-jun, frustrated by Ju Hyun's presence, raised his voice and exclaimed that Ju Hyun had reappeared once again. In a composed manner, Ju Hyun greeted Kwon Tae-jun and playfully referred to him as an old fart. Ju Hyun calmly stated that he had no intention of causing a scene. His only objective was to take Jaeha and leave. Ju Hyun questioned Kwon Tae-jun if he intended to fight with his broken relic. Kwon Tae-jun angrily retorted, telling Ju Hyun to leave and demanding his men to apprehend them immediately. Unfazed by the situation, Ju Hyun picked up Shakespeare's pen and a notepad, and said that Kwon Tae-jun had left him with no choice. Ju Hyun inscribed on the notepad, stating that the guards who pursued Seo Ju Hyun and Jaeha experienced excruciating pain before meeting their demise. The source of their agony was, once again, between their legs. Later that evening, inside Ju Hyun's condominium, Jaeha asked Ju Hyun what he wanted him to do. Ju Hyun replied that it was obvious that Jaeha needed to repair the relics. Ju Hyun made it clear that Jaeha was now the restorer for his Tomb Raider team. Jae-ha was surprised by this and reminded Joo-hyun that he had previously referred to their team as an excavation team. Joo-hyun admitted that he had lied, as he needed to convince Jae-ha by using a more ordinary term to describe their team. Jae-ha called Joo-hyun a scammer, but Joo-hyun corrected him and told him to address him as the leader with respect. Jae-ha stood up and protested, telling Joo-hyun to leave him alone as he was younger than him. Joo-hyun punched Jae-ha in the face, causing him to fall to the ground. He ordered Jae-ha to shut up and get to work, to which Jae-ha reluctantly replied, "Yes sir." Joo-hyun instructed Jae-ha to repair all the relics within 3 days. Jae-ha was taken aback, exclaimed his disbelief. Jae-ha argued that it was impossible to fix all the relics in just 3 days and asked how he was supposed to accomplish such a feat. Jae-ha further insisted that Joo-hyun should give him at least a month for each relic. Joo-hyun questioned if repairing relics usually takes that long. Jae-ha responded affirmatively, stating that he doesn't think Joo-hyun understands the complexity of the work. The group responsible for maintaining the sapling relic overheard the conversation and appeared concerned. Jae-ha explained that all of Joo-hyun's relics are in a terrible condition, and in Joo-hyun's case, even a year wouldn't be enough to repair each of them. Joo-hyun chuckled and commented on Jae-ha's statements, accusing him of being full of lies. He questioned whether Jae-ha felt any guilt or remorse. Joo-hyun then asked if Jae-ha planned on working only once per week or something similar. Jae-ha hastily denied it, saying that he did not have such intentions. Joo-hyun posed a challenge to Jae-ha, asking if he would believe it was possible to repair the relics quickly if Joo-hyun could prove it. Jae-ha was taken aback and confused. Joo-hyun pressed further, questioning whether Jae-ha would be able to match the speed of repair. As an example, Joo-hyun picked up the golden axe relic. Jae-ha inquired about Joo-hyun's plan for proving something, wondering how he would achieve it. In response, Joo-hyun assured Jae-ha that he would personally demonstrate it and requested to borrow the repair relic. Jae-ha handed over the repair relic to Joo-hyun and informed him that merely possessing the repair relic didn't necessarily result in automatic repairs. Jae-ha then challenged Joo-hyun to give it a try. Upon examining the repair relic, Joo-hyun noticed that it was the brush of Joseon Palace Flower Garden. Categorized as B tier, he pondered about the durability of the repair relic and expressed concern that utilizing it might significantly deplete its charges. Jae-ha reassured Joo-hyun that the repair relic had plenty of charges and urged him to stop wasting time and get started. Jae-ha gathered all the relics scattered on the ground. He declared that if Joo-hyun were to fail, he would owe Jae-ha a month for each relic. Joo-hyun was curious and asked what would happen if he succeeded. Joo-hyun moved to the restoration room. Jae-ha laughed and replied that he would put his own salary on the line. Joo-hyun was taken aback by Jae-ha's statement and turned around, seeking clarification. Joo-hyun grinned and advised Jae-ha to refrain from making such statements too easily. A little later, Jae-ha was amazed at Joo-hyun's incredible restoration speed and found it hard to believe. He wondered why Joo-hyun was so skilled at repairing relics. Joo-hyun proudly presented the golden axe to Jae-ha, showcasing its flawless condition. With confidence, Joo-hyun declared himself the winner. Jae-ha was filled with disbelief as he witnessed the restored axe, and he stated that it was impossible. After Jae-ha questioned why Joo-hyun even needed him if he was capable of doing everything himself, Joo-hyun handed the repair relic back to Jae-ha and asked him to examine it. Upon inspecting the relic, it began to complain about the overpowering and filthy energy coming from Joo-hyun, urging him to go away. Joo-hyun clarified that he doesn't have a good compatibility with repair relics. He explained that Jae-ha could have better interactions with the relics if he possessed high sociability. Jae-ha examined the relic and acknowledged that the durability had indeed significantly deteriorated despite Joo-hyun only using it once. Joo-hyun pointed out that he was right. Jae-ha said that he can't work as fast as Joo-hyun. He genuinely believed that he wasn't the type of restorer Joo-hyun desired. Joo-hyun firmly grasped Jae-ha's arm and guided him to sit down, urging him to cease his complaints and begin working. He assured Jae-ha that he would improve with more practice and experience. In response, Jae-ha commented that Joo-hyun was a total pushover. Joo-hyun smiled and mentioned that the person he had brought in was not just Jae-ha, but the future him. He encouraged Jae-ha to simply put in the effort and work diligently. Joo-hyun guaranteed that Jae-ha would indeed improve with time and practice. Jae-ha muttered to himself, wondering if Joo-hyun was a fortune teller. Shortly after, Jae-ha's phone rang and he glanced at it, noticing that it was Edward. A little later, Ju-hyun checked on the elixir plant Relic and asked one of the trio if it was doing well. The response was positive, with the person saying that it had calmed down a bit. Ju-hyun expressed his satisfaction and instructed them to keep up the good work. A system notification suddenly appeared in front of Ju-hyun, stating that his handicraft skill had ranked up to rank C. As a result, Ju-hyun was now able to adapt and learn to use any type of object he touched. In addition, when using the consumable relic, its degradation rate was significantly reduced, making it easier for him to handle repair relics. With this upgrade, Ju-hyun's success rate of stealing a relic also significantly increased. Ju-hyun was bestowed with a new title, the Inspired Restoration Expert. Along with this title, he also unlocked a new skill called Restore Tomb, ranked F. Ju-hyun wondered aloud about the nature of this skill, questioning its purpose. Reading the description out loud, Ju-hyun noted that the tomb crumbles when he gets his hands on the relic. He questioned the purpose of restoring an empty tomb. In the midst of his confusion, Jae-ha addressed Ju-hyun as their leader, seeking his guidance. Jae-ha extended his phone towards Ju-hyun, explaining that someone he knew insisted on speaking with Ju-hyun. The person on the other end greeted Ju-hyun, and Ju-hyun seems to recognize the voice. Ju-hyun addressed the caller as Edward, which surprised Jae-ha, causing him to ask if they are acquainted. Edward is an Englishman who is a major investor in the relic market and is expected to be titled as the King of Riches. He is likely a middleman between relic users in the market, and holds a significant position in the industry. Sitting comfortably inside his car, Edward expressed his interest after Ju-hyun recognized him. This person could provide important information, added that there might be bloodshed along with it as he needed to get his affairs in order. Edward revealed that he had heard about the individual who possessed enough skill to disrupt President Kwon, and naturally, he became interested. He proposed an idea to Ju-hyun, offering to introduce him to a new job opportunity. Ju-hyun urged Edward to proceed and share the details. However, Edward interrupted him, emphasizing that the information itself came with a significant price tag. Ju-hyun dismissed the matter, stating that he didn't really care. However, he questioned how he could make a decision when he didn't even know the details. Edward responded with a hint of annoyance, remarking that Ju-hyun wasn't someone who made decisions without careful consideration. Relenting, Edward agreed to explain further. Edward revealed that there was a tomb for which China had placed a bounty. If Ju-hyun's excavation team participated, they would receive a share of the bounty. However, the condition was that any relics they discovered would belong to the Chinese government. Edward expressed his need for Ju-hyun to steal the relics. Ju-hyun inquired if that was all there was to it. Edward confirmed and asked for Ju-hyun's thoughts on the matter. Mentioning that if things went well, he would consider granting Ju-hyun the title of VIP guest. Ju-hyun responded assertively, telling Edward not to consider it, but to go ahead and do it. Ju-hyun then asked about the source of the request, urging Edward to reveal all the details. Edward was surprised. Ju-hyun smiled confidently and assured Edward not to underestimate him, as he was well informed. Ju-hyun recognized that Edward wouldn't jeopardize his relationship with the Chinese government for the sake of obtaining a relic. Ju-hyun deduced that this meant Edward received a request from someone else. He inquired about the individual who wanted to cause such a significant disturbance. Edward was impressed by Ju-hyun's perceptiveness, conceded and decided to disclose the information to him. Edward revealed that the request came from Kira Clark. Ju-hyun was startled by the revelation. Kira Clark, an influential figure in the U.S. Army and responsible for overseeing all relic missions, held the formidable title of King of War. Ju-hyun had no intention of getting involved with Kira Clark at such an early stage, nor did he wish to offer any assistance. Ju-hyun attempted to explain his reluctance to Edward, but Edward revealed that Kira Clark was actively seeking map-type relics, and it seemed that the relic from the tomb fell under that category. Ju-hyun was aware that the King of War had monopolized all the map-type relics, and he recognized the importance of obtaining one. He believed that having a map-type relic would greatly benefit him. Edward concluded the conversation, stating that he had provided all the necessary information, and he asked Ju-hyun about his decision. Ju-hyun responded with a confident smile, stating that he would accept the job. Ju-hyun and Jae-ha boarded a plane right after Ju-hyun ended a call. Jae-ha expressed his disbelief by stating that it was ridiculous and questioning why they had to leave so soon, especially since they had only just accepted the work. Ju-hyun responded that they were going because they had already accepted it. When Jae-ha asked why they had to board the plane immediately after the call ended, Joo-hyun told him to focus on repairing the relics if he had the time to talk. Irene Hilton unexpectedly appeared next to Joo-hyun and expressed her hope that the seats were comfortable. Joo-hyun replied, acknowledging that they were indeed having an easy time, thanks to her. He mentioned that every airport and hangar in the vicinity had been obliterated, making their situation more challenging. Jae-ha was taken aback by Irene's sudden presence and couldn't help but think about how attractive she was. However, he also recalled seeing her somewhere before. Irene Hilton expressed her satisfaction, feeling glad that she had been able to assist them. Joo-hyun instructed Jae-ha to greet Irene and mentioned that she had allowed them to ride on her personal jet. Jae-ha followed Joo-hyun's advice and greeted Irene, to which she responded and referred to him as a scammer. Jae-ha was surprised by her remark. Joo-hyun clarified that she was Irene Hilton and asked Jae-ha if he had heard of her before. Joo-hyun advised Jae-ha that if he felt guilty about something, it would be better to confess now because they would be interacting with her frequently in the future. Jae-ha sought clarification and exclaimed if she was a member of the Hilton family. Jae-ha expressed his apologies for his past misdeeds and pleaded with Irene not to hand him over to James Hilton. Irene Hilton was unsure of how to respond initially but eventually agreed to his request. Joo-hyun urged Irene to scold Jae-ha a little bit, noting that he was quite relaxed and laid back. Joo-hyun explained that Jae-ha even requested a full month just to repair a single relic, and even when assigned work, he constantly thought about slacking off. Irene inquired if what Joo-hyun said was true. Jae-ha requested Joo-hyun to be more lenient with him. Irene Hilton clarified that Joo-hyun was her crucial business partner and urged Jae-ha to put in extra effort if he wanted her to keep quiet about him in front of her brother, to which Jae-ha agreed. Joo-hyun reassured Irene that she didn't have to be overly formal because Jae-ha would also play a part in resolving her problem. Joo-hyun informed Irene that going forward, she needed to learn how to utilize the relics from them. Irene Hilton was surprised by this statement. Joo-hyun further explained that the relic causing misfortune was of a parasitic nature, residing inside her body. This meant that they couldn't completely remove it from her. Instead, it would be more beneficial for her to learn how to manipulate and use it. Joo-hyun mentioned that they were actively seeking the ultimate solution, but in the meantime, they should explore all possible options. Joo-hyun explained that he used dominance, while Jae-ha utilized sociability to control the relics. He advised Irene to gradually learn and master both methods slowly. Although it was challenging to suppress the relic's strength completely, they were attempting to minimize its effects. Irene Hilton comprehended the situation. The following day, they reached Macau. Jae-ha was perplexed as to why all the stocks he had purchased were plummeting. Joo-hyun advised him to refrain from engaging in stock trading for a while if he didn't want to go bankrupt. 2/3 of Macau had already been transformed into a tomb, resulting in the entrance being located near Taipa Island. The bridge connecting to the island had been severed, a consequence of the relic's influence. The only available means of entry was by boarding a boat. Joo-hyun pondered what the relic's issue might be and questioned if it had any connection to the ships. Joo-hyun heard Jae-ha swearing and inquired about the reason behind his distress. Jae-ha exclaimed that his relic was missing. Joo-hyun attempted to ask him how it happened, but their conversation was abruptly interrupted by the sound of people frantically searching for their own relics. Soon, the entire crowd joined in the search for their missing relics. At that moment, Joo-hyun received a notification alert, which indicated that a crafty thief was targeting his relics. It appeared that someone or something was swiftly snatching away the relics from their rightful owners, including Joo-hyun. Joo-hyun realized that 3 of his relics had been stolen and remarked that it wasn't too bad, but the thief had left behind the most useful one. Joo-hyun called upon the rope relic, instructing it to go and tie up the thief. The rope expressed its enthusiasm, considering it as a game, and asked if they could play. Jae-ha asked Joo-hyun if he had also been robbed, expressing that the situation was quite overwhelming. Joo-hyun replied, stating that unless Jae-ha could teleport, there was no way to escape from the thief. Joo-hyun informed Jae-ha that the rope relic had not returned and instructed him to check if they had caught the thief. A few moments later, at women's comfort room, Jae-ha attempted to prevent Joo-hyun from entering the women's comfort room, explaining that they were in the wrong place. But Joo-hyun insisted because he heard something coming from that direction. Meanwhile, the rope relic called out to the thief, enticing them to play. The thief struggled while being tied up and suspended in the air. The rope then beckoned Ju-hyun to come closer. Ju-hyun appeared to recognize the thief, prompting Jae-ha to inquire if he knew the person. Ju-hyun clarified that the thief was utilizing the Medusa relic and revealed that she was affiliated with the U.S. government. Jae-ha covered his eyes and anxiously questioned whether he would turn to stone if his gaze met hers. Ju-hyun reassured him that there was no need to be afraid. Jae-ha exclaimed his confusion about how he was not supposed to be scared, but he abruptly halted his words and instead asked what was wrong with the thief's hair. He noticed that it was moving in a peculiar manner. However, Ju-hyun calmly snapped his fingers, and the rope relic swiftly tied up the thief's hair. Ju-hyun stated that it was useless. Ju-hyun proceeded to explain that before she was cursed, Medusa was renowned for her beautiful hair. He pondered how he could convey the concept of Medusa's beauty to a young child. He clarified that to fully utilize the Medusa relic, one must be an adult. However, Ju-hyun was still not lenient with them. He revealed his knife relic as a threat to the child. He emphasized that regardless of their age, a relic user is still a relic user. Ju-hyun asked if she understood and warned her that if she attempted anything suspicious, she would face the consequences. Ju-hyun commanded the rope relic to release the girl, and in response, the rope asked why they couldn't continue playing. Jae-ha couldn't help but feel that they resembled villains for some unknown reason. The rope relic complied and set the girl free, gently placing her on the ground. Ju-hyun informed her that she wasn't alone, and she confirmed his statement, mentioning that they had a substantial number of individuals with them. Ju-hyun inquired about the approximate count. Asking how many there might be, the girl expressed that there were significantly more people compared to her classmates at school. Ju-hyun observed that she was a grade schooler, allowing him to deduce that there were at least 20 individuals present. Ju-hyun observed that it appeared as though an entire excavation team was present, but he couldn't comprehend why. Jae-ha chimed in, explaining that the matter was initially under the jurisdiction of the United States but was subsequently handed over to Edward, who then delegated the task to their group. Ju-hyun deduced that their primary objective was to ensure the relic's transfer to the United States. He speculated that they were well aware of the extensive excavation efforts by China's team. Observing Kira's intense fascination with the relic, Ju-hyun concluded that it must hold significant value and usefulness. Ju-hyun grinned mischievously and expressed his excitement, stating that the upcoming theft would be well worth it. Jae-ha was surprised and urged him to wait, questioning what they should do about the request. Ju-hyun confidently replied that it was evident they would present a counterfeit relic that Jae-ha had created. Jae-ha was hesitant to proceed as he was aware that their deception would be discovered eventually. Scamming a prominent individual from the U.S. He vehemently opposed the idea and declared his refusal to participate. Ju-hyun referred to the contract's first page, clause number 5, which stated that subordinates must unquestioningly obey the boss's orders and actions. While Ju-hyun brandished his fist towards Jae-ha, the latter found himself lying on the ground, wishing for his past self to not put his thumbprint on that paper. Ju-hyun expressed gratitude to the child for providing valuable information. He warned that they needed to act swiftly before the U.S. excavation team obstructed their plans. Ju-hyun retrieved the Hammurabi relic and made the decision to silence the girl by sealing her mouth. He was determined to prevent her from revealing any information. However, Jae-ha intervened, attempting to stop Ju-hyun because he had not yet repaired the relic. This angered Ju-hyun, as he had previously instructed Jae-ha to repair it as soon as possible. Ju-hyun had broken the code of Hammurabi during his battle with Kwon Tae-jun. It wasn't that he couldn't use the relic, but rather that he couldn't utilize its full power. Ju-hyun cautioned the young child, stating that if she were to inform her friends about their actions, she would face excruciating pain. The same consequence would apply if she were to use her own relic against them. Ju-hyun walked away and instructed Jae-ha to gather all the relics that the child possessed, which Jae-ha promptly carried out. Observing the situation, Jae-ha couldn't help but perceive themselves as the villains, regardless of how one looked at it. Curious, the child asked what they had done to her. Ju-hyun declared that they couldn't afford to waste any more time. Jae-ha questioned why they were entering the tomb at that moment, as they hadn't repaired a sufficient number of relics yet. This unexpected action deviated from their original plan. Ju-hyun reminded Jae-ha that he had clearly instructed him to complete the relic repairs quickly. Ju-hyun explained that since they were aware of the presence of the U.S. excavation team, They needed to act swiftly. Jae-ha questioned whether they were simply going to enter the tomb without any relics in their possession. Joo-hyun grinned and replied that it was still better than having the relic taken away from them. Joo-hyun assured Jae-ha that they would find a way. Jae-ha scratched his head and commented that Joo-hyun wasn't even properly prepared for the situation. Meanwhile, somewhere around Macau, someone is getting scolded. A tense situation unfolds as Linda Walker, a CIA agent from the USA, tries to calm down Thomas. Linda advises Thomas that he is only worsening the situation by yelling at Vivian. Thomas, also a CIA agent from the United States, was infuriated and expressed his frustration, stating that they should never have allowed a child to be part of their team, as she only caused problems. Vivian Lucy, another CIA agent from the United States, defended herself by claiming that she hadn't messed things up. Thomas questioned her, mentioning that they had lost all of their treasured relics, and asked what she called that. Vivian Lucy clarified that she hadn't lost the relics, they were taken away from her. The sudden revelation stunned both Thomas and Linda, and Vivian was particularly shaken by her own statement, recalling what Joo-hyun had warned her about earlier. Fearful of the consequences, she hesitated to reveal who had taken the relics from her. Thomas demanded to know who took the relics from her, but Vivian was hesitant to reveal the truth, claiming that she had forgotten who took the relics. Thomas exploded in frustration, instructing her to stop playing games with him. Linda intervened, urging Vivian to tell them the truth so they could adequately prepare for what might happen. She reminded Vivian of her promise to assist them, and Vivian reluctantly acknowledged that Linda was correct. In an attempt to explain what happened to her, Vivian began to laugh uncontrollably and roll around on the ground. Despite Thomas's insistence for her to stop playing around and tell them the truth, Vivian thought that the unbearable pain Joo-hyun mentioned earlier referred to tickling. While she was relieved that it didn't actually hurt, she was frustrated that she couldn't do anything about it. After a few hours, near the entrance of Taipa Island, a fleet of ships sailed towards the island. Joo-hyun and Jae-ha disguised themselves as part of the crew on one of the ships. Jae-ha expressed his frustration, stating that he didn't even know why they had entered without any useful relics. Joo-hyun told him to stop complaining and suggested they check the relics they took from the kid, as they might find something useful. After searching through the bag, Joo-hyun concluded that there was nothing useful. He grimly remarked that they were in trouble. They sensed a powerful presence, and suddenly, a relic spoke, acknowledging the significant number of fleets brought by the humans and asserting that such a scale was necessary for sailing. It granted them permission to enter, causing the sky to darken as they ventured into the tomb. One of the crew members noticed Joo-hyun and Jae-ha and spoke to them in Chinese, questioning their presence and emphasizing that they were in an emergency situation. Jae-ha, unable to comprehend the crew members' words, turned to Joo-hyun and asked for an explanation, expressing concern about the possibility of being caught. Joo-hyun conveyed to Jae-ha that the crew had informed them that the fleets were being attacked by monsters, which left Jae-ha in shock. The swarm of monsters was approaching, causing chaos among the crews. They threw something, someone was bitten by a snake, and the crew members were unable to shoot back due to the risk of causing an explosion. The situation was in disarray. Joo-hyun and Jae-ha observed the other fleet, noting that there were fewer monsters than they had anticipated, and they weren't as large as expected. Jae-ha responded with a remark of acknowledgement. Joo-hyun commented that it seemed he wouldn't even need to use any relics if he had the stick he referred to. Jae-ha replied, suggesting that if that were the case, they wouldn't have to worry about dying in that situation. As the two ships collided, Joo-hyun observed that the other ships were losing stability. Jae-ha saw something strange and asked Joo-hyun to take a look. They noticed that the crew on the other ship appeared to be possessed. Joo-hyun quickly realized that if a person gets bitten, they become controlled. The relic affirmed that sometimes, even small variables can destroy an expedition force. He added that this was what a long sail looks like, and chuckled. Jae-ha panicked and asked Joo-hyun what they should do. Joo-hyun found the situation to be extremely annoying. Joo-hyun instructed Jae-ha to run, but Jae-ha pointed out that they were currently in the middle of the sea and questioned where they could possibly run to. Joo-hyun smiled and revealed his plan. While the other crews dealt with the monsters, he would start activating the relics. After getting enough distance, he took out the Shakespeare's pen and remarked that it was fortunate the affected individuals were human, as he could utilize the relic. Joo-hyun began writing with the pen, stating that those under the control of the relics would come to realize their foolishness and lick the floor. All the possessed individuals promptly dropped to the floor and began licking it. Jae-ha stood there, astounded and perplexed, trying to comprehend what had just happened. Ju-hyun mentioned that they only have to deal with the monsters now. At that moment, the owner of the tomb, addressing Ju-hyun, commented that he was not too shabby for a human. Ju-hyun was puzzled and wondered why he felt like the words were directed at him. The tomb owner laughed and explained that there are rumors about Ju-hyun all over the relics, and he expects nothing less from a man chosen by Crow. Jae-ha inquired if relics have a way to communicate with each other. Ju-hyun responded, stating that they are a group of attention seekers, and they might even surpass humans in that regard. The angered relic overheard Ju-hyun's comment and became furious. He called Ju-hyun an impudent human and expressed outrage at a lowly life form like him daring to label them as whores. The tomb owner chimed in, stating that there's little time left for Ju-hyun's ridiculous mouth since all relics are going to unleash their wrath on his arrogance. Ju-hyun smiled and expressed that it would be wonderful if the relics came to him to exact their wrath, and he would even be grateful. Jae-ha agreed, suggesting that this would only benefit Ju-hyun in the end. Ju-hyun pointed out that the relics talk too much and if they really wanted to attack him, they should have done it in an ambush. The relic could not refute Ju-hyun's statement. Ju-hyun called the relic a worthless mouth relic and asked him to share one more piece of information. He inquired about the crow that the relic mentioned earlier and asked for more details. The last relics back in Egypt had also mentioned something about the crow, indicating that it held a significant reputation among the relics. When Ju-hyun asked the relic about the crow, it questioned why it had to disclose that information and suggested that Ju-hyun figure it out on his own. Ju-hyun found it amusing how the relic suddenly started acting sassy. Ju-hyun playfully taunted the relic, stating that he couldn't tell him about the crow because he himself had forgotten about it. He sarcastically expressed his disappointment, stating that he had believed relics were smarter than humans, but it seemed to be a letdown. The relic claimed to remember them clearly and questioned how Ju-hyun could insult him with his intelligence. Ju-hyun smiled and challenged the relic to prove his statement. Ju-hyun privately thought that the relic was a simple-minded person. In response, the relic grew extremely angry and questioned how Ju-hyun could think that he was incapable. As the relic grew angrier, the waves in the ocean became stronger. The relic then proceeded to explain that the crow was a revered divine relic with the power to devour enemies and absorb their abilities. The ship began to shake while the relic spoke. The relic mentioned that the crow had once been a strong ally, but unexpectedly, he formed a contract with a human and betrayed all of them. Additionally, the relic revealed that numerous relics had either been consumed by the crow or had become enslaved by that human. They couldn't tolerate the treacherous nature of the crow and imprisoned him behind bars. Ju-hyun clenched his teeth and privately pondered whether the tomb he had entered just before his death was actually the crow's prison. Ju-hyun sensed that there was something unusual about the patterns within the tomb, which differed from a typical tomb. Considering it was a tomb, it would explain why all of his subordinates were eradicated during that incident. Expressing his belief, Ju-hyun speculated that the tomb might have possessed the ability to consume other divine relics. He then inquired about the method used to confine that monstrous entity. The relic burst into laughter and elucidated that engaging in a direct confrontation with the crow had proven to be a challenging endeavor. However, they managed to deceive the human and achieve their objective. The relic commented that humans were easily swayed and, when presented with something superior to the crow, he promptly abandoned it without hesitation. The relic then revealed that, as a result of that turn of events, they managed to seal away the crow and even eliminate the foolish human. The relic urged Ju-hyun to applaud their superior strategy, while mocking him as a lowly human and laughing. Consequently, the ship ceased shaking. Ju-hyun smiled and said that he didn't care about their strategy talk, but he did obtain valuable information from the relic. Ju-hyun expressed his initial curiosity about the identity and possible alliance with the nosy crow. However, upon hearing the relic's perspective, Ju-hyun concluded that the crow would be a suitable ally. The relic questioned whether Ju-hyun was even paying attention to its story. It clarified that if Ju-hyun chose to side with the crow, it would imply that all the other relics would also align themselves with the opposing faction. Ju-hyun responded indifferently, stating that he didn't care. He had no intention of forming friendships with foolish relics either. Relic expressed its frustration, stating that it could no longer tolerate the conversation. The relic angrily declared that Ju-hyun should meet his demise. As the monsters closed in on the ship, Jae-ha observed that their numbers had noticeably increased compared to before. Ju-hyun smiled and casually commented that it was merely the arrival of the second wave. Ju-hyun swiftly sliced through the monsters as he fought. He and Jae-ha stood back to back, but Jae-ha wielded a broom as his weapon. Ju-hyun remarked that there seemed to be no end to the battle. Jae-ha commented on how the monsters were swarming around them, showing no concern for the others. He emphasized that the monsters were entirely focused on attacking them. As Ju-hyun effortlessly cut down the monsters, he stated that despite the situation, they could still take them out with a single strike. Jae-ha was startled by a cracking sound and quickly glanced at Ju-hyun's side. He was shocked to find that the Egyptian funeral knife was completely shattered. Jae-ha shouted at Ju-hyun, expressing his frustration and reminding him that he had warned him to be careful. Ju-hyun was taken aback and started running. He urged Jae-ha to stop complaining and start running as well since they had no more relics to fight with. Jae-ha became extremely annoyed by the situation. Ju-hyun suggested to Jae-ha that they should head into the cabin, explaining that he had no more combat relics left. He questioned if they really had to give up. Once inside the cabin, Jae-ha locked the door and asked Ju-hyun to clarify his statement. As they were barely managing to stay alive in this situation, Ju-hyun explained that conquering the tomb they were in was a challenging task. Not only was it incredibly vast in size, but it was also constructed from the very essence of the sea itself. Finding their way around would not be easy. Ju-hyun elaborated that the enraged relic caused massive waves and sent smaller adversaries their way, emitting various odors. However, since Ju-hyun knew the whereabouts of the main relic, their objective was to locate it. Unfortunately, they lacked any relics to aid their escape from the situation. Ju-hyun noted that, at the very least, the back of the boat was empty, providing a potential escape route. He suggested that they search for a functional-looking boat and use the rope relic to cross over and take control of it. Jae-ha inquired whether Ju-hyun knew how to operate the boat. As another ship approached their vessel, Vivian and her team were on board. Upon spotting Ju-hyun, she accused him of being a thief. Thomas asked Vivian if Ju-hyun and Jae-ha were the ones who had taken the relics from her. Ju-hyun recognized Vivian and deduced that since they were with her, they must be part of the U.S. excavation team. Jae-ha remained vigilant, warning that the approaching ship was getting closer. However, Ju-hyun advised to let them come closer, implying that he was ready to face whatever situation was about to unfold. Ju-hyun smirked confidently and declared that they had some valuable items in their possession. He assured Jae-ha that he would handle the situation and instructed him to find a boat with the rope relic, which Jae-ha promptly did. Thomas boarded their ship and confronted Ju-hyun, accusing him of being the one who took their belongings. He asserted that he would take them back. Ju-hyun challenged Thomas by asking who gave him the authority to claim them back. With a smile, Ju-hyun hinted that he had some useful relics on him and inquired if Thomas would mind handing them over. In response, Thomas angrily retorted that he would shove those relics up Ju-hyun's crazy ass. Ju-hyun skillfully evaded Thomas's attack and couldn't help but acknowledge that Thomas was surprisingly quick for someone of his size. However, Ju-hyun assessed that the relic Thomas was utilizing was likely of A-rank quality. Determined, Ju-hyun charged forward and delivered a forceful elbow strike to Thomas. He followed up with a punch to his face, reiterating his demand for Thomas to hand over the relics while calling him a derogatory name. Thomas clenched his teeth and glared at Ju-hyun, clearly angered by the confrontation. Ju-hyun questioned whether Thomas was not yet sent flying by his attack. To evade Thomas's random counterattacks, Ju-hyun swiftly retreated, strategically maneuvering himself away from immediate danger. Ju-hyun realized that despite its appearance as a steel pipe, it appeared to be a sword relic on the inside. He thought that he would be in trouble if he were to be directly hit, considering the enemy's physics and speed. Taking out the silver axe relic, Ju-hyun concluded that it was best to avoid engaging in head-on fights. Thomas remarked that it seemed like Ju-hyun was finally grasping the weight of the situation, but he believed that nothing would change. Ju-hyun skillfully evaded Thomas's attack and smiled. He leaped and launched a counter-attack using the silver axe relic. Ju-hyun commanded the silver axe to eliminate any enemy that posed a threat to his fortune. Thomas found himself in a state of disbelief as his clothes were torn apart, leaving him completely naked. Perplexed, he inquired about what had just occurred. Ju-hyun seized the steel pipe and commented that Thomas should have avoided the attack. Ju Hian questioned why Thomas had chosen to block it instead. He then commanded the relic to reveal its true form. The steel pipe transformed into a katana, revealing its true nature. Ju Hian received a notification window, which indicated that it was the sword of the Flower Knight bestowed upon the courageous Shinra by the king. Ju Hian grinned and exclaimed how amazing it was, mentioning that it looked incredibly refreshing. At that moment, Jae-ha called out to Ju Hian, urging him to get on board. Ju Hian turned around and noticed that Jae-ha was riding a boat. Ju Hian remarked that Jae-ha's timing couldn't have been better. He assured Thomas that he would make good use of the katana. In response, Thomas angrily demanded Ju Hian to return his relic. Suddenly, the monsters on the ship launched an attack on Thomas. Ju Hian burst into laughter and left Thomas behind, abandoning him to deal with the monsters on his own. After a while, Jae-ha took control of the boat and asked Ju Hian where they were headed. Ju Hian instructed him to go straight ahead, as he would show Jae-ha the way. Ju Hian expressed his hope that the boat had a sufficient amount of fuel. Jae-ha responded that he believed it did and asked how far they had to go. Before Ju Hian could provide an estimation, their conversation was interrupted by someone throwing a stone into their boat. To their surprise, it was Thomas and the U.S. excavation team. Thomas urged Ju Hian to stop, and Ju Hian acknowledged that Thomas's friends had come to his rescue. Ju Hian smiled mischievously and stated that he would attempt to use something else. He called upon the rope relic to take action. The rope responded by saying that it was playtime and proceeded to bind Linda's right arm. Ju Hian commanded the rope to throw the woman under the boat. Thomas and Vivian were shocked and shouted Linda's name in distress. The rope successfully threw Linda into the water. Ju Hian warned them that they should retrieve her swiftly because the tomb's owner had released monsters in the water to target him. Linda emerged from the water, and they urgently instructed her to hold on while urging the driver to turn the boat. The driver expressed concern, mentioning that if they turned now, Ju Hian would escape. Thomas shouted back, demanding the boat to be turned immediately. Thomas clenched his teeth and glared at Ju Hian, vowing that he would make him pay for what he had done. After a few minutes, Ju Hian and Jae-ha reached their destination, an exquisite island with a large tree. Ju Hian pointed out that the relic was concealed right beneath that tree. Jae-ha acknowledged that they were almost there. The tree expressed that Ju Hian had indeed managed to locate it. It informed Ju Hian that if he wished to obtain it, he must offer a sacred prayer. The tree requested Ju Hian to step forward and satisfy its requirements. Ju Hian grinned and asked what would happen if he were to refuse. The tree couldn't comprehend what Ju Hian was saying. Ju Hian tightly gripped the Flower Knight's sword, causing its aura to radiate. He informed the sword relic that it was time for it to be nourished. The tree questioned Ju Hian's actions, asking what he was doing. Ju Hian instructed the sword relic to demonstrate its sharpness. He prepared to strike the tree with the sword. The tree pleaded with Ju Hian not to do it, but Ju Hian ignored the plea and prepared to slash the tree. Despite its objections, Ju Hian successfully severed the tree, causing it to exclaim in disbelief. The fallen tree emitted a faint aura. After a few moments, the fallen tree transformed into a map. Ju Hian received a system notification indicating that it was the map of Zhenghe's treasures of the West, an A-rank consumable relic. Ju Hian picked up the map relic, feeling both amazed and surprised to discover that it was Zhenghe's relic. However, Jae-ha appeared unfamiliar with who Zhenghe was. Zhenghe, with his treasure map of the West, embarked on voyages across the western regions, gathering valuable treasures. Under the commands of his emperor during the Ming dynasty, Zhenghe explored the northern seas. Zhenghe commanded over a fleet of more than 60 ships, embarking on voyages to Southeast Asia, passing by India, and reaching as far as Africa. Historical records state that he returned with a vast array of treasures. Ju Hian smiled, gazing at Jae-ha, and expressed his sense that this was quite a significant discovery. He urged Jae-ha to repair the map as quickly as possible, as Ju Hian's previous act of chopping the entire tree had significantly damaged its durability. Jae-ha pleaded with Ju Hian to handle the relic with care. For the love of God, they resumed their journey on the boat. Ju Hian requested the relic to close the tomb, and with a smile, he declared that the scam was about to begin. Later that night, in the urban district of Macau, Ju Hian inquired about the time it would take to create the fake replica. Jae-ha replied that he had only just started working on it. Jae-ha expressed his concerns, questioning whether they should really hand over a fake, as he believed it was still too risky. He further explained that they were being paid a substantial amount and suggested that they simply hand over the actual relic instead. Irene Hilton entered the scene and shared her agreement, stating that she also believed it was too risky. She advised against creating too many enemies and suggested it would be best to proceed with caution. Ju Hyun asserted that he was undertaking this task because it was necessary, particularly to resolve Irene Hilton's problem. He then requested Irene Hilton to place her hand on the map relic. As she complied, Ju Hyun instructed the relic to listen to him and mark every location connected to Irene Hilton's misfortune. The relic emitted a bright light. Ju Hyun was amazed to see that it was working. It marked Turkey on the map. Ju Hyun concluded that they needed to travel to Turkey in order to solve Irene Hilton's problem. Ju Hyun clarified to Irene Hilton that they required the map for this reason. However, he admitted that he also intended to use it for his personal benefit in the future. Jae-ha interjected, stating that even if they needed it, the fact remained that the fake would eventually disappear. He believed that they would surely be exposed. He further emphasized the gravity of the situation by mentioning Kira Clark, stating that she would relentlessly pursue them to the ends of the earth. Ju Hyun agreed with Jae-ha's assessment, with the exception that Kira Clark would chase after them regardless of the circumstances. Jae-ha requested clarification on this statement. Ju Hyun elaborated that Kira Clark was aiming to monopolize the map relics. He suspected that she had a considerable number of capable individuals under her command. Ju Hyun predicted that she would effortlessly identify and conquer tombs located even at distant places. Furthermore, Ju Hyun knew for certain that Columbus's map relic would be a significant challenge among all of Kira's relics. Once a location was marked on the map, it provided detailed information about the tomb and its relics. Ju Hyun added that many tombs around the world were already within Kira's grasp, and Turkey was one of them. Jae-ha questioned whether it was still wise to go to Turkey given the circumstances. Ju Hyun continued to explain that not only would Kira obtain all the information about the relics they possessed, but she would also undoubtedly target Irene and her relic. Ju Hyun clarified that honestly, he didn't have much to lose even with Kira's relics. However, with Irene Hilton, it was a different story. He stated with certainty that Kira would covet a powerful relic like Irene's. However, since it was a parasitic type, Kira wouldn't be able to steal it directly. This meant that Kira would resort to any means necessary to obtain the relic, including kidnapping and blackmailing. She knew no boundaries in her pursuit. Upon hearing Ju Hyun's statements, Irene Hilton grew concerned. Ju Hyun speculated that perhaps it had already happened in a previous timeline before his death. There was no other way someone like Irene would have transformed into a god of destruction. Ju Hyun reassured Irene Hilton, telling her not to worry because he would not allow anyone to harm her in any way. Irene Hilton was deeply moved by Ju Hyun's words. Meanwhile, Ju Hyun had his own agenda in mind. He was determined not to fail this time and intended to claim the power of the King of Failure and the wealth of the Hilton family for himself. That was his true intention. Ju Hyun explained that it was for this reason that they needed to proceed with the scam. They would provoke Kira and lure her out. He also mentioned that Kira was likely somewhere in Macau. With a smile on his face, Ju Hyun stated that when Kira discovered that the relic she had acquired with so much effort was a fake, she would be absolutely furious. Ju Hyun clarified that when that moment arrives, he will step forward and offer an explanation. He anticipated that Kira Clark would likely express her desire to meet with him, perhaps with the intention of putting a bullet in his head. Jae-ha inquired about Ju Hyun's plan after meeting with Kira. Ju Hyun declared that he would destroy all of her precious map relics. Jae-ha scratched his head in disbelief and exclaimed about the recklessness of the plan. Ju Hyun promptly told him to quiet down and instructed him to start working if he had finished listening. Ju Hyun was filled with a sense of satisfaction, thinking that if he left Kira be, their paths would inevitably cross again. He saw it as an opportunity to completely sever ties with her. Meanwhile, at the CIA headquarters in Macau, the leader of the CIA expressed his frustration, questioning how the tomb could have closed without them finding the relic. This implied that someone had managed to snatch it from under their noses. The CIA agents apologized profusely for the situation. The leader's frustration grew as he learned that Agent Thomas and Linda had been captured by China in addition to the relic's disappearance. The man wearing a cap admitted that they had not anticipated an attack, and another CIA agent added that they were unaware that a skilled relic user would be involved. They emphasized that they had not been properly informed about the situation. Their leader questioned if they were suggesting that it was the headquarters' fault for the inadequate information, but they denied that assertion. Suddenly, another CIA agent entered the scene and informed their leader that they had received communication from General Kira. The leader ominously warned them to prepare themselves, as they were all going to meet their demise tonight. Kira questioned the tense atmosphere among the agents and urged them to lighten up, stating that she was not angry. She then revealed that they had managed to secure the relic. The leader expressed surprise, as they had clearly failed in their mission. Kira acknowledged their failure but mentioned that she had used alternative means to obtain the relic. Kira expressed a sense of disappointment, stating that she had hoped the CIA agents would successfully complete the mission. However, she acknowledged that even the renowned CIA could experience failures. She paused for a moment before explaining that she had made a request to Edward, and he had succeeded. As a result, the trade would soon take place. Kira instructed the CIA agents to begin investigating the skilled relic user who had interfered with their mission. She asked if they were capable of carrying out the investigation. The agents assured her that they were up to the task and would do their best. Kira expressed her growing interest towards the strong. The following day, at the Grand Hotel, Jaeha completed the cloning of the fake relic, and it was handed over to Edward. It was presumed that Edward then passed it on to Kira as planned. Since there was no commotion or disturbance following the trade, it appeared that even Kira hadn't noticed the fact that the relic she received was a fake. The plan seemed to have worked smoothly so far. With the fake relic successfully handed over to Edward, Ju-hyun and his team could shift their focus to repairing the other relics they possessed. Yu Jae-ha diligently worked on repairing Ju-hyun's commonly used relics, including the map relic that had played a crucial role in their recent adventure. Ju-hyun encouraged Irene to practice using her relic, even though it was somewhat difficult to watch her struggle. He understood that she was still a beginner and needed time to improve her skills. Old-timer Edward promptly paid them for their services, allowing them to indulge in high-quality meals. Ju-hyun couldn't help but anticipate Edward's reaction if he ever found out about their scam. Ju-hyun felt that it was about time. His name was shouted by someone, who referred to him as a scamming motherfucker. Edward, filled with anger, was the one who shouted Ju-hyun's name. He pointed his gun at Ju-hyun and inquired about what Ju-hyun had sold to him and what Ju-hyun had done to him. Upon seeing Edward, Ju-hyun greeted him and expressed his pleasure in seeing him. Edward dismissed Ju-hyun's greeting, stating not to give him that bullshit. He asked if Ju-hyun knew what he had done. Ju-hyun inquired about Edward's meaning, as he had sold him the map relic he had requested. Edward dismissed the relic and called Ju-hyun a scammer. Ju-hyun attempted to calm Edward down, assuring him that there was no way he would scam a future partner. After calming down slightly, Edward asked what had gone wrong. Ju-hyun questioned him about what had happened. Edward explained that the relic Ju-hyun had given him had disappeared, and now General Kira was after him. Ju-hyun questioned whether they had unintentionally destroyed the relic by mishandling it. Edward responded by saying that Kira's team had confirmed it was working perfectly fine. Ju-hyun felt satisfied and silently acknowledged that, of course, the clone had the ability to replicate to some extent. Edward then revealed that there was a bigger problem. When the relic disappeared, apparently some people vanished along with it, including the Prime Minister of England. Jaeha asked why the Prime Minister was suddenly involved in all of this. Edward asked if Jaeha thought he knew, suggesting that they were likely present to have a meeting with the general. Edward stated that if they were involved in this situation, they were as good as dead to General Kira. Jaeha turned to Ju-hyun and asked what they should do in this situation. Ju-hyun simply grinned, leaving Jaeha puzzled about why Ju-hyun was laughing. Jaeha whispered to Ju-hyun, asking why Ju-hyun was even laughing because the Prime Minister of England disappeared, indicating that it was a problematic situation. Ju-hyun smiled and replied that Jaeha was correct, but it was also a great opportunity. Jaeha inquired about the nature of this opportunity. Ju-hyun mentioned that Kira herself was facing significant trouble, presenting the perfect time to deceive her when she was desperate. Ju-hyun instructed Jaeha to watch and learn. Jaeha wondered about Ju-hyun's plans. Ju-hyun addressed Edward, urging him to regain his composure and questioning how long he intended to remain in that state. Suddenly, Edward snapped back to reality. Ju-hyun inquired if Edward could currently get in touch with Kira, emphasizing that he needed Edward to facilitate communication between them. Edward sought clarification, asking if it was General Kira they were referring to. He expressed concern that contacting her during such a critical time might worsen the situation. In Ju-hyun's thoughts, he concluded that Edward was reluctant to reach out to Kira directly and criticized him, calling him pussy. Ju-hyun recognized Edward as the middleman in this scenario. Ju-hyun clarified that his request to contact Kira wasn't solely for the purpose of providing her with a meaningless explanation. He asserted that he might even be able to assist Edward. Doubtful, Edward asked if Ju-hyun's offer was genuine. After considering the situation, Edward made up his mind and asked Ju-hyun to wait a moment. Ju-hyun acknowledged Edward's request and urged him to quickly connect him with Kira. Ju-hyun emphasized the importance of taking action rather than simply waiting to be killed, to which Edward agreed. In the end, Edward reluctantly made the call to Kira. It appeared that he received a severe reprimand for his actions. Edward handed his phone to Ju-hyun, who took it and greeted Kira. Ju-hyun expressed that it was an honor to speak with General Kira. Kira responded positively, mentioning that she hadn't expected to have a conversation with Ju-hyun in such a manner. Kira remarked that she had heard about Ju-hyun playing with some of her men taking the relic. Considering the issues with the relic that Ju-hyun had brought over, she glared and questioned if it was reasonable to assume that Ju-hyun was responsible for the situation. Ju-hyun expressed that it came naturally to him, and Kira became intrigued by his statement. He explained that the feeling of being falsely accused was unpleasant, emphasizing that he merely retrieved the relic and handed it over to Mr. Edward. Kira threatened to harm Ju-hyun if he lied and urged him to honestly disclose what he had done with the relic. Ju-hyun asserted that he had not done anything to the relic. Kira, in her anger, insulted Ju-hyun, referring to him as a stuck-up individual. Ju-hyun, however, expressed his genuine desire to help and therefore reached out to Kira. He mentioned that he had heard about the incident involving the Prime Minister of England. Ju-hyun elaborated, emphasizing that this was a matter he couldn't simply ignore, especially considering the trade that had taken place involving him. He speculated that both Kira and Edward might no longer be interested in doing business with him. Ju-hyun acted as if he was in distress, stating that it was devastating news for someone like him, whose sole talent relied on utilizing relics. He further explained that if he were to lose his entire line of business abruptly, he questioned how he would be able to sustain himself. As a potential solution, Ju-hyun proposed extending a helping hand to Kira as a follow-up service, aiming to foster further business opportunities with her in the future. Curious about the specifics, Kira inquired about the manner in which Ju-hyun intended to aid them. She questioned whether he was implying that he would locate the Prime Minister of England. Ju-hyun couldn't help but smile, feeling a sense of triumph within himself, as he believed he had successfully captured her interest. Ju-hyun confirmed that what she heard was right. Ju-hyun mentioned that he had heard from Edward that Kira possessed several map relics. He explained that he wouldn't have come forward if he intended to use the relics in the usual manner. Instead, he expressed his intention to unlock the hidden powers within those relics in order to locate the Prime Minister. Ju-hyun further explained that many people mistakenly believed that they could only utilize the powers explicitly granted by the relics. However, Ju-hyun asserted that he had the ability to tap into and utilize the hidden powers within those relics. Jae-ha and Edward were visibly impressed by Ju-hyun's claims. They whispered to Ju-hyun to confirm if he was genuinely serious. Maintaining a serious expression, Ju-hyun confronted their skepticism by questioning why they were so easily fooled. They referred to him as an eccentric and deceptive scammer. Kira, wanting clarification, asked if Ju-hyun was asserting that he had the ability to utilize the hidden functions of the relics. She sought confirmation regarding the existence of such capabilities. Ju-hyun's smile grew wider as he silently thought to himself that Kira was starting to believe his claims. He attempted to further convince her by affirming that it was indeed true. He shared an example of how he managed to outwit the CIA agents and secure the relic by utilizing the hidden powers of relics. Ju-hyun then eagerly questioned Kira, asking her what she thought of his capabilities. Kira informed Ju-hyun that she would permit him to utilize her relics, but only if he agreed to certain conditions. Firstly, Ju-hyun must go to the location designated by Kira. Secondly, he was strictly prohibited from bringing any relics with him. Lastly, he was required to perform all tasks under the supervision of Kira's men. Kira asked Ju-hyun if he understood and agreed to these terms. Ju-hyun replied that he was fine with the conditions set by Kira. Kira expressed her satisfaction with his response. Ju Hyun returned Edward's phone, and Edward expressed his disbelief, stating that it was truly incredible. Ju Hyun confidently remarked that persuading the general was a piece of cake for him. Ju Hyun instructed Edward to stay where he was and relax, emphasizing that he had to go alone. Edward expressed his gratitude. Jae-ha excitedly inquired about his role in the upcoming endeavor. Ju Hyun informed Jae-ha that he could accompany him, adding that Jae-ha was not allowed to go anywhere else. Furthermore, Ju Hyun reminded Jae-ha that he needed to complete the ongoing repairs. Jae-ha, lying on the ground and feeling frustrated, cried in response. Suddenly, Ju Hyun received a system notification, indicating that he had obtained a new title, The Unbeatable Scammer, along with new status information. According to the system notification, Tomb Raider CO Ju Hyun was characterized as a tomb raider who scams instead of digging out graves. Ju Hyun had a realization that the crow was observing his every move. Ju Hyun's sociability decreased while his ability to deceive relics increased. Ju Hyun could now display his bad boy charm to impress the relics. Ju Hyun wondered why he even needed to showcase his tough and rebellious side to the relics. Feeling frustrated by the situation, expressing his annoyance, Ju Hyun instructed Jae-ha to return to work promptly. He also told Edward that he could leave and wished him good luck. Jae-ha walked away, feeling upset and dejected. While Edward bid farewell and wished Ju Hyun luck, shortly after, Kira summoned Ju Hyun to a specific location, which happened to be a hotel situated relatively close to the other hotels Ju Hyun had previously visited. Although Kira explicitly instructed Ju Hyun not to bring any relics along, Ju Hyun couldn't imagine going anywhere without his trusted weapons. He skillfully reduced the size of the useful relics and concealed them, allowing him to bring them discreetly. However, exerting dominance and maintaining appearances was draining Ju Hyun's energy. He felt the urgency to swiftly conclude this situation. Ju Hyun and Jae-ha entered the hotel together. Jae-ha found it amusing that Kira's team was staying at such an extravagant hotel. Ju Hyun remarked that it was to be expected considering Kira's status. The receptionist approached them and asked if they needed any assistance. Jae-ha was taken aback as he didn't understand her language. Ju Hyun informed Jae-ha that she was offering help because Jae-ha looked so lost. He then reassured the receptionist that everything was fine, explaining that they were there to meet someone. The receptionist understood their situation. Ju Hyun expressed his gratitude to the receptionist and wished her a great day. In return, she thanked Ju Hyun and also wished him a great day. As two men dressed in black approached Ju Hyun, he remarked with enthusiasm, stating that someone was finally coming to greet them. The man with brown hair inquired if Ju Hyun was CO Ju Hyun, and Ju Hyun confirmed his identity. Ju Hyun assumed that they were sent by the general. With a smile, Ju Hyun asked them to lead the way. The man with brown hair instructed Ju Hyun to follow him. A few moments later, they reached Kira's office and stood in front of her desk. Kira turned around, wearing a smile, and welcomed Ju Hyun. Kira observed that she couldn't sense any relics from Ju Hyun, indicating that he seemed to be complying with her orders. Ju Hyun responded with confidence, stating that it was only natural. Jae-ha whispered to Ju Hyun, expressing his surprise and questioning whether someone could become a general at that age. Ju Hyun whispered back, suggesting that she might be wearing makeup, and urged Jae-ha to be quiet. Ju Hyun inquired about the whereabouts of the relics. Kira responded by calling him an arrogant piece of something but stopped herself and proceeded to lead the way. Ju Hyun quickly recognized the relics: Barbarossa's pirate map, ranked B, the manuscript of Anaximander's world map, ranked C, and Columbus's map, ranked A. Decisively, Ju Hyun made up his mind to dispose of all the relics right then and there. Kira smiled and requested Ju Hyun to show them his capabilities. However, she warned him that they had better work as failure would result in Ju Hyun getting bullets in his brain. Ju Hyun politely requested Kira to not worry and asked if he could borrow a pen. Kira handed Ju Hyun a pen but cautioned him against attempting anything suspicious. Ju Hyun smiled and assured her that she already knew he couldn't do anything to the relics with just a pen. As Ju Hyun was about to write something on the map relic, someone intervened and halted him. The soldier aimed a gun at Ju Hyun's head and demanded to know what Ju Hyun thought he was doing to their general's precious relic. Ju Hyun confidently explained that it was a necessary step to unlock the hidden powers of the relic. Kira intervened, instructing the soldier to let Ju Hyun proceed. Initially hesitant, the soldier reluctantly complied with Kira's order. Kira expressed her expectation that Ju-hyun's actions would be worthwhile. Ju-hyun smirked and assured her that she could leave it to him. As Ju-hyun started writing on the map Relic, Kira inquired about what he was writing. Ju-hyun elaborated that it was called the tomb glyph, the language specific to the relics. He remarked on how the relics seemed to have their own writings as well. Kira displayed interest and asked how Ju-hyun was able to read them. Ju-hyun glanced at her and simply replied that certain events had occurred, leaving it at that. In his thoughts, Ju-hyun recalled that he had possessed the archaeologist's relic in the past, but he no longer had it, suspecting that the crow might have been involved. He pondered what the crow's intentions were. Ju-hyun announced that it was done. With the spell set, the hidden power would activate. Kira asked Ju-hyun to show it to her. Ju-hyun agreed. The hidden powers and spells were all nonsense. What Ju-hyun had written down had nothing to do with finding the Prime Minister. Before coming over, Ju-hyun had already located the Prime Minister using Zheng He's map. He already knew the answer. After activating the map Relic, Ju-hyun announced that he had found him. He had discovered the whereabouts of the Prime Minister. Kira was taken aback and asked if it was real. Ju-hyun confirmed that the Prime Minister was located in the Sahara Desert. He suggested that if they provided him with a memo pad, he would write down the exact location. Ju-hyun explained that considering the possibility that the minister might be on the move, they should expand their search. They needed to hurry, especially if he was in a desert. Kira instructed her men to immediately contact the nearest outpost with the location written on the memo pad. She also authorized the use of exploration relics to locate the Prime Minister as soon as possible. The soldier complied with her orders. Ju-hyun smiled, pleased that he had kept his promise. However, his words were abruptly interrupted when Kira aimed a gun at his head. Kira made it clear that it wasn't over yet. They couldn't let Ju-hyun and Jae-ha go until the Prime Minister was safely secured. Kira's men also aimed their guns at Ju-hyun and Jae-ha. Kira declared that both of them would remain there until they found the minister. Jae-ha pointed out that Kira didn't even know how long it would take. Kira reassured them, expressing confidence that her men would find the minister quickly. While they waited, she suggested that Ju-hyun share more details about the relic's language. Ju-hyun chuckled and apologized, stating that it was a trade secret. Kira questioned whether Ju-hyun expected to maintain trade relations without providing any service in return. Ju-hyun acknowledged her point and said he understood. He agreed that it was acceptable. To simplify things, he offered to show Kira the first step and asked if he could explain the next steps later on. Kira expressed her approval, stating that it was fine for now. Ju-hyun nodded to Jae-ha, who reciprocated the nod but appeared nervous. Ju-hyun started writing some tomb glyphs on the memo pad. After a few moments, one of Kira's men shouted that they had found Prime Minister Albert. Kira asked about the well-being of Minister Albert. The soldier assured her that the minister was okay. Although he was in a weakened state, his life was not in danger. Ju-hyun turned his attention back to Kira and exclaimed that it was great news. He was about to mention leaving, but Kira interrupted him, urging him to finish what he was doing. Ju-hyun confronted General Kira, questioning if she believed she was pushing the situation too far. He expressed his skepticism, stating that he didn't think she would let him go anytime soon. He asked if his assumption was correct. Kira responded sharply, asking Ju-hyun what he planned to do about it. She commanded him to be quiet and obey her orders, emphasizing that she would not easily let someone with his abilities go. Kira declared that Ju-hyun would cooperate with them until they fully understood how the relic's hidden powers worked. Ju-hyun maintained his smile as he glanced at Kira. In a provocative manner, he asked what would happen if he simply refused to cooperate. Kira's anger intensified upon hearing his words, and she demanded to know exactly what he had just said. Suddenly, an explosion occurred near them, causing Kira to inquire about the situation. Observing that her relics were ablaze, she instructed her men to extinguish the fire. They promptly followed her command. Kira urged the blonde guy to swiftly put out the fire, and he obediently complied. However, upon inspecting the map relic, the blonde guy experienced a sudden surge of anger and frustration. The blonde guy exclaimed that the map relic was a cursed and dreadful item, expressing his disdain by tearing it apart. Kira was taken aback by his actions and exclaimed, asking what he was doing in disbelief. The blonde man insisted that they had to get rid of the map, and the brown-haired man agreed, mentioning that he would tear it into pieces. The two men in black joined forces, determined to rip the map relic apart. Other soldiers tried to intervene, expressing their confusion and frustration. Questioning what they were doing, in a surprising turn of events, Kira resorted to shooting their legs, asserting that this was undoubtedly the Relic's doing. She then demanded to know the whereabouts of Seo Ju-hyun, firmly believing he was the culprit. The soldier appeared unsure of how to respond, as both Seo Ju-hyun and Jae-ha had disappeared without a trace. Ju-hyun and Jae-ha found themselves suddenly transported to the middle of a street, specifically in the center of a fountain. Jae-ha expressed amusement but also disappointment, remarking that it was a shame they ended up in such an inconvenient location. Ju-hyun, however, acknowledged their accomplishment and praised Jae-ha. Noting that he had managed to draw all of this in a short amount of time, Jae-ha chuckled and acknowledged his own confidence in drawing, realizing that his skills had proven useful in this situation. They began descending from the fountain, preparing to move on. Immediately after the explosion had occurred, Ju-hyun handed Jae-ha the escape relic. Amidst the panic, Jae-ha utilized the relic and quickly drew the image of the fountain, resulting in a successful escape as can be seen now. As part of their plan, Ju-hyun ensured that Jae-ha was capable of drawing the fountain before they proceeded to the meeting location. The relic they used for this purpose belonged to President Kwan's lawyer. It was a consumable relic called Ink of Paris Montmartre Hill Artist, rank B, rare. Although it seemed a bit cumbersome for an escape relic, it proved to be useful when one had an artist as a subordinate. Jae-ha, delighted, asked Ju-hyun what he had done this time. Ju-hyun nonchalantly replied that it was nothing significant. Ju-hyun revealed that he had borrowed a pen from them, which he cleverly disguised to resemble Shakespeare's pen, and then switched them. The writings Ju-hyun inscribed on the maps contained commands that induced terror in those who read them. To enhance the effectiveness of his hypnosis, he had memorized a few names in advance. A few hours earlier, when the two men in black arrived, they greeted Ju-hyun and escorted him to General Kira. Ju-hyun asked the brown-haired man why they hadn't introduced themselves. In response, the brown-haired man sternly ordered Ju-hyun to be quiet and follow him. Ju-hyun tried to persuade the two men to be more open and friendly towards him. He assured them that he was not their enemy and expressed his willingness to help them, as he understood that they were also dealing with a lot of current issues. In return for his assistance, Ju-hyun simply requested that they relay a message to General Kira, asking her to go easy on him. Ju-hyun even went as far as suggesting that they become friends. The brown-haired man looked at Ju-hyun with a hint of amusement and commented on his peculiar nature, calling him a weirdo. After a few seconds, the brown-haired man introduced himself as John, which made Ju-hyun smirk in response. Ju-hyun proceeded to write the commands using the names he obtained, in a language that none of them would understand. For Jamie, a hotel staff member, he instilled a sense of extreme stress related to room 2002. John Smith and Jim Evans from TSOF were struck with fear as they witnessed a horrifying evil spirit emerging from the map relics. They believed that General Kira's life would be in grave danger if they didn't tear the relics apart. Jae-ha was astonished by Ju-hyun's actions. Ju-hyun, filled with pride, confidently stated that he knew he was amazing and urged Jae-ha to just say it. Ju-hyun confidently stated that Kira would no longer be able to track them, and their next destination should be Turkey. Meanwhile, at Kira's location, General Kira was in communication with someone, and her men confirmed that the connection had been established. Richard greeted Kira and inquired if there was any issue or problem. Kira acknowledged that it had been a while since they last spoke. Kira mentioned that she had heard about Richard's ability to utilize recovery relics, and she explained that her own relics had suffered severe damage. She requested Richard's assistance in repairing them once he returned to the United States. Richard stated that there was no problem and mentioned that there had been a lot of relics to repair recently. He received a request from TKBM recently. He was just in the middle of a repair. Kira expressed her belief that the person responsible for this incident was the same individual who had targeted TKBM. Richard inquired if she was referring to the person beside Jae-ha, whom they had previously discussed. Kira clarified that if they allowed Ju-hyun to act freely, he would certainly obstruct their path at a later time. Richard agreed with her statement. Richard reassured Kira, telling her not to worry. He smiled and explained that soon Pandora would be launched, and as a result, normal people would no longer have the ability to use or possess relics. The following day, in central Turkey, Irene was relishing a delightful day in purchasing a kebab. The vendor handed her the kebab, and Irene Hilton expressed gratitude, remarking on how appetizing it appeared. Irene inquired with the seller if everything was all right and if there were no issues. The seller did not comprehend her question and asked if something was wrong. Irene quickly turned around and left, casually remarking that there was nothing wrong and wishing the seller a pleasant day. She entered a car and mentioned that she had brought something for them to eat, which they appreciated. Irene informed Joo-hyun that she was becoming more adept at controlling the relic and that the time spent practicing was worthwhile. However, Joo-hyun was preoccupied with eating the kebab and couldn't respond. Irene asked if they encountered any noteworthy incidents on their way there. Irene expressed her immense gratitude to Joo-hyun, stating that it was all thanks to him. She sincerely thanked him for his contribution. Suddenly, someone shouted that a sign had just fallen, and there was also a reckless driver on the road. Additionally, there was a sudden disturbance on the boat. Despite these events, Joo-hyun continued eating his kebab as if everything was normal. Joo-hyun casually remarked if it was too early to express gratitude. Irene sadly agreed with him. Joo-hyun commented that Irene seemed to have improved her sociability for the time being. He advised her to shift her focus towards utilizing her domination ability from now on. Jae-ha inquired about the meaning behind Joo-hyun's statement, as Irene still had a long way to go. Joo-hyun clarified that Irene only needed to grasp the fundamentals of sociability to prevent the relic from causing further harm to her body since it was parasitic. He emphasized that if it weren't for that, he would never have put her through all those challenges. Joo-hyun asked if Irene now understood why he considered sociability to be useless. Jae-ha felt somewhat hurt upon hearing that. Irene reassured Joo-hyun that she understood. Joo-hyun suggested that they finish eating and get going. Jae-ha replied that it was fine and requested Joo-hyun to wait a moment. After a few hours, they arrived in Cappadocia, Turkey. Joo-hyun used his binoculars to observe the surroundings and expressed confusion, remarking that something was unusual. He noted that the tomb appeared to be intact, despite the relic being inside Irene's body. According to Joo-hyun's understanding, the tomb should have disappeared. Jae-ha requested Joo-hyun to look at the other side of the tomb. As it had also collapsed, Joo-hyun agreed and commented that the situation was peculiar. Additionally, he observed a large number of people, all of whom seemed to be soldiers. Joo-hyun identified them as the U.S. Special Force TSOF, operating under Kira's command. On the other side, there were Turkish soldiers present, indicating that they had formed an alliance. Jae-ha commented on the high level of security, suggesting that it would be challenging for anything to pass through undetected. Joo-hyun concurred, stating that it was unlikely they could simply walk in unnoticed. Joo-hyun smiled and clarified that it didn't mean there was no way to enter. Jae-ha was confused and requested Joo-hyun to explain further. Joo-hyun reminded Jae-ha that he had previously mentioned that he wasn't a tomb explorer but a tomb raider. Joo-hyun smirked and confidently instructed Jae-ha to watch and learn, as he was about to demonstrate the techniques and methods of a true tomb raider. That's it for today. If you love this manhwa recap, please leave a like, share with your friends, and if you want to follow Joo-hyun's adventure, hit subscribe and don't forget to turn on the notification bell. Thank you for watching.